drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I felt head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go.
top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Oh, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do.
that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Warm welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Division 2 Season 1. We are into the second day, and you know, if yesterday was a good representation of what we're going to get, I'm so excited for the rest of the week. Purposely's and Winter here bringing you the action. We're going to have 2 best of 3s across 4 different streams. So if you're here, you're watching the main stream, you're tuned in to watch 4 Pirates versus Navi Jr. coming right up. But across our other ESL_Dota 2 streams on Twitch, we have a lot more action happening as well. So you can find all of that if you just search ESL_Dota 2, Ember, Storm, Earth, it's all happening. But here's where you want to stay because this matchup should be a spicy one. Before we talk a bit more about the teams, Winter, let's look at how the standings have played out so far. It's only been one day, I think a total of, I want to say like 8 best of 3s, but we're already seeing maybe a bit of a better understanding of where some of these teams lie. So, of course, some of the teams have yet to play. Of course, there's a lot of other Dota 2 events happening right now, qualifiers, tournaments, whatnot. So we've yet to see some of the heavy hitters like OG, Mouse, Yandex, One Win. We're going to get to see One Win later. But is there any sort of major impression that you got from yesterday based off what we saw, or maybe you're watching some of the other games on streams?
Still need more data, Mike. It's too early to tell.
True, yeah. There's quite a lot of mix and matching. I guess the main winners for me would be like Pipsqueak +4. Them winning their match is not necessarily surprising to me. For those of you who aren't familiar, that's the, if I'm not wrong, the Kidaro stack. Zero Tenacity as well. They've seemed pretty strong so far. Passion UA, I mean, it doesn't really tell the full story, right? Because yesterday, it was a very tight series between them and Inner Circle. Some of the members of Inner Circle, of course, being former Passion UA players themselves. So we're going to get a lot more data eventually about where exactly they stand. We're still, you know, quite fresh into things. But we did get to see one of our teams here on this stream yesterday. It was Navi Jr. and Winter. There were some parts missing in that series that didn't really convince us very much about that lineup.
Oh, where do we start? I think
Oh,
overall
damn.
they, I mean overall I felt like they look like they are really solid players individually, but just as a team they kind of need to work out a lot of their existing issues. I think sometimes the draft, I think in the first game that was kind of the problem with the Dragon Knight opening. I think in the second game they kind of had their chances with the Morphling, but they
Yeah.
just couldn't really win the important team fights. I think towards the end, right, the Lifestealer and the SF, they just had their number. But I think overall as a new squad, because this team they are a open qualifier team, right? They just got recently picked up by Navi Junior to replace the previous squad that got promoted. So they are
Yeah.
like a fairly like new stack. They're not exactly a team that has a lot of experience playing together. I'm
Oh,
sure throughout the
absolutely
league,
not.
I'm sure throughout the league they'll be able to learn a lot of very very useful information. Maybe they won't do well right now, but it's going to help them do well in the future.
Oh, for sure. This is a long-term investment, much like the whole basis of Navi Junior to begin with. And so far, Navi Junior's first investment definitely paid off now being promoted to the main Navi stack. I'm sure a bunch of these guys are hoping the very same. Now, these are all names that you've never heard of before because it's not like they were competing in tournaments prior to this. Navi hosted an open call to ask, hey, anybody who wants to boot camp in Kiev and try and get that professional experience, you can sign up here. And these 5 players that we see here, Gothic, Hyuga, GBC, Rubicon, Crowlash, these are the guys who ended up making it. Now, their main carry player is not here because of age restrictions of this tournament, which is really funny because it just goes to show how junior Navi Junior is. I think they're a bunch of 14 and 15-year-olds, and they are now being coached by Sword Art, who was with the main Navi roster for quite a bit. So we'll see just how much work he was able to do for them between yesterday and today, how many issues they could fix. But we have a draft for you, so let's hop right into that, have that on our screen, and let's see how they adapt. Maybe no more Dragon Knight first pick. Now, before we get into the hero selections, let's talk a little bit about 4 Pirates. Now, Winter, I don't know how much Tier 2, Tier 3 European Dota you watch, but 4 Pirates, they are a mainstay. They are always around. It's always been these guys, Pedantic, Natty Nawal, Otika, Ariel, and I guess the sort of in and out role has been Mr. Morale, right, on their position 3. So these guys, they're kind of the opposite of Navi Junior. They've been around the block, they've played this level of Dota, they've been in countless Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments, kind of middling to decent results. Interesting to see how Navi Junior will try and approach this more seasoned team.
Yeah, they've been around the block for quite some time, but doesn't mean that they're gonna be like automatically favorites. I think right now Dota, everyone is equally skilled. Everybody understands like a lot of the intricate things in matchups. It's all about like finding the synergy. I think when you watch top level Dota, maybe since the beginning of the year or maybe towards the end of the year last year 2024, I think you're starting to see like everyone is very very close in terms of skill, and it comes down to finding the small little things, the synergy between the players. You need to find the picks that allow each other to play well in the game. You kind of need to play more as a unit. I think Dota right now is less about showcasing one particular star player, but it's more about the whole team playing like one unit. So Dota is really, really at the level where you have to plan everything out before the game starts. I think the battle begins before the drafts are even started. Oh well. Oh, what do you know? DK is back again. I mean, let's see if they actually adjust. I feel like maybe the DK opening isn't as bad as it looked like in that game. It's probably also because the fact that they followed up the DK with other heroes that are kind of like very similar yesterday.
Sure.
The other 2 heroes, what was the other 2 heroes? So they had Ursa, Night Stalker, and DK. So they are kind of like very, very similar by nature. I think they all got countered by the Undying. That was like the biggest problem, right? All your cores can't really kill because you're melee heroes, right? So you can't kill the Tombstone. That was particularly the main glaring issue in that game.
It was kind of a awkward thing as well because the Night Stalker and the Ursa ended up getting picked after the Undying. So maybe Navi Junior learning as we go along, they now probably have this idea, look, we need to be extra careful about an offlane Undying that could come out, a Bat Rider, all these little things that can kite out Dragon Knight. Yesterday, though, they did end up kind of getting smashed by a SF mid, and that doesn't seem to be something that 4 Pirates have even looked at. Navi Junior didn't bother banning it out as well. They're more afraid of the Bat Rider, they're more afraid of the Queen of Pain. They've taken those 2 out for now. Meanwhile, 4 Pirates banning out quite a few, I want to say interesting selections. The Brood Mother coming out initially, and Lycan and Beastmaster just all screams to me that they're worried about a very terrifying sort of off-lane oppressive summons hero. They're gonna go for the Timbersaw here.
Yeah, the DK counter. I guess you can consider that. I mean, the co-op is like a... When you were mentioning the bans, Bear Rider, I could understand. Bear Rider kind of makes it very hard for DK, but co-op doesn't really... I don't really feel like it's a hero where, oh, it's going to trouble the DK a lot, you know. I think DK, oftentimes you're picked into the co-op matchup just
Yeah.
because you can sustain in the lane with your Dragon's Blood against the harass of the Queen of Pain. But the Timber is, on the other hand, a very, very annoying hero for DK to deal with. You're always killable, because DK is supposed to be this unkillable hero in the early mid game. You can sit in your lane and push out waves, hit towers, but against Timber, you have to be very, very, very careful because you can cut through your HP pool.
Yeah, you're not quite as tanky as you might expect against any other hero under the sun. A lot of burst damage can come
Also,
through.
Probably not a good idea skipping BKB against Timber.
Yeah, don't do that. We saw, we had this whole discussion, Winter, yesterday about certain carry heroes or maybe core heroes that want to try and bend the rules and skip the BKB, even though it is such an important item in this current era of Dota.
And also, not to mention, sometimes skipping and delaying, they are two different matters here.
Yeah, for sure. Here's a Grimstroke. We haven't seen this hero just yet in our game so far.
It's Timber counter in a way. Because when you use your charm, you can't hit the ghost. So you can't remove the silence. It's pretty annoying.
Okay. I mean, is that all it's picked for? Because right now, Navi Jr., yesterday they ran a very similar composition, at least in the first 3 picks, right? They had Dragonite, Hoodwink, and then Disruptor. This time around, they're switching gears, even though the Hoodwink is still available. Maybe a bit worried that the Timbersaw can find her in the tree, so they're opting for this hero instead. I feel like whenever you look at this hero, you're thinking about some sort of Inkswell combination, someone that can run in and be a good vehicle for that spell, or some sort of spell that you want to double up, like Double Doom, Double Chain Frost, stuff like that. Why are we seeing it picked so early on? Is it just to specifically answer the mid lane matchup of all things?
And normally you don't see this hero a lot unless you have like a specific purpose, right? You pair it
Yeah.
up with a Primal Beast or Centaur. I think in this game, DK would probably be the pairing is not like the most, I think the most strongest pairing or the most effective pairing. I think it's like okay. I mean, the ghost is like kind of sure the Timber can't hit it, but Jakiro is very good at hitting the ghost because you have 2 hits. You know, you hit twice.
Yeah.
So you
Jakiro can
hit
help
the-
him out for sure.
Yeah, you hit the ghost very quickly as Jakiro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't really even have like very apparent combinations with the Soulbind. I mean, with the DK stun, it's like it's okay, you know, but it's not like a Bane grip, you know, double grip, or some Lina zap, you know, double zap. So we'll see down the road if they actually figure out what to pair up with the Grimstroke, because I think Grimstroke is all about the combinations. Can you have a target in your team where you consistently use your Inkswell, and can you actually abuse the Soulbind, you know, to get a lot of damage done in the team fight?
Yeah, there's your Inkswell guy. I mean, at least early on,
Is he
Dawnbreaker's gonna be...
I mean, is he gonna be the Inkswell guy? I don't know.
I mean, he has to be. It's not gonna be Disruptor running in with the Inkswell, I'll tell you that much.
Probably gonna be like DK. I think he's gonna be moving with DK the most because
Okay.
I think the setup right now they have is DK stun Solar Guardian, so they are going to want to move with the DK a lot. He's gonna buy Dagger to start to move around the map, and I feel like this is going to mean that the DK is probably not going to be the carry with this type of setup, because you want him to get levels quickly, and then he runs around and ganks with the Dagger and the Solar Guardian. So that I presume it's going to be the plan here for Navi Jr. Very fast paced, and then you can't run away from them because there's a disruptor. So they're hoping to just snowball and be very, very aggressive from the get-go.
I mean, they have the perfect draft for that. What about 4 Pirates then? What is the plan here with the Shadow Demon Terrorblade? Because I feel like if I'm playing Grimstroke, there's a lot of different factors I have in consideration, like the Inkswell Soulbind, but then the Aghanims also plays a really big part. If you end up getting the Aghanims, getting a Terrorblade Illusion, that could be pretty scary for the side of 4 Pirates to deal with. I mean, is there any... You didn't see your off-lane matchup. You've picked this as potentially a 4 and a 1. What's the idea here?
It's more about, I think, playing the map, you know, because you have this illusion hero. You're selling illusions with as the stacking. You want to clear it with the Timber. I think it's more like slower pace, you know, more about scaling, playing the map, go for pick-offs slowly. I think they're going to need a hero that gives them a pick-off like in the last pick for 4 Pirates. It's a very different plan if you compare that with what Navi Junior is planning to do right now. They want to run at you, they want to kill you from the minute minute one. They want to keep chasing. So it's gonna be a very contrasting style again. And you know what? We like the contrasting style drafts. Like yesterday we got like quite a few very fun games because both teams have very very different directions. With their overall strategy.
Oh, for sure. And for Pirates, they are missing some sort of, I want to say, team fight control. That's what Navi Junior have identified at the moment. They are also concerned that maybe the Timber's just going to go into the offlane. So they ban out the Sand King that could go into the mid. They ban out the Mars that can lock up a lot of their team, especially the supports have been very vulnerable to that pick. I think you mentioned it before to me, Winter, that up against a disruptor, you don't want heroes that are scared of going in, right? You want to run at the disruptor, and then he can't actually stand there and fight you, and Mars fits that bill perfectly. Do you think for Pirates, if they really do put this Timbersaw mid, what kind of off-lane hero can fulfill that gap?
Right now you're laning into the Abaddon, so
Oof.
let me think. Abaddon. I mean, you could consider putting the Timber. The Timber is like actually really good against DK and Abaddon. I mean, it's probably gonna be better against DK overall.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it seems like you're definitely gonna either consider that or you have to pick something else to lane it into the Abaddon. You ideally want. I mean, I think they're probably fine with Aura hero, even with very minimal amount of catch. Look, so let's say if they pick something like, I don't know, like someone who can buy auras with Shadow Demon. Maybe some. I mean, Darkseer maybe. Darkseer again.
Ugh.
Darkseer, you buy aura. I mean, with TB, you're kind of already stuck in a very slow-paced game, right? So I feel like either you pick an aura off laner or you pick a mid laner that can come around and rotate and set up kills, right? And there are not many available because you already banned them out. There's Storm, Park, Co-op. Those are I think the three main ones. I think with Void Spirit could be a fourth replacement, but you don't really do well in the lane against the DK. So I think ideally you also want to consider that you don't want to give DK such a good lane, so probably you will leave the Timber there and you pick something that can rotate. I mean, I think Pangolier on the offlane should be okay still if you want to do that. It's not going to win you the lane, but it's going to give you momentum in the game that you can play around with.
It's one of those things, right? Then you're picking a Pango into a Grimstroke, and then if you ever get tied up with a Timber, it's gonna be so messy. I just kind of feel like Navi Junior.
You can only choose one of the two. Either you pick something that's really good against the opponents, or you just pick something that's good with your lineup, right? So they're
Okay.
And this pick is like kind of, I think overall solid. It gives them like an anchor or map to play around. I don't know how well is he gonna do against the Abaddon in the lane, because if he doesn't do well, then it's going to be trouble, right? Because Tide itself is a very, I think, naturally greedy hero. You tend to take a lot more farm. You're slower pace. You play on your ultimate switch. It's going to take a long time. And you are really hoping that the lane is going to give you enough of an edge that you can actually stabilize and play for a very slow game, right? Because if you have TB and Tide, you're naturally going to be really slow pace. You're playing with meta, cooldown, Ravage, everything is slow. If you don't win your lane and you don't clear that stacks from the SD, then could get very very dicey for you, because your mid is also like a Timber, which is I think on the more greedier side of the spectrum, right? He's not like a cheap hero, I would say, like a DK. Like you get a dagger, you run around, you gank, right? Timber is like, I'm gonna buy Kaya first. I'm gonna
farm these creeps, I'm gonna clear out the mid lane.
Maybe I get a dagger. Maybe I rush my games. Usually the options are more of the greedier side. So you tend to need to win your lane for all the greediness to come to fruition.
Yeah, it's really the complete opposite idea, and I guess we can't really be too surprised that the lineup named for Pirates really, really is trying to get some gold, right? Like, all three of their cores going to be obsessed about farming, pushing out the waves, but it all comes down to the lanes, Winter. You were talking about how Navi Junior want to be the team running at their opponents and not giving them any room to breathe. Is there a lineup that you're liking a bit more? Because at the current moment, I feel like Navi Junior are fitted out to have a pretty solid early game. And if four Pirates can't get an early advantage with, or at least keep things even with like a TB, a Tide, a Timber, these aren't really the heroes that can make plays to get you back into the game.
I mean, for Navi Junior, I think I probably would prefer to play their lineup a little bit more because of the pacing. I think it's easier to play the game. I mean, the only thing you really, or not the only thing, but the main thing you need to worry about is that the Timber doesn't get out of control, because you have 3 strength cores here. If the Timber ever gets out of control, that's gonna be ugly. You're gonna have a lot of problems.
I guess the one upside is for those of you who are four Pirates fans in the chat, you'll recognize that these are all the four Pirates signature heroes. I think Mr. Morale, really excellent Tide Hunter. I mean, he loves his Timbersaw as well. He loves his Darkseer, but this is one of his top picks. Otaka, this Terrorblade has been a classic for him. He's relied on it to win him important games. And I think in this current generation of Timbersaw mids, Natty Nawal is probably one of the few ones that still comfortably brings it out, even in some certain blind situations. So these are players who are extremely comfortable on their picks. Yesterday, we did see Hyuga from Navi Jr. already try and pilot this Disruptor. It didn't look the finest, but that's less of a personal skill thing.
Whoa. 4 bounty runes? Sorry.
Oh, did they get all of them? They just walked up and snatched them. They're pirates after all.
Oh my god, they're just true to their name, right? They
Yeah,
just walked up.
yeah.
He walked up and he just the Venom, he was standing on the bounty and he was like, oh, okay, I guess there's no one here. The Tide just zoop. He went in last second and he stole the rune in front of his face.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
this
okay.
this is a rough start, right now. for
Yeah.
Navi Junior.
Okay. How bad is 4 bounties? Like, how
Bad.
much?
I'm telling you, it's bad.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay. Yesterday you had a stat for me. You said it was like 70-something% if a
but
team
that's
ends up
different.
losing the
That's the
Shrine of
wisdom
Wisdoms.
shrine.
Yeah,
Bro.
I'm wondering, do you have anything of that nature for like 4 bounties? Do we have a stat on 4 bounty win rate?
No.
It seems a lot more manageable. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
it's
you miss a
definitely
couple of
lot
last
more
hits.
It's definitely a lot more manageable. It's like everybody gets a bonus. What, 2 branches extra on the enemy side?
Sure.
Something
Yeah.
like that. Actually, maybe more. It's like a magic stick extra.
Oh, that's true. That could. I mean, now especially early on, if we see some narrow trades being won out by the side of 4 pirates, we'll know that that's the advantage.
It matters a lot for the mid laner. I think for the mid lane, it definitely can show. You get your bottle a little bit faster, like 1 minute faster, 30 seconds faster. Could really help you win the lane a lot harder. So I think for the Timbersaw, he's already in a favorable matchup, right? Timber against DK, and then you get that extra gold. I think this lane could be dangerous for the Dragon Knight.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yesterday GBC he had a really rough time against a counter matchup, but this seems to be the plan for Navi Junior. They don't seem too concerned that their mid lane is gonna have a rough matchup. They just are going to rely on him to eventually get that Blink Dagger, be that centerpiece for the Dawnbreaker Grimstroke to play around. We'll see how much that is actually possible. For now, he's still keeping up in terms of the CS, 8-0 to 10-0. Not too bad. No major denies going either way. As we have some time to take stock of the lanes here, are there any particular lanes that you think action will happen? Because you already mentioned Timber favored into DK, probably at some point got to push GBC out of the lane a bit. What about the side lanes?
The side lane is going to be, I think, a lot more passive, for, I think, both sides. I feel like this Abaddon against tight lane is like kind of like, I'm going to farm. I feel like probably you're not going to see kills happening. And in the bot side, there's this, again, a TB Jakiro lane against a Dawn Grim. It's not like it's going to be like a very high kill lane. I think you could definitely kill the Grimstroke if you catch him with the dual breath and you have Metamorphosis. And sure, you can kill him. I don't see them being able to threaten the Dawnbreaker too much, But at the same time, Jakiro is a very, very strong laner right now. So if you ever underestimate the power of the Liquid Force plus the dual breath, you could die even as the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, we saw it happen yesterday, specifically to Navi Junior as well, right? They weren't really expecting Prada to put out so much damage on his position 5 Jakiro, and he was just 2 levels Dual Breath, 3 levels Liquid Frost, like 100-0 Disruptor
I do not
at like level 5.
I do not recommend that build.
Okay. Why? I mean, it won them the game, man. Hunters did amazing with that sort of very aggressive build, but I guess, missing that stun is going to be difficult.
It's game specific. I think in general, you either have either 1-1-3 or 2-1-2. That is like I think the very common build. I think that game he probably felt like, okay, I'm having too much fun, with this Liquid Frost.
That's true. I mean, he was having a really nice time. Hyuga taking quite a bit of damage up here, but like you mentioned, Winter, doesn't seem to be any realistic way for them to have kill threat unless Hyuga straight up walks up and tries to contest them for the Lotus. 3 minutes, nothing too crazy. 1 Lotus claimed aside. Mr. Morale is going to have that in his pocket. All nice and dandy. Does this favor, you think, the side of 4 pirates that the lanes are going a little bit more passively? Because you mentioned they have a slower draft, right? Surely they just want to chill, farm, and get their items.
Yeah, it definitely helps them a lot. Yeah, their lineup is a lot, I would say, a lot more greedy than what Navi Junior has. They're gonna have a disruption here. Can they just try to push him out of the lane? Probably not. Abaddon, not easy to push him out, but they definitely would want to have like a good start. It's gonna give them even more time to get greedy. Now Shadow Demon, no disrupt, can't save himself. The
TP?
glimpse.
Very smart. Very, very smart. And the fact that he instantly started TPing as well, that's the only thing that saved him there.
he
One or
did.
two more auto attacks, he would have been done.
I'll be honest with you, Mike. I would have died there 100%. I would have.
Same. I would
instantly.
not
I
have
would
thought
tried
about.
to
I'm like,
TP.
shit. Like, and maybe I throw a
would have
shadow
tried
poison
to
or something,
TP.
right? Like, oh
I
damn.
tried to TP a little bit too late. Maybe I'll still TP, but I'll die.
Is it, bro? Is the no one's blaming you. Is the you were mentioning yesterday is the old man reactions, right? After a certain point of time, it starts to not be as sharp. It's understandable. I mean, these guys are all still pretty young. I want to say the side of. I went to check out all their Wikipedia profiles and everything because I'm not familiar with their ages in comparison to Navi Junior. I thought it'd be really funny if like the age gap is like 10, and sure enough, people on 4 Pirates like 24 to 26, 27, and like the fellas on Navi Junior are all 14, bro.
So all you're saying is you belong to 4 Pirates and I belong to Navi Junior. Thank you very much.
That literally, that doesn't even make sense. But okay, we're gonna move past that. It doesn't matter. What matters is this game right here. And for Pirates, they are kind of piss chilling, right? Like they are not too concerned about this current like setup because they're getting everything they want out of the lanes. Terrorblade's farming, Timbersaur's farming, Tidehunter's farming.
It's all dandy. That's what I would say.
Yeah,
Everybody's happy.
true. Yeah.
Yesterday we had Brood against Tide. Today it's Abaddon against Tide.
I think I would pick the Abaddon, right? Because if he gets ravaged, he can pop his ultimate, shield someone else. It's actually something I'm a bit concerned about. I don't know whether this is a worry that 4 Pirates might have, but they have 1 stun in the ice path, and then they have ravage, and that's literally it. So this aphotic shield value is gonna go crazy.
First move of the game, by the way. Top lane. Jakiro gated. It's looking. I mean, this is not the easiest kill. Abaddon with face boots and the shield.
Yeah.
But he is hiding in the wing, so it means they're gonna lose the. Oh no, he's gonna TP over and fight for the rune of the SD.
He's gonna try. There are 3 members though in the mid lane from Navi Junior side. They're already starting to pressure back Natty Narwhal. Rune is gonna be in the bot side, and a nice little regen for the Dragon Knight to pick up. Get that mana back up to full.
Double bracer and a belt. It's very, very tanky, even against the Demon. I think Demon's doing well so far in terms of net worth.
Yeah,
Top of
this is what we
network chart.
expected. Bot lane, nice TP out again. Left alone, they know the support's in the mid lane. There's a lot of tussling. I mean, you can tell that Navi Junior want to try and set something up onto Natty Narwhal, but honestly, even if they do get the glimpse back onto this Timbersaur, he's got a lot of HP, and he can put out a lot of damage.
I tell you, he's not dying. Not with these 2 support. Disruptor and Grimstroke, they're not the highest damage support, but meanwhile, we have to talk about the objective. Anyone is trying to steal. Is the Pirates stealing any Wisdom Shrines? Nope.
Yeah, they don't
tried,
feel
but
confident.
They went over and they decided, nope, probably not a good day to steal.
No. Today I learned there are good days for stealing and bad days for stealing. Apparently right now is not the best time to steal for Botanic. He decides to back up, just put some damage into Crowlash, but here are the 2 supports, and a Timbersaw might be a little bit difficult to kill, but a Jakiro much more manageable. Down comes the hammer, and first blood is drawn. Gothic gets it done in the bot lane.
I'm wondering how do I follow up with your comment.
It's a good day to steal, a bad day
A good
to
day
steal.
to steal and a bad.
No, okay, well, I think
Alright,
it all
I'll
comes
tell
down...
you something. It's
Yeah.
good to steal on a Sunday because the cops are on their off day.
Oh, why do you know that? That's kind of concerning. Oh, nice little glimpse play from Hugo. He's gonna pay with his life for it though. They're trying to aggress on the Terrorblade under his tower, but I don't think that's gonna happen. And just a little cute little tip. Okay, you want to glimpse me back? Sure, it's gonna come at the cost of your life. Was that worth it? I don't think so.
Nope. I would say no. Not worth it. And now they're going to. Well, at least they get the rune. Yeah, Timber gets the 8-minute rune, so he's gonna have a baller refilled. I mean,
You
so
know,
far
Timber
both teams
doesn't
are-
really strike me as the type of mid lane. Yes, he does get a bottle, but the action runes don't seem as relevant to him. They're gonna try and put some damage out on the GBC, but really it's Natty who's in a little bit of trouble. Beautiful disruption to stop that glimpse from coming through.
I mean,
That's
Timber
very
is still
cute.
like a good rune hero, you know, like if you get like a haste, you know, I think
Sure.
haste, okay, haste, AD, those are really nice on Timber.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, he's not the best invis hero, like that I agree. Like, you get an invis on Timber, yeah, you know, you're not like gonna be too happy about it.
Oh, Pedanic getting caught again. It just came off of tipping Lil Huga for trying to go for him. Ice Path right down the center. Doesn't hit anyone. Maybe thought they would run into it. A bit of wishful thinking as Huga tips him back. You'll love to see it. Oi, oi, oi.
Nice ice path, brother.
Nah, nice Ice Path, bro. Okay. Well, even though the support is dying, it doesn't really seem to matter, right? It's everyone's still farming. Like Terrorblade top of the net worth, your Timber, your Tide, they're having a good time. You've come back here on the Disruptor. Is this where you want to be, Huga? Way too far forward. Now, Crowlash is looking for a target. They're surrounding the Terrorblade on all sides. He still has a Sunder, though. They can just get... If they can find it, no. Stunned up. Very nicely done in Pedanic. Not able to save his carry. The TP's coming a bit too late, and now Natty Narwhal, he's trying to punish. They disrupted Rubicon. Hold him in place now as Pedanic still trying to run away from Rubicon. The slow there from the Chakram isn't going to be enough. Turn around for an Ice Path. Solar Guardian coming through. Pedanic still manages to dodge away. They need to try and find him with the hammer. Way too quick, though, is the Abaddon with the phase boots. Curse of Avertus will take him out. But now without a borrowed time, Rubicon, I thought for sure Natty Narwhal was going to try and turn around there, but he doesn't have enough HP to get the job done. So this is the first glimpse of what we expected from the Na'Vi Junior lineup. They were planning to run at them. They bring 5 heroes down to the bot lane at the 10-minute mark, and they get the kill on the carry.
Yeah, type in while happily farming at top. Well, you guys go ahead, create some space for me. And I'm gonna use all the space in the world. Farm up his helm, and he's going to threaten the tower. But at least Rubicon TP'd back, you know, on the Abaddon. He doesn't have a lot of resources, but he doesn't want to give away the tower for free. But guess what? Look who's here. Terrorblade. He's here to claim the tower.
Yeah, nice little play there, but it's being traded out in the mid lane. A timely AD rune for GBC means that even without the Dragon Form, they can put in some serious damage. They're trying to take advantage of the catapult wave, but maybe getting some second thoughts, splitting the tank. Okay. Well, supports are here to ward them off, though, and maybe now it's Gothic who's in a bit of trouble. In comes the double Chakram. He's going to get burnt up to a crisp. Silenced up is the Jakiro, but Pedanic gonna look for one more Liquid Frost, the Whirl Breath, and bam. There goes the Grimstroke.
More farming. Back to more farming, you know, Mike. This is like gonna be quite a lot of creeps hitting until I guess the game starts when the dagger comes online for DK, for Na'Vi Junior.
Yeah.
Whereas for Pirates, it's more about, oh, one item. Guess what? Farm more, you know. You get the Kaya and Timber, and he's gonna like, oh, I have more mana to farm right now. So he's gonna hit more creeps. TB is like, sure, you know, you wanna hit creeps, I wanna hit creeps, let's just push out all the lanes. And the Tide is like, so what do? You have the job to defend our towers, so we have space on the map to farm. So he's going to be the designated tower defender.
Yeah, he hasn't really shown up for many of these tower defenses so far. It's been a lot on Natty Narwhal, but now he has the Kaya. Looking at that BKB next. He has to at some point. Oh, Pedanic. Getting caught out here right next to the Roche Pit. Not sure what that was about. Maybe just a glimpse caught in the river. Now Ariel will banish the Dragon Knight. Nice little glimpse to keep Terrorblade away from GBC, who's able to flap his wings and hightail out of there. Don't want to die now, especially since you're so close to the Blink Dagger. Just 300 gold off that. But look at how aggressive Otaka is playing. He's just running in with his illusions after popping the meta. Gothic, you've got to be careful in the mid lane. Being chased down, he's just dead. Nice little connection there. Natty now, yeah. And here they go, GBC. I mean, real good recognition there from Otaka to just understand how strong he is right now. He comes to the mid lane, and they're going to claim a tower.
The power of the Timber against the Dragon Knight. Did he actually buy the dagger? Oh no, he was I guess he must have been really, really close to the dagger and he dies.
He was, yeah.
That was a very, very painful death. This is actually suddenly looking really good for 4 Pirates with that rotation on the TB. You know, comes over, kills off the DK, hurts him with his dagger timing and claims the tower in the process.
I mean, I don't think you really expect your TB to be the one making plays at this early stage, but he's done everything for them so far, right? Like the first rotation up to the top lane, clear out the tower, make more space for the Tide. Immediately runs up towards the triangle, helps his allies out, gets a couple of very key kills, and opens up the map even further. I mean, this is just a long-term investment because in making that move, he's just now secured himself so much more space on the map.
Well, you're all in about the investing today, yeah?
Oh, am I? Am I sounding a bit like a finance bro? Sorry about that.
Navi Junior is really, really smart about investing with young players, and now you're telling me about, oh, Terrorblade is investing in his future, making.
No, we got a lot of. I mean, first with the goal, with the pirates and everything. You know, that's the theme of today, at least this series. We'll see which one of these lineups end up paying off for them here in this game number 1 here. 2k gold lead at the moment, nothing too crazy, and the item build. Oh, okay, there you go. Smoke up, blink, ready to rumble. Who do they want to kill?
They need a big kill on the core. I think any of the core kills. I think you don't kill the Tide. I think you can try and kill the Timber or the Terrorblade.
They might just have to settle for SD.
No, this is not
That's
like
only if you catch him. Nice little disruption, but not sure whether he's going to be able to fight his way out of this one. I say that. Turn around, evading still. In comes the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Beautiful Ravage catches her on the landing. Oh no, Navi Jr., not like this. A big Static Storm might just turn it around though. The Timber ends up being silenced up and killed. Rubicon there with the damage has to pop the borrowed time as Crowlash hightailing on out of there. Phase boots movement speed along with the hammer will get him to safety. That looked really, really scary for Navi Jr. And by the miracle Static Storm, they were still able to turn it around somehow.
I guess it was an even fight. So the
kind
both
of.
teams had their carry and offlaner alive right at the end of the fight. So I guess it was kind of even, but a little bit better for Navi Junior since they were behind, so they got better trades of the kills.
Yeah, the fact that Rubicon came in there with the shield very clutch because there was so much damage being pumped out by the Timber. He's not quite tanky enough just yet. Once he gets the Aghanims, it's going to be a different story, but until then, still very easy to kill, it feels like, once you land all those spells.
Rushing BKB?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. He doesn't want to get silenced up by that annoying...
Okay, is it necessary this team? The Static Storm is I think the thing that annoys you the most in a team fight.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
I mean, we saw how effective it just was, right?
I don't know if it's like a very, very good BKB game, because there's also Soulbind, which you're gonna be latch, you know?
I guess technically there's the Dawnbreaker ult stun.
I imagine the Grim is gonna be targeting him, and there's also the Dawn stun, you know, so I don't know if the BKB is going to make a huge load of difference. I maybe would have preferred something more like Chaos Age, you know, farm your Aghanims and Dagger, you know, try to play the long game. Since you're already trying to play the long game with TB, Tide, Timbersaw Cores, right? The BKB is kind of signaling he wants to fight.
Oh, Hyuga, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like there's been a few moments this game already that the Disruptors just kind of walked up very brazenly ahead of his team. Maybe he's trying to set up vision.
Creeps, I guess. He was trying to clear that wave.
Yeah, but the Terrorblade's literally showing on the wave. Well, now they're gonna TP in. GBC has a nice smoke, looking for that blink.
Ready. I want to kill
They're ready to fight.
Shadow Demon.
Jumping in, finds both supports. This is troublesome. They just have to abandon Aerial, and Pedanic might be next. A little bit of an awkward positioning, ends up losing 2 supports, and it's a double kill for the Dawnbreaker. But the big target did not go down. The Terrorblade still remains alive.
I mean, it's still 2 kills, you know. I think at this stage, you were behind 2-3k. I think you just take whatever kills you can find. And I think eventually you're going to get to a point where you have the, I think, overwhelming pick-off potential, right? Because you're going to force 4 Pirate side to group up a lot, you know, or you can only push out with illusions, essentially.
Oh,
If
damn.
You push out,
Look at this.
Push out with what's going on?
Oh, is he? Oh,
Like,
Gothic.
Are you gonna
Sister
say,
Shroud,
oh my
Sister
God,
Shroud.
Sister Shroud, you love Sister Shroud so much.
No, Sister Shroud actually made a difference there. I'll be honest. The shield, is it gonna be enough? He's dead. How many times are we gonna see like this Terrorblade see a support, pop meta, and just run them down? It's pretty crazy that this has happened 3 or 4 times now.
But be careful with your positioning, you know. Don't want to be.
Oh,
running
you
up
do,
ramps
absolutely do.
with no vision.
And that's something that I wonder whether there's a rationale behind that, because the 2 supports, Gothic and Hyuga, they've been caught out in a lot of these positions for what feels like no real impact, right? They're not really getting information. They're not like tanking a smoke gang. They're just kind of running into some heroes of 4 pirates and getting killed.
I mean, it just seems like they are waiting for something, you know, and they are not really sure what they want to do because the DK can't really move. Like, he already moved, I think, twice with the dagger, so now he kind of needs to finish his BKB in this game. Because you kind of have to take turns, right? You can't just expect the same guy to be moving. I think Abaddon probably has to come into play mid lane.
Oh, nice shot pickup. Crowlash got to be able to power through that ice path and finish the job onto the Jakiro, but it might come at his own life. Coming through with the Solar Guardian back to the safety of his own team. This fight's messy now, but the Terrorblade can do a lot of damage. He's right in the thick of things. No Metamorphosis, no problem. GBC being run down, gonna try and TP out. No shot. Mega kill streak for the Terrorblade. As much shit as they can put on the ground on Na'Vi Jr., they just don't have the damage for the TB at the moment. Otaka is the king of this game.
You're running out of damage because the DK doesn't have a lot of damage right now. Dawnbreaker doesn't have a lot of damage. I mean, your main damage source is the Abaddon, right? But he's not really at the fight. He has his dagger and Radiance. He's pretty rich, I would say, overall. But he's not really ready to fight, you know. At this point, you kind of want to get one more item on the Abaddon, and then you have to finish your BKB on the DK as well, you know. So it's going to take some time, you know, and you have to kind of try to play around the map and try to buy some time for you to get to those items. But unfortunately, because they lost that fight, and 4 Pirates has map control right now, they're very, very good wards. They're going to be able to set up for the Tormentor. So this is going to be difficult. You know, they're trying to move out as a squad, Na'Vi Junior. They're trying to fight the Tormentor, which is going to spawn in 20 seconds, and they have to make this work. You know, Dawnbreaker is not going to have ulti ready initially. It's 30 seconds.
Catching the one stun support might be a good start. Pedanic again left behind and killed off. I mean, that fight also, Winter, we didn't mention it, but that was the BKB reveal for the Timbersaw, and it paid off big time. Now, Rubicon, he might be a bit too far forward. Borrowed time already popped. Out comes the Soulbind, makes things awkward for the chase, but they just need to run away. Na'Vi Jr., they can't stand up anymore. They need to try and run, but Hyuga's just gonna get gunned down by the Illusion's last hit. Can't find it. Timbersaw Chakram just off the mark. They don't have a glimpse on their side of 4 Pirates, so they'll just have to watch this Disruptor walk away. But now if this Metamorphosis pop, again, every single time Otaka presses this ability, shit gets done for the Pirates. They're gonna get a Tormentor and a nice little advantage on the map right now.
Jakiro gets the shot. This is my favorite.
Yeah?
You get to cast both of your breaths.
You can breathe
Fire.
twice. Very cool.
Your fire and frost. That's so much damage.
A lot of liquid
But
coming out of
at
this
the-
guy.
At the very least, you have Abaddon to block it out. You can
Sure.
remove the debuff, so it's not too bad. In certain lineups, it can be very, very difficult to deal with this, you know, and especially at level 10 when you get your attack range. Usually when you get the
Ooh, yeah.
shot, you would get the attack range right away at level 10. Otherwise, usually you don't get it so quickly. I think there's a lot of reasons for him to get it this time, you know, when he gets the shot from Tormentor.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the itemization has been on point so far for 4 Pirates. We haven't really talked about this Tidehunter, but he's picked up a pipe now. After that Helm Dom, he understands that this game, he doesn't really need to blink in and ravage because Na'Vi Jr. only have one play, and that's to run into them. If they can't kill the Terrorblade in one fell swoop, if they can't get rid of the Timbersaw, the Sunder's gonna come out, the BKB's gonna come out, and eventually Natty Nawal, he might be looking at that Ags as well, makes him even more unkillable. It's starting to run into some real damage issues on the side of Na'Vi Jr., and I don't know how you can solve that problem.
I think damage is going to eventually come from Abaddon, but it's going to take a very, very long time, right? Because you want to get Manta, you want to get your Orchid. Those items take a long time, you know, in your Blood Taunt eventually. So
Abba showing in the
right
mid lane, Mr. Morale with the chase. Hyuga, nice little glimpse back. They don't have a way to stick onto him, but Natty Nawal with the Timber Chains, looking for more here. Pop the meta again. That looks like a dead support, I want to say, but a beautiful kinetic field keeps Hyuga alive. I say that, gonna try and TP out Natty. Are you gonna make a guess? Slightly off the mark. Nice little escape there from the Disruptor. But because of that, again, meta popped, things get done. Look, this tier 2 tower, it's gonna go down.
yeah, right now, Na'Vi Junior, they're not really ready to take like a head-on 5v5. They kind of want to play the map, push out waves, and find pickoffs with this Disruptor and Dawnbreaker out. You know? And this is not the time for them to be clashing 5v5, you know, so 4 Pirates, they know that they are way stronger right now as a unit.
Yeah.
As a team, they are just forcing the issues and taking towers down one by one. The pipe on the tide definitely makes them very, very difficult to kill. You already mentioned the lack of damage, and you add the pipe on top of it, no one is dying, you know, on the side of all pirates in the engagements. They're gonna need a balance to farm 2 more items. They're gonna need, you know, a lot of time to farm more items on their heroes, and they're trying to create the time by getting pickoffs, right? So they're gonna join the balance into the smoke. Hopefully they can find a pickoff. I don't think they want to go into like some 5v5 engagements right now.
GBC got a nice
on the
ward
ward.
on the high ground. And that's going to be a support death, but that's a BKB used. Natty Nawal now caught out as well. But he has his BKB turn around. Huge ravage onto 3. Dawnbreaker coming down though, trying to preserve the life of his teammates. Soulbind keeping the Timbersaw at bay. But Mr. Morale, look at him go. He's not dying on this side hunter. He's barely taking any damage. He's still frontlining. They can't cut through the watermelon. Seems to be a similar theme from yesterday. And the support will go down. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade with just about every ultimate used on both sides. But now, with that being down, you can just walk into the Roche. You ain't scared of a thing from Na'Vi Jr. And this should be a pretty free Aegis for whoever wants to grab it on 4 Pirates.
Who is going to be given the Aegis?
I want to say it's Natty, right? Like, then he can play, like, completely free. They haven't even come close to killing the Timbersaw.
He's already playing like a crazy land right now.
Okay, it's gonna be this Terrorblade. What this tells me is they probably want to go high ground, like with his butterfly timing, perhaps.
Butterfly, Aegis, high ground. Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
And they definitely don't want to allow Na'Vi Jr. to slowly farm the map and just get picked off, right? Against this Disruptor and Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian. So definitely a good time to go high ground right now with the butterfly timing. I think this is probably the best item for you to siege high ground with. Gonna push the Dawnbreaker out of the lane. Yeah, this is definitely looking like the push is going to be coming in the next couple of minutes, you know. Na'Vi, they're gonna have to try to figure out how to finish their whatever items that they can finish and eventually be forced to defend the high ground, you know? Or even consider whether it is worth it to give up a lane, you know, to go out on the map to just farm, you know.
Yeah. I mean, taking a look at the items that you were mentioning from the Abaddon, right now he has the shot queued up, but he's looking at finishing the Manta, looking at finishing off the Skull Basher. It's still pretty far away from that though.
Does he really feel like the shot is necessary right now? I mean, if you're buying shot, it probably means that you feel like you don't have time.
Yeah,
need to
that
buy
feels like a
what-
stopgap. Like, I need to find damage somehow, and this is the closest way I can get it, right? Because, I mean, we see in a lot of the fights, Rubicon's not really getting the opportunity to right-click people as much. He's just kind of being controlled, kind of being tossed around.
Yeah,
the only
other
people he
thing
sees...
Yeah, the other thing with Abaddon is I think it's fine if you're tanking, but also at the same time because they are worried that they don't have damage coming off the other cores. You know, we see a leash here onto the Grimstroke. It is going to be struggling to kill it.
I mean, they're doing all this in the mid lane, messing with the supports. Meanwhile, the Terrorblade already on the high ground, gets the butterfly timing right in tandem, but didn't even need it to feel confident enough to head on up here. He knows his supports have his back. What is the play here from Na'Vi Jr.? Do you try and contest? You have the Solar Guardian, Static Storm, Soulbind, but you need to find some sort of angle. Rubicon's going to try running in first. Nice Hurricane Pike, clear out the silence.
One hit
Otika,
on
he's
the
still
rack.
feeling so strong. There's the meta. I don't know whether he can fight into this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Barracks has fallen.
I mean, they need so much more items. You know, you have BKB and DK, but he can't really enter the fight. You know, Abaddon also, like you said, if he's not hitting, they're not getting damage done. He's gonna blink in on the DK onto the.
They're
TP,
gonna
but
try, maybe bait some sort of a
Aegis.
reaction. In comes Natty. Yeah, I mean, he's doing so much damage back from the Timbersaw. Mr. Morale now joining the Endeavor on the front lines. Again, he knows he is borderline unkillable. He's barely taking any damage on this side hunter, and he's yet to even pop the pipe. Here's Rubicon, though. Now it's his turn to blink in. Eats a tight anchor, and he's in trouble. His board time is gonna pop. They're jumping now onto the Terrorblade, but they have a disruption. All of this looks so easy for the side of 4 Pirates, as now the Soulbind comes out. Still, no damage being done to the Terrorblade. He still has that second life. He still has the Sunder. Now is the first time he's somewhat being threatened, but your Rax, it's gone. You're forced to go back to your base on Na'Vi Jr. Rubicon, he has to try and find an avenue in. Kraken Shell pop. They're punching away on Mr. Morale, but I don't know whether he cares. They're just gonna chill, reset a little bit for now, let Natty Nawal dance in and out. The silence comes through. That's a little bit awkward, but gotta keep in mind, this is a Timber still with a BKB. He's not concerned about a thing. For Pirates, though, they feel like they've poked and prodded enough. They use the Metamorphosis. They've 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis. They're gonna chill for now.
Yeah, very, very disciplined play there, giving no chance for Navi to actually even have a way to come back into the game, you know. Meta's down, so they feel like there's nothing more they need to do. They already claimed the range racks. They're going to come back. There's still time, you know, with the remaining duration of the Aegis to go siege again with the next meta. So flawless play, you know, not taking any risks at all.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Morale, it's funny because most of the time you think about an off-laner farming here by themselves, it might be a risky position, but he is the last person they want to try and kill. If they don't manage to keep him silenced, it might be a Ravage and might be their dooms. I mean, for
Like he's
Pirates, they're showing us some
basically-
really clean stuff right now.
It's basically unkillable on the Tide unless they have Silver Edge somehow. Even if they have Silver Edge, I don't know if they can kill him because Shadow Demon can save him with Disrupt. And yeah, maybe he doesn't die, you know. And then there's also the Sunder from Terrorblade. I think that's the benefit of like having a Terrorblade in the team. You can basically save the other core if you think it's important to trade your health for winning the team fight. You know, sometimes
True.
when you're all aiming on a target and then there's a TB on the opposing team, you gotta have to be calculating the fact that the TB can also save the guy. So it makes the team fight very, very difficult to execute. And you already mentioned earlier that Navi has like a lot of damage problems, right? They don't really do a lot of damage outside Abaddon. Like the rest of the heroes don't really do a lot. I mean, the Dawn is kind of like itemizing to solve that, I guess, in a way. He has a Basher. Like, you don't really see Basher often.
Yeah.
Hero this early.
It's interesting for sure, but they maybe feel like they need a bit more lockdown. Mr. Morale now, has he gone a bit too far? Here's Terrorblade on the high ground, popping the meta. We've seen what happens every time he presses that spell, and things are looking troublesome. Nice Soulbind, Solar Guardian coming through. Disruption though, saving the Tidehunter. He can come straight back down into a Ravage if he needs. Terrorblade dropping low, turning around with the Sunder. Out comes the Ravage, and Crowlash can do nothing but watch as Rubicon has to flee. Both supports down already on Navi Jr., and they're mid to fall, TPing out in shame. And Natty Nawal on the hunt, he got the damage, finishes him off. One crush of the saws is all that it takes, and Rubicon gets clocked out. This has been a dominant showing from 4 Pirates, and Navi Jr., they got to do more than lick their wounds. They got to bandage it up. They got to go for emergency surgery. This is painful stuff, Winter.
Yeah, definitely for Pirates showing why they are the seasoned team. You know, they have a lot more experience, the way they're moving around the map, the way they're executing the team fights. They have the right heroes in front, the way they're playing with the dead lane, how far they can push. It just felt like they were kind of doing a really good job suffocating Navi Junior. You know, they couldn't really find a really good pick off with the dagger on DK with the Solar Guardian. They just got pushed into a corner, you know, the whole time. The map got smaller and smaller for them.
Yeah. Really got to commend the Terrorblade in particular. I think he played excellent. He opened up so many opportunities for his
Yeah.
team. And it just goes to show when you're a good position 1, you don't need to wait until you're 6 slotted, 5 slotted, BKB, whatever item timing. You just play on the strength of your hero. And this is someone who very clearly knows when he pops that damn Metamorphosis, there's nothing Navi Jr. can do. Now, the one thing we do know about Navi Jr. is they're not the type to call GG until their throne dies. Not sure why, but it's a lot of grit. Love to see it. They're not going to give up until the very end. So for Pirates, they're going to show a bit more discipline, chill out a little bit more here, even though
Are
they
you
do have
sure?
megas.
Tide doesn't seem like he got your message.
Absolutely not. He's the one person with no chill here. Mr. Morale on the front line. He's happy to tank the damage for his team. Beautiful 4-staff, Macropire, keeping him safe as GBC now on the front lines. He got a soulbind, but you ain't holding anyone back. You just gonna die. Blow up with the damage on the Timbersaw Aghanim's on the back line. Even the Shadow Demon wants to jump in and join the party. This is way too painful. I see dead people. Absolutely right. They're all falling in front of his eyes, and they can do nothing but stand and die. Even buying a Ghost Scepter to try and preserve it, but the GG finally called because they know for Pirates, they leave no prisoners. Game number 1 goes very dominantly over to their side over Navi Jr.
Yeah, very, very good team play by 4 Pirates. You know, they are definitely a team that has a lot of experience. You could tell from how they're moving around the map. You could tell how they understood, you know, their heroes really well. I think especially for the Terrorblade, you mentioned he played really well this game. Definitely the star of this game. But overall, I think that the lineup for Navi Junior just couldn't really, you know, do a lot against the Timber, and there was like no apparent synergy with the Grimstroke, right? That was what I was worried about. They don't have a lot of damage because once you have this Grimstroke hero and you're not using the Soulbind to amplify any sort of like important big spell, so you get a damage coming out from Soulmate. You seem to lack a lot of DPS to kill heroes. You know, you can see in a lot of the team fights, they just barely scratch. Especially when you see they're trying to kill the Tide, they're trying to kill the Timber. They just don't have a lot of nuke to kill him. You know, they just lack a lot of damage, and you're kind of relying on Rubicon on the Abaddon to kind of do everything. He has to, number one, tank
Yeah.
for the team. Number two, he has to use the shield to save his allies, and then he has to right click. There's just so much for him to do, you know, and he doesn't have enough time to farm a lot of items, you know. So there's like a huge reliance on the Abaddon to do a lot. So I think all in all, it came down to like the draft also not really coming together for Navi Junior. They need to go back to the drawing board. I think it's similar to the first game yesterday, where they opened up with the DK and they couldn't really find ways of like covering the holes in the draft. When the DK got countered, I sort of felt like this game is very similar to that game, you know, and they have to go into the next game figuring out what should they do again, you know, if they are going to open with this DK and this is going to be this Timber coming out to counter him.
Yeah, it feels like they tried the same thing, but with the same result, unfortunately. Hopefully, some adjustments come out in game number 2, which we'll have for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time.
in my chest. So hard to sleep, baby. I can't get.
The four Pirates came in and they don't even spare children, Winter. Navi Jr. were absolutely brutalized in that game number 1. Didn't really look the best for them, but hopefully they can come back in game number 2. Just a reminder, folks, you're watching season 1 of the first ever Dream League Division 2. All of these teams are fighting for a shot with 4 slots in the main Dream League Season 27, and that's going to give them a lot more exposure to fighting better teams all across the world. Now, at the moment, though, they still have a pretty long group stage to get through. It's round robins all throughout, and it is best of 3. So there is a chance that Navi Jr. can come back, although judging from the few games that we've seen from them so far, their adjustments from game to game are a little bit minimal. It's not really up to as much as you would like, Winter.
You need a lot of time to learn. You gotta give them time, Mike. Don't rush
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
Let them
true.
just do their thing. After all, they're kids, They need some time to.
Damn.
Actually, kids learn faster because their cup
True.
is empty, For grown-ups, you need to. Oh, okay. You need to. That's not how you should do things. You need to pour out the water in your cup. And then
Yeah.
sometimes you don't get to pour everything. You pour only like 20% out, and you can only fill 20% in, and then you try to do it 3 months later. It's a long process. I think kids are the best. You get to
Yeah.
tell them what they need to do. They're just going to follow everything because their cup is empty. And if you give them opportunity, if you give them enough time, you're going to see results.
Yeah, but that's kind of the scary thing, right? Because Dota is never so straightforward. I think that's what we've all learned over the years. The fact that the most successful teams always figure out the solution midway through the game because they've learned so much about Dota, they understand so much about the game that they are figuring out these things on the fly. I think one of the things that stand out to me about Navi Jr. now is that they are met with a Terrorblade that's just running at them at full speed, and they just seemed confused, like they didn't really know what they needed to do. Hopefully, we'll find out whether they have a solution for us now that we have a draft, so let's throw that up on our screen. As I want to hear from you, Winter. Do you feel that way as well?
Do I feel like the Terrorblade was the problem? Is that the question?
No, do you feel like Navi Jr. looked a little bit confused about what they needed to do?
I think in general they look confused, Of all
Damn.
the games that I've watched them play, it's the team aspect, like individually that I think you don't really see a lot of like very glaring problems like with one person making too many mistakes. It's more about like, a team. Right? As a team, what are they doing together? How are they structuring the draft? What are they playing around? I think those are the fundamental things that you have to build when you have a new team, right? Of new players, you kind of need to. I think the coach or the captain has to kind of set the rules because with the new players, if you just let them do their thing, right, it's gonna be all over the place. You kind of
Sure.
need to set some boundaries, some rules. Okay, this is what I want from you. You have to do this. You have to do this, and then you slowly expand on certain things, right? Because they have no clue on how to play as a team or what they need to do as a team to win the game. So you gotta have to start somewhere, right? And now for Pirates, they're gonna be starting out with a Jakiro and Navi Junior with a, I would say, Puck against Jakiro, decent. I mean, Ice Puff is kind of, I think, okay against Puck. It's not like the worst thing. But Jakiro is definitely a hero that I think some teams have been rating very highly because of how he can secure the lane. It's very difficult to play into the lane of Jakiro. And you're definitely going to have to find some solutions to it. Are you going to be pulling waves? Because you definitely don't want to fight into the Jakiro. Or the other solution is you have to pick heroes that can dispel the dual breath and the liquid frost, right? So you're thinking of the Baden Shield or Legion Commander. Those are the heroes that fit the bill. But Legion, again, are you sure you want to pick a Legion in games like this? You're going to be also asking yourself that question,
It's interesting that Navi Jr. seem to have a very clear protocol that they're following, right? If the DK is not available or the DK doesn't work for them, then they go straight into this Puck. This is exactly what they did yesterday as well, and now they're bringing the Hoodwink back. So this is a hero that Gothic was playing all throughout yesterday, and this is a combination that maybe they feel a bit more confident with, because I think we can both agree that yesterday when Navi Jr. played against Hunters, even though they did get 2-0'd, they looked way better in the second game. There were a lot more opportunities for them. It felt like some of the combinations were hitting more reliably. I mean, it's not the hardest to mess up a Hoodwink, right? Especially when you have a setup like Puck. You coil someone, you follow up there with the sharpshooter bushwhack. In theory, you should be able to kill the Jakiro.
I mean, the Chikiro is going to be the least of your problems right now with the Void Spirit against the Puck. You know, it's going to be very annoying against the Academics of the Void Spirit. He's also one of the better heroes to hunt down a Hoodwink, because Hoodwink you can kind of become
10
very
seconds
elusive and very
remaining.
annoying in team fights. I think Void Spirit is definitely one of the better heroes
5
to also hunt
seconds
you down. You
remaining.
know, so they are definitely going to have to be careful of this Void Spirit. And I also
Mm-hmm.
feel like the Void Spirit against Puck, because you're going to start the game with a good matchup and you're going to be controlling runes, the
Dire
game is
team
going to get very, very dicey, you know. And Tiny
Oh,
is also
here's a
another
tiny.
counter to a Puck. Double counter, you know. Tiny with the stun, the avalanche, you don't really get to uh, run away, you know, or get out of the stun if you get caught, you know, as the Puck.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, I believe. The tiny coming out as a counter to the puck.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
it might have been the day before, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to remember. No, no, it was yesterday.
It was
Hunters
just
did this
Monday,
exact
bro.
matchup.
The day before, we are in our underwears just playing pubs here.
Don't say it. Hey, don't expose me like that. That's exactly what I was doing. Out comes the Slada, out comes the Disruptor. These are all heroes that we've seen Navi Jr. play before. It almost feels like maybe it's a bit too early to call it, and they're just trying to make the same strategies work. But they is this like a small hero pool thing? Like they haven't really deviated much from these few strategies.
Radiant team back.
I'm not sure if it's just about hero pool or just about playstyle, right? Because you need certain players doing certain things in the game, right? So you limit it by setting boundaries with the drafts. So
Sure. Okay.
it could definitely be because of that as well. I mean, right now they are more like trying to just draft, I think, what they want to play rather than thinking about okay what their opponents could pick up. You know, because I think you have to start somewhere with a new team, right? And I think
Mm.
usually you tend to see players just favoring their comfort. They just don't want to be thinking about too many things in the game. They just want to
10
worry about okay,
seconds
how are we gonna
remaining.
play and what heroes
Hmm.
could replicate that play style if it's if the
5
certain
seconds
hero that they
remaining.
prefer is not available,
Dire
right? I think
team back.
that is what I feel coming from Navi Junior right now. They are putting a lot more emphasis on what they want as a team and how they're gonna play rather than adjusting and trying to counter what their opponents are doing. And for Pirates with the Medusa, this Medusa is going to feel like a big problem, right? Because you don't have
10 seconds remaining.
good ways of killing the Medusa here. I feel like the heroes right now they don't have enough damage
5
to
seconds
cut through her
remaining.
mana shield. And
Yeah.
Slada is also not the best hero taking down the Medusa, so they're definitely going to need something to use the corrosive haze and just try to kill the
Radiant
Medusa
team back.
with the corrosive haze. So they're gonna have to find something here. I
Yeah.
guess,
It's like a classic 18 Medusa, ban the anti-mage, and you don't really have a
yeah.
lot of good options. It's a little
I mean,
bit of a checkmate position for four pirates, I want to say.
the problem is also a lot of the other heroes are nerfed a lot, right? Like I think usually you would
10
see
seconds
in the past
remaining.
maybe Phantom Lancer being a decent counter to Medusa, but not anymore nowadays
5
because the hero is
seconds
really
remaining.
bad. Like the
Yeah.
defusal isn't it? It's not like a very very big deal
Radiant
against
team
Medusa because sometimes the
Dire
heroes that
team
can buy diffusal they are not very good heroes given the situation here. I think with
Mm.
Slada, I feel like you need something that can use the corrosive haze. So Clings, there's no
TA,
TA. I think
another bandit.
Clings. I think there's still Clings, and there's also something like I don't know if PA is viable now or he's still dog shit.
Oh, don't even. I feel like it might be too
Like
dog shit. I'll be real with you.
he's decent against the mass, because you can
5
blink
seconds
out
remaining.
after arena. But I think overall, those are the type of heroes that you are looking at, with Slada and Puck as your other two calls. You're definitely going to need something that has a lot of damage to cut through this Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like a bit of a tough situation because Navi Junior, I'm looking at their lineup and they don't have a single frontliner. They need someone who can sort of give the information for the disrupt.
Slada is kind of like
Choose your hero.
I mean, he's not like a full front line, but he's a pseudo front line.
He's like a sideliner, He goes in, crushes, and then vibes a little bit, and then tries
Yeah,
to
I
hide off
mean,
to the side.
the more you farm, I think the more it becomes easier for you to frontline. But initially, I agree. You start as a sideliner. You go in, you go out. You try to avoid spells. You try to avoid heroes. But I think as soon as you have a lot more items, you tend to be a very very strong frontliner. Where you get to abuse the academics. You get to use your puddle. Just stay in the
Mhm.
puddle with the status resist and the heal, the regen and everything. So the Ursa is definitely a hero that could potentially use the corrosive haze, but the core matchup against Medusa, it's not easy, like with the stone gaze and everything, you're gonna find it difficult to stick on her. But at the same time, if you use your enrage well, maybe you can bypass it. And I'm also wondering whether it is going to be like a good game for the
Yeah.
Octarine core build altering core.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. The whole play off of like unlimited enrage type thing, right?
The
Okay,
build we
well-
saw from, I think it was Lu, right? The other day we saw it from.
Yes, of course, the Ursa Master himself. But Lou, unfortunately, not in this tournament. Would love to see him and Vici Gaming here. Maybe they can make it to a subsequent Dream League or something like that. But we have ourselves a game number 2 here, folks. Navi Jr. gonna try and get their lick back with a draft that at least looks a bit more comfortable. Although I still feel like, and I think you agree with me, Winter, that even with this Ursa last pick, they haven't really answered the Medusa. It might just be another situation where Otaka just rolls over them again.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I think to stop him on the Medusa, you kind of need a lot of things going on for you. So you need the puck to get runes so you can gank him. You also could consider the gates, Ursa coming through the gates. They are definitely going to have to make some serious moves to stop the Medusa, I think especially the main thing is the puck. So they have to, number one, secure runes. This is going to be a puck against Void Spirit matchup, which is already not going to be easy for the puck. So they're going to need to help him secure runes, and then hopefully with the runes being secured, the puck can actually rotate and kill off the Medusa in the early game at least once, once or twice.
This is kind of concerning because I feel like Navi Jr., they have some very specific things that they do. Teams who are watching their replays might be able to pick up on this and abuse it. So far, 2 games in a row, they have all decided to elect stand behind their tier 2 mid as a 5-man and then smoke exactly on the 40 seconds. I mean, it kind of loses them information on the map, right? Like they don't know or they don't have anyone guarding in any initial area.
Right.
Smoke's gonna break here. Pedanic on the front lines looking for a target. Huga, you gotta toss back if you can find it. You just need a bit more of a slow bushwhacks there. Pedanic electing not to use the toss. I feel like he had the range for it.
Huh?
That was a little bit strange, and because of that, this time it's 3 runes over to the side of Navi Jr.
Okay, that was so strange.
That was very strange indeed. I'm
I
not
think
really
They
sure.
must have been telling him they don't want to kill the disruptor. They wanted to kill the other guy, but it doesn't really even look like it's possible to kill the other guy. So he was like,
Yeah,
he was taking his skill point and.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait,
this
Chinese
is also...
different?
Yeah, so
Chinese-
I wanted to say this because Pedanic is usually their position 5 player, and when I saw Ariel pick up the Jakira, I was like, okay, maybe they're just prioritizing like a range melee type thing.
Yeah, but then again, you want the Jakiro against the Slaughter. I feel like if
You
I'm
do,
Jakiro,
but maybe they also... I mean, my read here is that they think this Jakiro can do a lot of work into the Ursa, and then they're going to set up Mr. Morale for a nicer time, right? That's the
Yeah.
thought.
if it's a double melee against this Ursa disruptor, that probably means that it's not going to be fun either, But then again, I just feel like no matter what they do, there's going to be a hero that is going to be fat. And right now, are you sure giving the Slada a good start is going to be more important than slowing the Ursa down, right? Because if Ursa is getting farmed, guess what? He's still going to be farming in the jungle, right? Even if he gets a fast battle fury. But Slada with an early dagger could cause a lot of problems.
Yeah. Let's see how much Crowlash can do with this pick. Last game, of course, we were in despair mode for Navi Jr., but we do have to mention that Crowlash, he was doing a very good job keeping up in terms of net worth. I think that Dawnbreaker, even though his team was pretty behind, was like still second, third on net worth chart. Nice glimpse. Hold that thought, Ariel. Being run down in the top lane. This is the scary part about this lane. It probably would have been worse if the Tiny was here, but still, first blood drawn by Rubicon, the power of the Ursa being shown. Meanwhile, bot lane, Pedanic finds a nice toss back and puts the Hoodwing in an awful position.
One apiece on both side lanes, but I was saying that it's not really fair to judge, the Dawnbreaker that game. Because Dawn is like a hero where you don't really feel like you can do a lot when your teammates are not having a good game. You toss back into a stun.
Wow. I mean, the setups just keep coming, but the Tiny's the one who has to be careful. Crowlash able to turn around, stand in his puddle, and tank up this physical. Not enough that the Medusa can do, and Pedanic ends up giving over his life to the Slada. So this is your concern, Winter, starting to materialize a little bit. Crowlash is... Oh, hang on. Still got a mango, still got a stick. That was scary for a moment there. I thought they were going to get the kill on the Slada. Nice little last-minute bump up from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the Tiny would have been better off at top, because you can actually just pull wave and just focus on getting XP. That's like the main reason why I felt like that would be the setup,
Sure.
I mean, in the bot lane, it's kind of really hard, you know, in this type of setup where you are with the Medusa, which you don't really have a lot of damage to kill people. If you're with with the Mars, you can toss back and spear to the tower, you know. So there's definitely a lot more kill potential in the lane. You know, with Medusa, it's like kind of like it feels bad, you know, if you're playing a hero like Tiny and you're laning with Medusa, which has very little kill potential.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, we'll see just how well it works out for 4 Pirates. It definitely gives us a clearer idea of what their priorities are. Maybe they're not too concerned about the Slardar. Well, maybe Prolash can prove them wrong. We'll see. For now, he is doing okay, I want to say. Like, CS-wise, not the best. Bottom of the calls right now. But all these small little margins like 2 or 3, it's not the biggest of deals.
I mean, right now, it still doesn't feel like it's going to be a big deal, you know, that 2 or 3. But somewhere down the road, if you get a couple of kills, you know, it could matter, you know, getting a dagger out 1 minute faster or 1 minute slower at the end of the day, you know. So the mid matchup is actually currently going pretty evenly.
Yeah.
The Puck and the White Spirit, which is great news for the Puck, you know. This lane, as long as you can survive the early stages, make sure you get some runes. And I think the Puck against Void Spirit matchup also goes some way for the Puck, you know, because when you call him, he can't really get out of the leash, right? He gets leashed.
Yeah.
He can't use his steps and he can't use his dissimulate. So the matchup is also kind of favored for Puck in a sense when you get your coil.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is sometimes we even see position 4s or supports rotate as early as the water runes. But I guess this early on, it's more important to try and secure those side lanes because you think about who you're leaving behind. Maybe a solo Medusa or solo Ursa, very abusable. So maybe in just about 1.5 minutes, we'll see the position 4 and 5 try to set up in the mid for the power rune. But for now, still brawling it out. Nothing too crazy, nothing too unexpected, I think, in terms of the current state of the game. Well, what do you think about this particular draft? Because I think compared to the previous game where the Terrorblade was able to make a lot of plays all over the map, the Medusa feels a lot slower.
Yeah, I agree. Medusa definitely doesn't feel like you can do the same thing as what the TV did in the last game. You can't really participate as much. So you're gonna have to farm a lot more, try to just play on your own momentum. And right now, the one that's moving is the Tiny. It's going to go top.
Oh, well, what is this? They've just pushed the Ursa out completely. He has to take the long way around. They will. Toss back. You gotta find. Nice jump away. Earthshock. He's a bit too slow there on the Tiny. He still runs back in. What's going on? He just wants to try and fight, but this is not one that you can win. Fairy Fire at the very last moment, but the Dual Breath will take him out. They're trying to get the kill on the Tiny with the Glimpse, but they find the Ursa in the end. The last bit of tick damage does the job, and Pedanic trying to hide away in the tree line, juking away. The craggy exterior helping him out. The spear back, it's very awkward, but I don't think they can kill the Tiny. The Bushwhack coming off cooldown will get the job done. Mr. Morale, not a lot of mana left, will even pop the Clarity, but it's Ariel with a triple kill. The Jakiro is the big winner of that. That was a very weird setup. I mean, the fact that the Ursa goes back in there sentences him to death.
Why did he decide to just go back in? He was actually already for sure fine, you know, he could have just
He just kept running, right?
Yeah, that was very, very strange. I think maybe he thought that with backup TPing in, he felt like he could fight, but it just didn't feel like that was a smart idea, you know, when you look at it.
Yeah, no, not at all. A bit painful, if anything. I mean, this is a Ursa that is kind of needing to play into a tough call-to-call matchup already. Crowlash trying to bully the solo Medusa here. Ooh, that's a good try. Unfortunately, the fish manages to slip past their grasp, the Gorgon's grasp in particular, and get out with his life. I don't think he would have died there, just probably taken quite a lot of damage.
So it's low on mana now, so it has to be very, very careful how she plays the lane right now. So the shrines are going to be going one apiece, so nothing too interesting there. Some good old shared shrine, one each, and now Disruptor is making a move here with the gate. He is coming.
They seen the ward though.
You know the Medusa has no mana.
She's in a bad spot, but manages to still stick up and get the Stone Gaze. They can't find it. Pedanic's in the way. Nice play there. And it's only level 2, so I don't think they actually had the range. She's going to retreat back to the safer parts of the jungle, but with the knowledge that the Disruptor has moved down because of that gate ward, Ariel is just going to lay into this tower. And this is a tier 1 at the 7-minute mark, Winter.
Very, very early stuff, you know. This tower going down. it's gonna mean that the Mars is gonna get this whole area on the top side jungle to farm, you know. So probably gonna see a very early dagger. I've been talking about how the Star is gonna get an early dagger, but he is going to die.
Oh, that's a nice play. Pedantic. He just hid in the trees, knew that Crowlash wanted to get aggressive, and the punish is there. Navi Jr., the supports in Park, they were grouped up in the mid lane, maybe looking for a move, but the wards being set up. I mean, Pedantic, he's just setting up everything for his team right now on this position 5 Tiny.
Wait a minute, they're trying to look for the Medusa. They know she's low on mana.
Oh dear, Courier reveals his position. He's trying to hide in the tree line. They'll spot him now. Trying to run back across. No way he survives here, right? Surely. Looking for a toss, getting silenced up. Nice arena spear off the mark. That is awkward to say the least. Now Mr. Morale gets sent back. Natty now will here to join the fight. It's an all-out brawl and it might just be Hyuga going down. The auto attacks of Mr. Morale and Ariel finish the job. They used the coil already and they don't really have any other tools to keep these heroes in place. So for Pirates and Navi Jr., they'll scatter from this bot lane. But that felt like it should have been a bit more for the Pirates.
Yeah, Gala is not unlucky, I guess, initially. But, you know, just one kill for them. You have to accept it for what it is. The Medusa doesn't die, so she continues farming. And you get the top tower, you know, so I feel like overall, on the grand scheme of things, you're kind of happy, you know, as for Pirates.
Sure. Mars looking for a Yules first this game, so prioritizing the kiting tool into the Ursa.
It's also, I think, a reaction to the puck. Because I think with the use, you kind of have more chances of catching the puck. Because once you get
Sure.
him in the use, you can't really miss the spear anymore.
Yeah, Natty's also going for the Aghanim straight up, right? Sometimes we see the Void Spirits go for a smaller item like the urn or the vessel. No real use for it this game, so no reason not to rush the Axe.
I mean, it's just a nice item on Void Spirit, I think. 'Cause
Yeah,
of,
for sure.
Being universal, and then sometimes you just lack that little bit of damage to kill heroes off. And so I wouldn't say like you only buy Vessel if you're playing into like a Huskar or Bristleback type of thing. You know, I think Vessel in general is it's just a nice DPS item, and the stats is good in universal. Bot lane.
Oh, nice macro pyre. Ariel somehow surviving for a lot longer than I expected. Gonna throw a snake out. Shouldn't be enough damage though, as Otika, he's positioning very aggressively. He knows the rest of his team is coming in to help him, but he does have to be careful.
Baiting them
There's a
in.
glimpse available. He is baiting them in, but all he's caught is a squirrel. Not the biggest of deals. He will claim that kill though for his bait. So well played. And
I mean, the thing is,
I think-
he wasn't even trying to fake like he's alone, right? He was like, okay, so you see the Medusa like trying to turn around. You're like, wait, something is not right. This guy is not.
Yeah,
alone.
no. Because she has no bait. There's no way she gets anything done by herself, right? So it's like the worst bait I've seen in my life, but it still ends up getting the squirrel.
Yeah, the fact that she tried to turn around, the moment that you see the Medusa turning around, you're like, oh, okay, maybe he's not. We should be careful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one of those things, you know. If you are a player that constantly just does things like this and you're alone, it kind of gets into people's head, you know. But if you're a player that's really safe and you only turn around, because some carry players, they don't take a lot of risks, right? So whenever you
Yeah.
do something like this, it becomes like really telegraphed that you're not alone.
Oh, for sure.
So you gotta mix things up, you know. It's kind of a bit like poker, right? So if you don't ever bluff, so people will always know you have something, you know, whenever you're betting the pot, you know. So
That's
it's the
true,
same
yeah.
thing, you know. Sometimes you gotta swap things up in your play in Dota to keep your enemy guessing. Is this guy really alone, or is he just trying to trick us again? You know.
Yeah, I feel like that's Schofield's playstyle described in one
Yeah.
sentence. You never know. He could be executing the coolest bait ever.
Schofield is always alone.
Oh, here, Rubicon getting caught out. Can't pop the enrage just yet. Doesn't have it because he used it a bit earlier on. This guy, in fact, was alone.
Attack.
Yeah, he was definitely alone there. I mean, they didn't need to guess that.
Yeah. Nice little
Continue
execution.
their
I'm
move.
not
They're going
sure.
mid.
Yeah, I don't know what actually made him pop the enrage so that it was on cooldown. They
Doesn't matter.
glimpse the Mars away.
He's dead, Mike. You know, there's no.
True, yeah,
point.
true.
It's, what, crying over spilled milk. It's done. You're
Yeah.
dead. Play the next move. You know, try to figure out the next thing. I mean, this is something that Dota players have to also like really figure out. You know, I think Dota players in general they tend to like whenever they die or something bad goes in the game. You know, they think about it. They keep replaying it.
Glimpse back, Ariel getting caught out. Nice macro pyre again for the setup. Static Storm is there to cover the retreat of GBC. He has the AD rune, so this Void Spirit has to be careful. Natty still has a dissimulate. And Astral Step away from the Slardar. Toss back as well, just a kite.
Yes,
Pedanic
glimpse.
might have sacrificed his life for it. You need a glimpse, need some vision, you find it. In comes Mars though, Arena onto 2, but the puck can easily jump out of that one. Medusa joining the fray as well. GBC chose to stick around, but there's no real way of locking him down any further. All of the members of Na'Vi Jr. get out with their lives. And no one lost is kind of insane. The fact that they use basically all their ultimates there. At least they will
think
get
we
the
were
tier
all
1 tower
wrong.
they came for.
We were all wrong when we said Medusa's not going to be moving like the TV.
Oh,
Still coming
yeah,
to the
true.
fight.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a good move. If he didn't show up, I think they would have lost more heroes there in the mid lane. So that was important for Otika to show up there. I think he comes over, saves his teammate, gets the tower. I think all in all, this is what you want to expect, you know, from a modern carry type of playstyle. You can't just sit and expect your team to, all right, guys, just give me space. I'm gonna farm. I'm gonna carry the game. You know, that just doesn't really work anymore.
Yeah, that seems to be what Rubicon is planning to do right now, though. He's not elected to join any of these engagements. He's just been farming up the top side, try to play it safe. Battle Fury already. Ariel, uh-oh. Left behind, you got a glimpse available if needed, but Crowlash doesn't feel the most comfortable chasing on forward because this time, he isn't alone. Natty Narwhal about to round out the rear, look for Gothic on the back line. Remnant doesn't connect though. Macropie gonna try and burn down Hyuga. He's in the tree line hiding away. You get the last auto attack, find the Disruptor. And get one. In comes the TP though. Rubicon wants to rumble. Got a coil out, nice Remnant left in the way. It might just be Pedanic going down. You actually get a spear into the ice path. That's pretty cute. But Na'Vi Jr., it's getting pretty hard for them to continue aggressing. They don't really have the tools. Without the blink of the Slardar, he can't really initiate as well. And now you're just being chased down. Another Remnant, beautifully placed by Natty Narwhal. A bushwhack won't do a thing. And even though the Ursa TP looking for a fight, all he found was dead teammates.
Yeah, that's very, very sad, you know. I mean, he has the right idea. He knows that because the Medusa is kind of like showing up, you know, and as the enemy carry, you're like, oh my god, the enemy carry is showing up. I gotta like buck
Yeah,
up.
you
right?
gotta
I
step
like,
up,
do-
right? Like,
I gotta like do something. I can't just let my team get run over, you know, and my teammates at the end of the, you know, the game will be saying, oh guys, why are we playing 4v5?
yeah. Like it's classic, right? You have an Ursa, they have a Medusa, but the Medusa is the one showing up. You're like, bro,
Yeah,
you're embarrassing us right now. Like, what the hell is this?
You can
Oh,
expect
in this
the
room,
Ursa to be more active.
there is a sentry in the middle of the lane though, and Pedanic will be alerted to that with how quickly Na'Vi Jr. reacted. I thought that was going to be something for sure. Ariel again being the one spotted out initially. You now have the Blink Dagger on the Slardar, so Crowlash, you know he's looking for an initiation. There it goes. Yours up. Glimpse back. Mr. Morel now. Coiled up.
good
The
touch
toss
back.
away to safety. That's clean.
Very
And the
nice.
avalanche to cover. Dude, Pedanic's been doing so much on this Tiny. A lot more than I expected, at least.
I mean, he's actually, I think apart from the lane, like he's doing a lot of work when it comes to the map movement. You know, he's not really playing to farm his dagger. I think sometimes you see tiny players, they get over greedy and like, oh my god, I need to get my dagger as soon as possible, right? But also the manner that you get your dagger, you can't be too selfish. You know, if there's an important fight like what just happened, you kind of have to show up. You know, and if you're not like 200, 300 gold away from the dagger, I would always say that you don't get the right to just demand a lane and farm. You know, you can only demand the lane if you're really close. If you're like right now, he's like 1.3k, 1.4k. You don't really get to say, okay, guys, I'm gonna disappear for 3 minutes to farm my dagger.
Yeah, go make a play, brother. You're pause 5. Like, what the hell are you doing? Buy a ward. Get a sentry or some shit.
Yeah,
You
the
know what
wards
I'm
are
saying?
free, okay? Go place the wards, you know.
Yeah, go place the wards. Go buy us a smoke. Go, you know, defend the carry. It might be something that's relevant right now. The jump out onto IC dead people. Melted in an instant, but still at a sick. You need a glimpse to pull it back. You have it. No teammates around. Dead Medusa. I think this is the first time the whole series that we're seeing a slight misstep there from Otika.
Why are you so nice? That was a big blunder. He was all alone. Did he even get the... Was he trying to get the last hit on the tower? Did he get the tower?
Did he get the tower? I don't...
Was there a tower? He was just farming away?
Yeah, he was just farming the wave. Okay, well, yeah. All right.
No, that was an expensive wave to farm.
I mean, he had a
Okay,
ward
now
in the lane, so
after-
he thought he was safe, but I think that was a smoke
The
move.
Void Spirit.
Yeah, Void Spirit's in trouble. They're starting to bleed out kills here on the side of all Pirates. Not the cleanest. Starting to break formation, and GBC trying to find more. They just need the vision for the glimpse. Hyuga has it in 7 seconds. It's quite a bit of time. Arena out. Nice bushwhack, and they're gonna get 3. All 3 cores going down for free. That's not what you want to see for 4 Pirates. And Na'Vi Jr. still rounding the pit. They can go into Roche now and get that objective. This sequence of events is perfect.
So convenient. You kill the Void Spirit, get the Roshan, and this is like a disaster for 4 Pirates in the last 1 minute. But they want to go back in. They are not running away.
Setting up onto Hyuga,
One down.
eliminating the back line, but they've already finished off the Roche. The Corrosive Haze and the Ursa are a bit too strong. In comes GBC, they're trying to TP out. You got a bash first hit, of course. Pedantic, he's gonna go down. Aerial as well, can't trade out the kills. And this entire sequence has been a gift from God for Rubicon. He is so far up right now.
Started with the death of Oteka on the bot lane, you know, that was like, I think the domino that started the spiral, right? One domino drops and the other dominoes fall apart, you know, the other pieces fall apart. So they need to be very, very careful for not doing that again, you know.
Yeah,
One
that was
time
kind of
is
a big
bad
deal.
enough, but if you do it again, game's over.
Yeah, I didn't really notice this as well, but Natty Nawal, he isn't really doing the best in terms of net worth. He's struggled to really put numbers in his pocket right now. All he has is the Ags, which isn't a bad timing or anything, but it's not like he did that poorly versus the Puck, right? But the
How
Puck
is
is beating
he-
him by 2k net worth right now.
How is he actually so poor? Like 1.5.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, who's
Just one
taking his
step.
farm?
God knows who. He's just poor.
Yeah,
No
it's a little bit
kills.
rough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rubicon on the high ground. Runs into Natty, blinks away after confirming the info.
They
Good
catch
discipline
this
there.
Void Spirit again, and he doesn't get to do a single thing in the team fight. This is going to be really bad, you know. Ursa with the Aegis running into the fight. He wants to be the first target to tank everything.
Oh, Crowlash. He's hidden on the left side of the tree, but the smoke breaks for... Oh, okay, this is a little bit of misinformation being granted. They still find the Puck. Can they get the silence off? He needs to get out. Glimmer Cape, that's not enough. Crowlash, I'm not really sure what happened on the back line, but they finished off the Jakiro, I guess, but now they got a way bigger kill. The Slada can get spear... Oh, Mr. Morat... What? Did he not... Okay. Well, I guess they just didn't have the spear available. I don't really know what that was about. Yule set up into kind of letting him just slither away. Very awkward chain of events here, but the Ursa still does
Not
have the
over.
Aegis, so he wants to take the fight. And they see the Medusa with that Corrosive Haze. It's a nice lane ward, though, placed by 4 Pirates. They can try and find an angle, get the setup. Now you need the spear. Mr. Morale lands it this time. Bushwhack not gonna matter. Glimmer Cape to hide him. Do they have the vision? With Pedantic there, they should be able to lock down the Slada and kill off the fish, but it comes at the cost. Looks like offlaner for offlaner, but a beautiful Lotus fed. Rubicon gonna pop that BKB buyback now on the Slada. Wants to rejoin the fight, jumping in onto the Medusa, who's positioned so aggressively, gonna get mowed down. Oh, he didn't respect the damage coming out from Rubicon. And now the coil holding them in place, Void Spirit. You might be able to silence them up and Astral step away, but Pedantic, he won't be quite as lucky. Great fight there for Na'Vi Jr. on the back of Rubicon's damage. And the glimpse, oh no. Nice little dissimulate to dodge it at the very end, and they look for more. Is he actually gonna jump into your GBC? Whew. I guess he knew that it was a 2v4, but still, that was risky business. They'll now settle for the Tormentor. And again, Winter, these past 3 to 4 minutes, they've been amazing for Na'Vi Jr.
It was a really, really good buyback from Crowlash there. I think winning them the team fight. I don't think they would have actually gotten away with the W there if he didn't commit to use his buyback there to kill the Medusa. So that was a good decision. Gives them the Tormentor, they get the shot on the Hoodwing. Great news, you know, for the Puck. You amplify all the damage that Puck has, you know, in her arsenal, all the magic damage. I mean, as long as Ursa is in the front line, he's tanking, and you get to kind of like chase in and out with the Slada and the Disruptor especially. You get some glimpse, you get some crush, you know. The fight is going to be in favor, you know. Whereas for 4 Pirates, whenever they go in with the Arena and the tiny stun toss combo, they want to win the fight immediately. You know, if the fight just goes a little bit wrong and it ends up in like a chase and it takes a long time, it's going to benefit the Na'Vi Junior side a lot more.
Oh, nice little setup there. Bit of a bait play coming out from Aerial. Knows the Disruptor was looking for him, forcing a static storm. Not sure whether Hyuga can get out of this one though. As that Glimmer, it's not going to be enough. Can't get a return. Bushwhack's there. In comes Crowlash. They get the kill onto Mr. Morale. Sharpshooter finishes the job. And now they're looking for more. GBC with AD rune. They don't have vision on anyone else and don't have a glimpse to pull anyone back. So it's just going to be a tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
We still ended up really well, trading the Disruptor for the Mars, Arena's down and you get the tower, which is really, really good for Navi Jr. They have the momentum in the game right now and they want to keep the snowball going. BKB done on Ursa with his Basher in the courier. This Ursa is very, very scary right now. They need Butterfly or Medusa as soon as possible.
Starting to run into a bit of a situation where even when they arena a hero, unless they are getting the Void Spirit spells and the Tiny combo, it feels like 4 Pirates don't actually have enough damage to cut through some of these tankier targets. I mean, especially Crowlash or the Ursa, they have barely been able to find the Hoodwink or the Disruptor this game as compared to the previous one. It's causing them major problems. 7k net worth right now gathered from ever since that Medusa died in the bot lane. It just has all come tumbling down a little bit for the Pirates.
Yeah, they need to find an initiation. I think the past couple of minutes they're getting jumped back and forth, and they get another glimpse onto Jakiro. And 4 Pirates, they're not really catching a break. They're losing heroes left and right to this glimpse.
And they keep showing on the lanes.
They need to find a jump. They need to somehow use, I guess, the Jakiro or just push out the wave. And they have to really land a smoke gang. They didn't really connect. I think any smoke gangs at all, so far, they have to try to be the ones that are initiating. If they are just waiting and they get jumped, I think the odds of them winning that fight is very, very slim.
I mean, less of a fight and more like a mauling, it seems like. Rubicon, he's on the prowl now. He wasn't the most active, but now that he has the Blink, has the Basher, he is looking like a menace. And there's not much that 4 Pirates can really do. You talk about asking the Jakiro to push out the waves. I mean, that's exactly how he's been caught so far. Crowlash gonna lead the charge, try and find someone here, but he doesn't really have a lot of HP. And this time, he's the one who gets caught out, even though he's the one who made the jump.
They're trying to find collateral. Get a Bushwhack.
Looking for a glimpse, looking for a coil, find the connection there. Ice Path, gonna try and hold them back. Where's Rubicon? Jumping in now with the BKB, good toss back, but it's gonna come at the cost of the life of the Tiny. Mr. Morale has an arena on the backside. This is what you want. You want to chain up the supports and kill them off. Ends up being a 3-for-1 trade overall, as it's a double kill for Medusa, getting her ever closer to that butterfly. No, hang on, she already has it. So this is the timing that you were talking about, Winter. Let's see what 4 Pirates can do.
Yeah, they have to try to force fights with this butterfly. Ideally, you try to... I don't know if you can go higher ground. I think probably not. You can maybe just try to get the outer towers that are remaining in the map. Try to, get more items. I think the next thing you want to be definitely considering is Skadi, right? Against Ursa, I think Skadi is a fantastic item against Ursa. You just kite him in a team fight. You just make him really, really slow. Just make sure he doesn't stick to anyone. So that could be next item for Medusa here. It's not an item you see pretty often on Medusa, but it could work this game. Butterfly and Butterfly plus Skadi, and Ursa already trying to work on a solution. Just trying to farm the MKB to deal with the Butterfly. Not too far away from that. So this Butterfly timing is going to disappear very, very quickly.
Yeah. Flying away very quickly here. 4k gold lead still, despite that fight in the top lane not going too well. I'm a bit worried because as much as Navi Jr. are in a commanding position here, I don't want to take anything away from them. This is a little bit the problem of the Slada, right? He's not really a hero that is forgiving. It feels like if you make 1 or 2 major mistakes in the game, then you slowly get reduced from being a frontliner to a sideliner, and later down the line, you're really just a Blink Crush. And then you hope that you get some auras like the AC, you hope your Corrosive Haze and your Puck and your Ursa can do the damage. So hopefully not the case for Mr. Crowlash here. We'll see what he's still able to do now that he's working on that BKB and finishing that up.
I think he has a pretty good 25 on Slada. Usually when you get to 25, you get the undispellable Corrosive Haze. I think late game, even if you're kind of in a position where you're not really ahead enough in net worth, that talent alone could turn the tides of the late game team fight.
Yeah, we'll see whether he's getting there. Still early doors, 27 minutes into this game. It's been pretty back and forth. Honestly, 4 Pirates, they had a pretty decent opening sort of first 10 minutes. And then the Disruptor draft started happening. You're trying to push out waves, you get caught over and over. These supports are dying. I haven't really seen much in the way of a solid team fight in a full sort of scale 5v5 for the side of 4 Pirates right now. Here comes
We
smoke.
might see one. We might see one soon.
Yeah.
They're coming in.
Oh, they see Natty Narwhal. In the mid lane, how do you set this up? Disruptor? Ooh, that was a bit too slow, Hugo. You're supposed to be quick on the fingers. Pull him back, though.
Still
The
got
glimpse
him.
still got him. Ran out of spells. They knew he used the Astral. I thought for sure he was out home free, but way too quick. Didn't even matter that the Disruptor didn't get the Static Storm or anything like that. He saves it for the subsequent fight. Into the Roche pit they go.
Oh, they have
Surely
to
for
fight
Pirates. Roche is gonna roar though. Oh, a net onto two.
Arena.
Oh, a spear onto two. Oh, this is terrible. Crowlash, he's gonna go down. Rubicon has to pop the BKB and run away. That is not what you wanted. Nobody's scouting out the other side of the pit. Maybe expecting 4 Pirates not to fight that. They end up losing their Slardar. I mean, it comes at the cost of Pedanic, sure, but I don't think you can really attempt this Roche anymore. The Ursa has to reset. And is Otika gonna try and rush this one down?
Ooh, this is going to be risky, but the Ursa is back at base. He's regenning. He's gonna show now. I think that's gonna give them information to go. They're gonna
He's in the
chase.
top lane. It's gonna be a while before he can join them. Natty Narwhal there with the Remnant. It doesn't catch onto the puck, who's in the tree line. Pops the BKB. GBC still hypnotized. Oh no. That is not good.
That is definitely no bueno.
I mean, he had the
Roche-
BKB, so I don't even think he was controlled. Like, what even stopped him from getting out there?
Not really sure.
Yeah, me neither.
All I know now, Medusa is getting the Roshan. He's going to have a timing against this Ursa now. So he had.
Oh, that is frustrating,
Ursa is coming in.
Crowlash.
Ursa is still coming in.
They're gonna try, but it's the Medusa on the front lines. Immediately just Hurricane Pikes away. Doesn't want to waste the Aegis. Ursa is in fact coming in, but it feels like this very nice opening that you carved for yourself here on Navi Jr. Had 3 rough games in a row so far, DreamLeague Division 2. You finally start to get your footing a little bit on the back of this lineup that you have, and then now it's slipping out of your fingers again. That must be so frustrating for them.
Yeah, Dota is definitely a very frustrating game, you know. It's a mental game. You gotta keep moving on, even when you have like a very bad moves in the game happening. And they have to. They're still in a pretty, I think, overall decent position in the game. It's not like, okay, you lose that fight and then you are like, gonna lose the game. You know, it's more like it's just a hiccup and then you have to. It's annoying. You were supposed to get that fight with the Roshan on your Ursa, but now you kind of have to drag it out, slog it out, try to go for a later stage play. You have to wait out the Aegis and you have to try to finish up items. I think slowly and eventually you're gonna be able to find your moves. But now Slardar is getting caught. He is stuck in no man's land, no way out it seems. Or is he gonna? Okay, never mind. No way.
Yeah, he's really quick, but they got the toss, they got the chase, and they got a hell of a lot of physical damage through that BKB. Some other key item timings coming out for the side of the Pirates. You got the Hex for the Mars showing. You got the BKB for this Void Spirit. He's farming up his next items as well. Maybe he's going to get a shot. You got Yules. You got the almost finished Aghanim Scepter for the Jakiro. I mean, it's only going to get harder, it feels like, for Navi Jr. And look at who they found. A stray bear in the jungle. This will be a huge kill, but the Mars dropping very low. Static Storm, beautiful. Turn around with the BKB, starting to swipe away. Pedanic's down, and your Medusa left without help. Where's the Void Spirit here? He needs to connect with the rest of the team, but looks like Navi Jr., they don't want to tempt fate. Just a bushwhack. Keep the Medusa at bay. They're still sticking around, maybe waiting for the Slardar to come back alive and make another attempt, but both teams kind of taking turns swinging and missing a little bit there. They took a lot of damage on the Mars, a lot more than expected on that initiation.
And now they at least got rid of the. Oh no, Musa, he didn't go through the gate. He's alone.
Oh no, you gotta come
left
back,
behind.
you gotta help him. Ariel there to back him up with an Ice Path, Natty Narwhal there as well. Now it's Rubicon trying to go through the gate. A series of misclicks must be. Rubicon in some trouble now, still has the Solar Crest backing him up. GBC holding back the backline. Medusa doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. He's dropping low, he's dead! Rubicon, godlike with a double kill, picking and choosing. And Natty Narwhal now, they know where he is. They place a ward and he's out of options. He's still holding on to that BKB until the very last moment, but no mana for a TP. He's gonna try now. Any way of stopping him? Absolutely. Rubicon with a triple. And a series of blunders there for 4 Pirates. They get punished big time.
What actually happened? So his teammates actually go through the gate. Medusa was also challenging the gate. And then last moment, she decides, nope, I'm staying, you know. And then everyone tries to, okay, what? And then they have to follow her. But then the gank came, you know, at the same time. And they kind of like panic casted, their spells reacted. And the fight just turned so bad for Pirates right there. Just wondering
I mean,
why
that's
the
also-
Medusa decided to stay around there.
It must have just been a misclick, right? Because she saw the puck and then she kind of just stopped channeling. I think she was worried that maybe a coil will stop her anyway, so she just decided to stand and fight. But you got to keep in mind that entire engagement, the Mars had been still dead and coming to join back the team. The Tiny was nowhere to be seen. So really, you're taking a 3v5 and you're just giving the side of Na'Vi Jr. a very free road to crushing you underfoot. Now you got a Swift Blink on the Ursa. He's doing absurd amounts of damage at a blistering speed and you just can't keep up.
It's the coordination, you know, just off, you know, right there. You know, one moment of lapse of concentration and you're going to be stuck in a very, very big hole right now. I mean, the Medusa is queuing up the BKB, but I don't even know how much the BKB is going to keep her alive, right? She needs to stay alive in the team fights before this Ursa kills her. I mean, it's going
Ursa
to
is
be
a major problem right now.
It is going to be a very, very big problem, you know. I don't know if the BKB is going to change. I mentioned the Skadi, you know. I feel like maybe something like the Skadi could maybe potentially turn the tides of the matchup. Like with the BKB, I don't even know like you could stand and just hit the Ursa in the team fights, right?
The Ursa definitely still threatens you, although both items don't really help the Medusa's power of eliminating the Ursa quickly, right? That's the big struggle right now. The Ursa very much able to jump in and maybe even 100 to 0 the Medusa if given the right setting, backed up by the Corrosive Haze, backed up by the puck holding the other teammates in place. They're all playing for the Roche though. It's not going to come up for a lot longer, but they've decided to just kind of stake out in this area of the map, near the top triangle around the Roche pit.
They're gonna need to count on some big, you know, initiations from the Mars. I think he needs to kind of catch, ideally, either the Disruptor or the Puck. Try to catch, or even the Hoodwing, you know, they have to catch the back lines and use the arena to kind of separate the team fights, right? I think they have to isolate the Ursa, kill the rest of the heroes somehow, and then save the Ursa for last, because the Ursa just takes too much effort to take down. And
We'll
here
see
we
how
go.
it goes right now.
Ursa is coming over. He is
Let's
not
fall,
interested
Pirates.
in keeping the game long.
Holding the high ground. In jumps the Slada, instant hex. Can they eliminate him? They're gonna try. Not enough damage at the moment. They will shoot him down. No buyback. That's pretty significant. Natty Nowell in there as well. Stopping Hyuga from casting any spells. Now you don't have a Static Storm. Rubicon left alone. Can you stop this Ursa from running away? Nice bushwhack. Tries to land it onto the Tiny, but he has a Yules for himself. Might just be a sacrifice of the position 5 Tiny. They'll even use a coil. That's certainly awkward. Beautiful spear though. Hyuga is dead again. They get the trade out onto Pedanic, but Rubicon now chasing onto the Medusa. Nice force staff to the low ground. Beautiful save there from Ariel, and Rubicon, he's in trouble. Stunned up, force staffed back. The rest of Na'Vi Jr. trying to help their carry out. Natty Nowell there being chased by Crowlash, but oh, it's Gothic again and again. Mr. Morale there with the setup. It's all been this Mars this series. The events, I mean, they just all fall apart just because the Mars is there with a spear over and over, and now you don't have supports for like 40 seconds, and what now?
I mean, you definitely see the fact that when the Medusa gets when the side of Medusa gets the initiation and they ignore the Ursa and they kill off the heroes like the Slada, the Disruptor, the fights become very, very easy, right? Because they don't have the catch to set up fights for the Ursa to kill heroes. So they definitely have to be going back and wondering, why in the hell did we run up that ramp, you know? Why did we do that? It just gave the Mars a pretty easy, like he just arena and he trapped the Slada and that's it, you know? The
Yeah.
fight was over.
He just pre-hexed as well, right? There was no chance ever for this Slada to really get anything off, and then he buys back, he comes in, tries to save the day. It doesn't really end up changing matters. I guess at the very least he was able to save Rubicon there, but all they really get from it is Pedanic, which is again the pause 5 Tiny, who has done quite a lot of work this game, continuing to do so. This game has really felt like two, MMA fighters taking turns swinging big hits at each other, and sometimes you swing a little bit too ambitiously, you get an idea that maybe you're further ahead in the fight that you are, and you try for a risky move and it ends up biting you in the bum. That's what it's felt like so far. A 3k gold lead is basically nothing for either side. It's all coming down to the initiations. I feel like we say this quite a lot.
Can isolate the Ursa. I think for both sides, right, you kind of want to leave the carries for last because both carries are so difficult to kill. So you want to kill the setup hero. So on for pirate side, the important heroes to kill is the Tiny and the Mars. I think those are the two key heroes. Maybe to a certain extent the Jakiro. And whereas for the Navi side, you definitely want to kill the Slada and Disruptor. Hands down, you know. These two heroes, if you can kill them, the fights are going to be very, very difficult for them because they rely on them to set up the kills for the Ursa.
While we were talking about this Ursa's inventory, you got to keep in mind as well some of the items picked up by the rest of his peers. AC completed since just now for the Slada. And I think more importantly, Ariel, he's finally finished up that Aghanim, so the Macro Pyre is going to burn.
Okay.
Yeah, you also have a Daedalus and Skadi.
Okay, I was a little bit surprised that he went for AC. Thought he would.
What would you
have
like to see?
Axe, I guess, because he needs to like survive in the front line
Sure.
against like it's nice to have the status resist, you know. I mean either way, I guess the AC also somewhat makes him a lot tankier with the armor. So I guess maybe it's just not too bad, you know. Even in this game, it also gives your teammates extra armor. So all in all, like a good team item. Axe is like a selfish item in a way. You only buff yourself.
I mean, this is what you wanted to see, right? Sort of playing for each other and enabling each other more. Maybe with this AC, it's going to help Rubicon actually get his claws on some of these four Pirates heroes. It's proved a little bit difficult, especially when they are the ones who are not initiating so far. The part also getting a Lincoln's.
I feel like it's not like the auras that's enabling him to get to them, right? It's more about like how are you starting the fights, right? Who are you going on, you know? I mean, the AC is nice and all that, but it's not going to allow the Ursa to kill everybody, you know. It's just not going to happen because of that. But the initiations at the end of the day, if you get the right vision, you get the right heroes, you catch the right targets, those are the important things, you know, that will allow you to win the fights with the Ursa.
Speaking of initiation though, it's four Pirates on the prowl, but if you take a look at their vision on the map, it's not really anything. They don't have any wards on the opposing end of the map. A lot of the vision being planted down actually is
very
Navi Jr.
defensive. They're both very defensive with their vision, you know. I guess it's just the nature of the game. They're very scared. They don't see much, so they're just placing like defensive walls to make sure that when the enemy enters their territory, they'll be able to spot them. But the Roche is going to be the one that's going to kind of force the teams to fight on neutral territory in the middle of the map.
Yeah. 1 more minute until that bad boy spawns. Of course, no idea. The teams have no idea about this. All they can do is try and posture and check intermittently. They have the Acon shot on one side. They got Medusa Illusions and the Remnant on the other. No real risk there. There is a nice ward placed down for four Pirates right in the middle of the river area, though. So if anybody walks up, maybe to try and get a rune of some sort, it might be a big deal. Now, quick check of the items. Neutrals, nothing really to highlight. I think
do they have smokes? I think the smokes are going to be important. Do they have
there's a bunch of
smoke
smokes on four
Navi?
Pirates. I don't see Navi Jr. smokes right now.
Yeah, they don't have a smoke, I think. Like, I don't know if you can check it somehow, but right now it seems like they don't have
me
a
have a
smoke,
look.
which is going to be very important for the next move here, which is the Roshan. It's going to move towards the bottom side, and Navi is already getting ready on the bottom area. You know, they're moving their heroes over, anticipating the fight there.
Okay. Scan
Also
comes through.
breaks.
Slightly misleading them. Pedantic looking for a toss up. With an easy 4-staff away into a haste rune as well. Crowlash is zooming on out of there. Meanwhile, huge coil on the backline. They found the Jakiro instantly. He doesn't have a buyback, and now you're using up the Mars. These are the heroes you said you needed to control. You got a solo static storm on the Medusa? I'm not sure whether that's what you want. You will eliminate the Mars though. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade at the moment. You're trying to ignore the Medusa, get everybody else pedantic. Not sure what that was about. Tries to set up onto Crowlash, but you ain't got allies. You're just gonna get swiped down by the Slava. The tips come out, and even though Hyuga does end up dropping, it doesn't matter because the setup heroes are gone, the Medusa is powerless, and looks like it's an Aegis going over to Ursa.
I mean, that was a very, very strange way of starting the fight, right? They somehow killed the Disruptor first, but the arena was very... I don't know if they needed to arena there. Like, the Medusa wasn't gonna die, you know? He blinked here like he arena, the Ursa just BKB and killed him, you know? So I'm like, what was he actually trying to achieve, right? Because the Medusa was in no danger, and you didn't really need to force the fight. Like, she was on the high ground. You don't want her to move to the low ground to hit them. So why would you actually go down there? That was very, very strange. And it just gave Navi the perfect, I think the perfect advantage that when they moved down the low ground, so they see everything and they just went on and killed the Mars. It was like a free initiation for them, and the fight was just over. Your Mars is dead, your Tiny is dead. Then what can you do?
I will say that also props to GBC, right? The Puck. I think he had a really rough time in game number 1 as the Dragon Knight, and now on his Puck, he hasn't really had a highlight reel type performance, but being able to catch the Jakiro, I'm not sure how he actually got vision. Here's a bit of a setup here. Tossing up the Ursa. Is this what you want? Forcing the BKB out from Crowlash and Podanic's just dead again. Okay, well, that's certainly awkward. In comes Natty Narwhal for the setup as a return onto Gothic. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. You got the Hex out on the Slaughter as well. But in comes Rubicon. Again, Swift blinking in. They got the kiting tools. This is an Aghanim Scepter Macropire, so you can't really afford to stand into this one. You still have that second life, and Natty Narwhal just dies. Gets bashed down, but Rubicon now starting to take some damage. The damage of the Medusa is very significant. You're still trying to kite around GBC on the sideline, but just Aerial alone isn't going to cut it. I mean, this has looked very easy for Na'Vi Jr. They can dance in and out, they can jump in and out, and it's so difficult for 4 Pirates in contrast to lock any one of them down.
I mean, the initiation was just not really there. That was like a very, very messy fight. They traded the Aegis on Ursa and the Hoodwing for the Void Spirit and Tiny, and then I think you're happy, and you're starting to see the Skadi, right, coming into play. The Skadi against the Ursa, like he can't really fight into the Medusa if they don't really get the right spells off. I mean, they don't control the Medusa in the fights, and she's just laying in on the Ursa with the Skadi. I think the fights could very well turn into a favor for the 4 Pirate side. So they have a very, I think, clear way of playing the fights now. As long as the Medusa is right-clicking the Ursa, kiting him, and they need to keep the rest of the crew busy. I think ideally the Mars traps the Disruptor or the Starter, and I think that would set up them for success, right? I think the Medusa can actually just make sure that the Ursa is not going to kill anyone in the team fight.
Yeah, you just gotta stick Otika onto Rubicon, because right now it's been difficult for the side of Pirates to keep their formation. The ship's falling apart here. Natty's still down for another 4 seconds. He got a blink away. Very, very nicely timed there from Mars. And he also had to BKB. I thought he was just gonna use, but decides to play it safe. That's no BKB for 90 seconds though. 4 Pirates, not gonna be able to really contest this Ursa, even though his Aegis has expired.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to some like big team fight, like someone's gonna push high ground, some mistakes are gonna happen. It's gonna come down to that, like right now everything is gonna be very tense. This 9k clearly doesn't feel like it's gonna mean too much. I think it's gonna come down to, again, the execution, the team fights, who gets the runes, who can control the runes, control the Roshan, and eventually, slowly but surely, we're gonna see like a lot more team fights, coming out from here. I don't feel like we're gonna see too many pickoffs. Like teams are gonna be very, very safe. They're gonna be huddling together, and we're gonna have to wait for like the major team fights to happen over objectives or defending high ground.
AD rune for this Medusa, that's big. Just picked up the Disperser as well, going to allow her to maneuver the fights a lot easier. On the smoke move out now.
It's
Trying
all
to go
about
into
the kiting.
opposing triangle.
You need to kite the Ursa. If you can kite
Hold
the
on.
Ursa, you can
Scan
win the
comes
fight.
through. They know that there are heroes in this area. I see dead people. Can he make his name a reality
Arena?
here, Mr. Morale? Trying to find an opportunity, but there's just a little bit of cold feet. He's not entirely sure who's there. He can't see them. He decides to take the outpost instead. So Na'Vi Jr. being able to sort of escape with their lives there, and now the Medusa will show herself with an AD. Remains to be seen whether Na'Vi Jr. actually want to fight into this. They have to assume that 4 Pirates are just grouped around this Medusa, going for a big wraparound, it seems. No smoke. This is ballsy stuff. 4 Pirates, so do they read this move? Backing up. They see the Slaughter. I mean, if they're not careful, smoke's gonna break. In comes the Arena. They find the Puck. They need to be able to disable him. GBC in big trouble. Going to get eliminated. You have to buy back on the Puck. You need to save Rubicon. But maybe they're just throwing in the towel for this fight. Rubicon gonna try and swipe down an opponent, but Pedanic able to heal off the Lotus. Now you'll buy back on the Puck. But is it far too late? You've got Rubicon starting to slow him down. He can't run anyway. He ends up going down. Oh, that's not what you wanted. Trying for a wraparound play, but you don't have a smoke. They see you bright as day, it might be night, but as soon as their smoke breaks, they know it's time to go. And you're on the high ground, but the Mars finds a perfect initiation, eliminating GBC straight off the bat, and now it's just gonna be high ground.
That Tiny took so long to die. I'm pretty sure he got fed like, what, 2 or 3 Lotuses?
It had to be.
Didn't die?
Yeah, he had a whole bunch of greater healing lotuses in his backpack. I'm not sure whether Jakiro had one as well, but amassing those, the key to success there, ends up paying off big time.
Actually, could have been the mask, you know. I think it was the mask that fed him one of the other lotus, because he got fed a lotus when he was stunned, and he didn't die. Then he didn't die because of the lotus, and then he outlasted the stun, and then he used his own lotus. You know, that's how
Yeah.
it took so long to die.
I mean, also, honestly, really clean stuff from Mr. Morale, right? The fact that he was able to just solo out the puck, basically. A nice little follow-up from Matthew Nowell. The Static Storm, in comes GBC, trying to do the damage. I mean, this Medusa starting to lose a bit of mana, but it's not nearly enough to warrant any sort of danger. They try and go in and Pyrrhic Cloak and maybe bait her into killing herself. Not gonna happen. And now Otika, he's just on the throne. They don't even care about it. They know there's no buyback on this Ursa. They're gonna try and end the game. No creep wave for now, though. Might have to settle for Hyuga.
Slada sitting behind.
Slada is trying to cut them off, but I don't know whether they have the time. They still don't
got
have
the
the
wave.
Ursa for 11. They're gonna...
creeps.
Okay,
No
he's got the
creeps.
wave. There still is backdoor regen. Needs to kick in. There's not enough time. The Medusa has ended
Wow.
the game, and with that, 4 Pirates managed to best Na'Vi Jr. That is really, really tough. I want to say, out of all the games that we've seen so far from Na'Vi Jr., this one was probably the one where they got closest to maybe taking the win, but falling short at the very last hurdle. Winter, you were saying, even at those final moments, it could have been anyone's game. It all comes down to the initiation. But unfortunately for this time, Na'Vi Jr., they don't manage to force it to game number 3, and they'll take a 2-0 loss to 4 Pirates.
That was very, very unfortunate towards the end, you know. Like, I felt like I think they lacked the discipline. Like you said, you know, they showed on the Slada on the lane. He was trying to cut the wave, and they were like kind of scattered, you know. They were not really grouping up and holding a high ground position, you know. I think those are the things that will matter in a scenario where the initiation is going to mean everything, you know. That 9k lead they had didn't really feel like it was a substantial enough lead, you know. It just came down to the fact that Medusa had AD rune. They found the initiation. They saw the Slada in the lane, and I think that was just basically, you know, the Ursa just got kited, and somehow they were able to also full to 0 the puck, I think, with the hex and the spear, and they couldn't really save him. And I think after the puck died, the fight was just going to be very difficult. And Ursa couldn't really do everything on his own, you know. He got kited and he just couldn't really right click. If there's no coil, there's no Slada jumping in, there's no glimpse, he just couldn't stick on the target, you know. So I think at the end of the day, it was just evident that when things got really stressful and tense, you know, for Pirates, they were just kind of able to maneuver around the map more calmly as a team. They were able to understand what they needed to do when it came to the important times, use the smoke, get the pick off, and, you know, eventually find a way to win the game, you know, with this Skadi and the Medusa. I think at the end of the day, the Ursa just couldn't stick on a target in those late game team fights.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, when things get chaotic like that, honestly, even though we have all the vision in the world, it gets so difficult to keep track of who needs to do what. It felt like on the side of Na'Vi Jr., there were so many things that needed to go right for them, but Mr. Morale just didn't let it happen. And you can tell from this game exactly that for Pirates, they're definitely the more sort of seasoned team, right? They've been in this situation where they understand the win con. I mean, the decision there to go for the throne, making the hard read that the Ursa doesn't have buyback there, that's what ended up winning them that game. So really nice stuff. And honestly, kind of tough for Na'Vi Jr., right? Hopefully they're able to bounce back in their next series. But speaking of next series, we have another one coming up for you. It's going to be in a bit though, 1 hour and 15 minutes to be exact, where we'll come back here for more Passion UA versus One Win. Yesterday, they were able to take a pretty tight-knit series against some of their former teammates on Inner Circle. It's going to be another Eastern European showdown, but we'll see you there for that. In the meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of other Dota happening on the ESL_Dota 2 channels. So check out Ember, Storm, Earth. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you guys then.
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time.
all wrapped up in blue. Mhm. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Mm. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. You never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me, what can I do? Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody help me now. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. You got it. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby?
Never been so happy like I am with you. You make me feel so good that I can't believe it's true. Yeah. I had to pinch myself once every day. Since I heard you say, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. You know I feel so lucky just spending time with you, yeah. Your love shines through me with everything you do. I have to tell myself once every day. I really did hear you say, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. Baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Baby, I wanna give you all of my love, baby, yeah. I wanna give you all of my love, yes I do, yeah. My love, yeah.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, Lord, take me as I am. Oh, take me. She's driving me crazy, and I'm out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that, a girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that.
Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my
Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well, from a dark cloud that's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud that's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud that's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud that's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Set smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
I want
music, music.
good music playing and dancing to the groove. And I want
Whoa, sing it, sing it.
to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Whoa, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody smiling.
Happy people get around.
We will party
and deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, woo, woo. We can do this. My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want, I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile, you know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. I love the way you love me. I love the way I hate to see you so. You know I love to watch you live. I hate to see you so. haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up, Tanola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get
little kiss. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's morning, late in the evening, baby. Round around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
A very warm welcome back, everybody, to Dream League Division 2. We're only day 2 into this massive group stage of 16 teams, all fighting for a chance at 4 slots at Dream League Season 27. And we are revisiting a team that we already got the chance to watch yesterday in a nail-biter of a series. Passion UA are going to now be facing off against OneWin. Now, yesterday, Winter, when they faced off against some of their former teammates on Inner Circle, it was quite brutal. You know, the games went back and forth. Things were a bit hairy at times, but Passion UA were able to come out with the victory. OneWin, though, definitely a much more consistent and strong team to face up against.
Yeah, another season team here. In the last game we had the season campaigners of 4 pirates. Now we have OneWin against Passion of UA. I guess both of these teams are kind of like considered the season teams. They have a little bit of experience under their belt, but OneWin here probably the slight favorite here. Just based on their rosters, I think they have a much more solid lineup, and just going to see how interesting this game is going to get for us.
Yeah, being the big story of OneWin is I feel like they've stuck with the same players for what feels like the better part of the past maybe 1.5 years until middle of this year, right? Middle of this year, they made some big changes. They swapped out their longtime offlaner Cloud for Triple S, who kind of came out of the Eastern European leaderboards just looking amazing as an offlaner. And then, of course, they took in Squadix, who used to be from VP. So replacing some of the core components, I think somewhere down the line, they had a few position 5 switch outs as well. They took out their initial position 5, their long-time position 5 Respect, swapped over for Fishman. The Fishman experiment didn't really work out, and then now they're with Kasane, who I think most people will remember for his time on TSM as an offlaner. He kind of came in, TSM were talking big at the time. They were saying, hey, you're going to know him. You don't know him yet, but by the end of our run, you're going to know him. It didn't really pan out that way, and now he's made the switch over to 5. He's looked pretty natural at it though, so nothing too crazy. It's been a while at this point, but I agree with you. I think this team is probably the one that has more experience under their belt. They've looked a bit more solid, and much like 4 Pirates, they've most of the time been able to wade quite deep into these Eastern European qualifiers or the Tier 2 tournaments. But is there anything that you noticed, Winter, yesterday from Passion UA that you hope they try and fix today to get a bit of a cleaner series?
Well, they need to get warm up faster. Remember yesterday, the first 2 games, you're like, oh, they kind of like look like they were lost. They're not really sure what they are going to do. And then in the third game, they kind of executed it way cleaner. It just felt like the first 2 games were kind of like some warm-up games, and they were in the zone in the last game, so you got to get into the zone as soon as possible right from the get-go, against a much better opponent in OneWin.
Yeah, and I think also one thing that I've noticed, at least from Passion UA, is their drafts sometimes get a little bit wonky, right? They ended up with a tied offlane, and I know we've seen that hero come out a little bit more now, but it just seems to have caught Inner Circle completely off guard. And then in their final game, they brought out a Queen of Pain offlane for Bajuk as well. Actually, since we're mentioning Bajuk, I think that's going to be the matchup I'll be looking at the most. What about you, Winter? Because for me, Triple S, super high skill, it seems like Bajuk is a really strong member of Passion UA as well. Are there any particular players that you've noted on OneWin in the past, or are you familiar with this team?
I think the off lane is probably going to be the key, right? I think Batuk, we already mentioned that he's the off lane, but he kind of feels like the carry of the team in a way.
A little bit, yeah.
I think for Triple S on OneWin, he's like the latest addition, young player, from the leaderboards. I think he definitely showed a lot of potential. Like, you are coming into a team where you have, I guess 4 of them are kind of like seasoned players, Maybe some of them are not that old, but they've been in the scene for quite some time already. So I think this is like always a very, very nice formula. 4 old players or 4 veteran players plus a newcomer. But usually the newcomer is either in the carry or in the mid role. Like in the offlane, it's, I think, not as common, to have a newcomer.
Yeah. I guess at this point, like how new do you have to be in a team to still be considered a newcomer, right? Because they haven't really made a lot of changes. If anything, Squadix is probably the newest addition with Kasane. Triple S, I think it's just because he hasn't really made a very big mark in terms of the competitive scene just yet, but he has a lot of potential there, that's for sure. OneWin, I think this is a project that was helmed by the same overall general manager. If I'm not wrong, his name is Achilles, and he's been with this organization for a long time now. So maybe this is the direction they want to go into. I'm not particularly sure, what the long-term prospects of this squad is, because they always seem to sort of fall short to the Eastern European gatekeepers, right? You got your Auroras, you got some of your other strong teams coming up like Navi as well, always just kind of blocking the way. And I mean, hell, in this tournament alone, now we got Mouse, we got OG, we got Yandex. Like, it's only going to get harder. It feels like the competition's heating up.
Yeah, Eastern Europe is definitely. I kind of feel like maybe there's even stronger region compared to Western Europe now. A lot of the Western European players are kind of from Eastern Europe, you know. So I think Eastern Europe just feels like it's gonna be a bloodbath. You can be pretty good but still not qualify because of the amount of competition you have in the even from the close qualifier itself. Every single team feels like they can just beat anybody on a good day. You know, you gotta be on your A game from the get go.
Yeah, we'll see whether Passion UA have warmed up here sufficiently as we head into the draft of the first game between One Win and Passion UA. Now, Passion UA have already played a series yesterday, like we mentioned, but this will be the first foray for One Win into DreamLeague Division 2. Of course, it's not like they're without practice either. They've been playing a lot of these other qualifiers, taking part in a lot of these other tournaments that are happening concurrently, and they are going to ban out the DK, ban out the Pango. They see the they see the puck ban on the other side, and they decide to instantly snatch up the Squadix Queen of Pain.
Yeah, this is a very, I think a very good hero still, despite the nerfs. I'm a big fan of like opening your draft with the mid laner now. I think there are a couple of mid laners that are just very strong right now, especially when you have puck out of the pool. Queen of Pain becomes a lot higher in value, and there's very little. I don't think there's even like a lane counter like the Corp. In general, I think Corp just plays okay into a lot of the heroes, most of the heroes, and you're gonna be scaling really well no matter what. This hero is, I think, one of the best scaling heroes in the game, just by default because of your skill set. You have pure damage, you have amazing talents, you do a bunch of damage in the team fights, and you're very difficult to kill. You're so tanky with your facet. So I think this hero it's just gonna be around for some time. If the overall facets and how the innate works doesn't change, this hero is going to be around. You can tweak the numbers, but she's still gonna be very strong in like late game scenarios.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for me is also the Sonic Boom, right? It doesn't... It's painful enough that she's blinking around doing shit tons of damage. Now she's silencing in an AoE on like a 6-second cooldown as well. That just feels kind of disgusting. But here is Passion UA back on one of, I want to say, Quaker's favorite picks, the Silencer. He just loves opening up the draft with this on the position 5. I guess that's supposed to be a soft, easy counter to kill the Queen of Pain, at least in the early stage of the game. Maybe force her to get something like a Yules. She doesn't really want to get that item these days.
No. She definitely does not want to buy Yules on Corp. I mean, I don't know how hard of a counter it is. I mean, it's definitely annoying, but I don't think it's as bad as like a Dawnbreaker into Silencer, or like a Puck. I think Puck into Silencer can be very annoying. I think Corp, because you're very difficult to kill, right? You're very tanky, so
sure.
It might not be like the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, just because you get Global Silence doesn't mean you can get burst down, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to buy Yules because of that. Mostly, you probably don't want to. But I think the worst case scenario is if you think you're gonna die, you just get a BKB. Like, also not the best thing to buy on Queen of Pain, but I think there's still gonna be some deviations that you can do on Corp, which doesn't really hurt her overall progression as much.
Sure. Yeah, we saw this move come out from Passion UA yesterday, but Chuk was playing the off-lane Queen of Pain. So there is a potential, I'm not sure how comfortable One Win are with doing that, of flexing the Quap. We've seen Quap even played on position 4. Just a pretty flexible hero that brings a lot of damage regardless of where she ends up. But I think in an ideal world, if you draft a Quap, you of course want to run it mid. We'll see how many obstacles Passion UA can put in its way though. So this then begs the question, right, Winter? You say that you'd like to open up the draft, or you'd like to see that teams open up their draft with the mid lane pick first. How do you punish it? What's gonna really make this Quap regret being picked first?
I mean, it's difficult, right? That's why it's good to open. You get a ban right after you open with it. If you're the second pick team, you get to remove one of the counters. Like, I think Huskar is a pretty solid ban to remove. Like, it's one of the few heroes which can kind of give Corp some trouble. I mean, Viper kind of... I don't know if you can win the lane as Viper, Like, that's why we don't really see the hero a lot. I mean, Corp doesn't really have a lot of very bad matchups, That's why it's very good to... I don't think it's an easy way to counter this. That is why it is good to open the draft with the mid laners. I think a lot of the mid heroes are very, very strong, very, very hard to deal with, you know. And if you don't have the right setup, it doesn't matter, you know. Even if the hero is first pick, you just can't deal with it. And teams are very good at using the bans to kind of protect the opening pick. And
Yeah,
they go with
I
the
mean-
storm right away. This is like a silencer storm. Like it's good. It's a good combo, but I wouldn't say it's like a good lane
5
matchup into the
seconds
quad.
remaining.
Disruptor.
I always like Disruptor with Queen of Pain. Because Queen of Pain has no catch. And everyone's running away from you.
Classic. I mean, that's why we see the Disruptor with so many of the Queen of Pain genre of heroes, right? Like the Leshrac, the Undying, Queen of Pain. If you have these heroes that people want to run away from, the Disruptor suddenly adds a whole other headache you need to think about. The Static Storm's also going to be quite difficult for the Storm Spirit. Another hero that, if possible, much like the Puck, would love to avoid a defensive item. He might have to. This trio is already looking deadly from one win. The task to close in the gap on the Silencer, the lane matchup's great as well.
It just feels like it doesn't matter what Passion of UA pick here. They're going to lose the 3v3.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to lose the fight in the runes, you know, most likely.
Yeah.
And to match up with Disruptor, Tusk, you kind of need like Enchantress. Like the Zoo hero to bring a creep over, you know, something to fight them in the... Like Ringmaster is like a... I don't know, the two supports are very defensive, you know. I think similar yesterday they had a game where they had, I think Silencer and Snap, was it? And they kind of got ran over in the early game. I don't know if you remember that game.
Yeah, it was the first game.
The supports kind of didn't really,
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think, have a lot of synergy in between each other. And they were so defensive that the opponents just took full
5
advantage of it.
seconds
They
remaining.
ran them over. And I think I could see the same happen here, right? Because the Storm, if he gets ran over, Disruptor, like you said, it's a pretty good hero to catch the Storm with the silence. So things could get very, very dicey, you know, for the Passion of UA side if they don't really start off the game well, which I could see it happening. You know, this Disruptor task could just run them over with the Queen of Pain. And this is going to be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. I mean, Passion UA, they're going to try and reinforce the side lanes, at least with the pick of the Ursa. A pretty stable 17 to round out the first 4 selections, but into a Beastmaster, suddenly that's not quite as viable. No matter how many swipes of your claws you throw out, these balls, these axes, the task with the tag team, it's going to make your life hell. This is looking really deadly for one win, and Triple S, this Beastmaster, it's a classic for him. He loves this hero alongside the Lycan. They ban out the Lycan, so they pick the next best thing.
Yeah, this looks like it might be a quick one. I mean, Beast into the Silencer lane. Silencer is going to... He's going to die very easily. Like with
He's
the
gonna
Tusk-
eat shit, I think, is what we would usually say in
you
Southeast
die,
Asia.
you just die. You can't even eat the shit, you know, because you're gonna die.
Oh, you
for
don't have
free.
time. You don't have time. Right, okay. You can't even shovel it into your mouth. You're just instantly sent to hell. Oh, Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
5 seconds.
Looking at this draft as a silencer, I'm so sad. And I don't even know if the Ringmaster here really bails them out. I guess the idea is that now you have a save for the Storm Spirit. For like, you know, if he's caught in the Static Storm or Warriors punched up or whatever, or Rod, it's not too bad. Ringmaster did also get a small buff to the Tamed Beast damage, like the base damage is just flat out higher. It's not very convincing, right? I don't know what position 3 Passion UA can bring out here in the last pick to just make me feel like, yes, they are going to be able to stand up into one win. Maybe something that can clear the early zoo or stand against the aggression. But I don't even know what that would be. Like an Underlord or maybe a Tide or...
Underlord Tide, Centaur. Against the Zoo, you kind of need someone to buy Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard is going to protect against the Helm and the Zoo creeps. So I think that will be an ideal direction for Passion of UA. But right now, one win, they're going to round up their draft. They're going to show their carry. So it's all about playing with the Beastmaster's tempo. I think heroes like Gyrocopter could be good. You might not have the best matchup into the Ursa, but you're playing along your timings with the Beastmaster and the Queen of Pain. So you just need to enable them. I think what they need here is a hero that can use Gate, go to the Beast lane, kill the Ursa, and kill the tower.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is... there's still a few options available. The Troll would have been excellent. I feel like every time I think about an early gating position 1, I think of the Gyro, although I think the Gyro matchup into the Ursa's kind of shit. So I don't know if they'll pick it here. Ban out the Bristleback. The Bristleback's an interesting ban. I guess it's just something they're worried about being able to deal with the Beastmaster and his summons and stand there and There's not much you can really do to turn him around, I guess. Terrorblade last pick, pretty safe stuff from Munkushi. One of his favorites as well. A great matchup into the Ursa. Just if you can't burst him 100-0, he's just going to be able to Manta off the Global Silence, get Asunder, and then your fight's just over, right?
Kind of a gate carry in a way. I think TB is actually considered a gate carry nowadays. You just
Sure.
go and you meta and take the other tower. Because I don't really like that, some TB players, or a lot of TB players, they get level 5, they just jungle, Then they
Yeah.
don't really come out of the jungle. I actually prefer that you actually use the meta to hit the enemy safe lane tower. You gank for your offlaner. So I feel like the hero functions best that way. A lot of players just, tend to go back to the default. Okay, I have level 5, 3 points illusion, 2 points meta, I just go jungle, farm ancient,
Yeah.
whatever. Which is great, and all, you're getting a lot of value from the jungle, but you are not really enabling your offlaner. And let's see if
Sure.
Passion of UA can find an answer for this Terrorblade. Like the Underlord you mentioned, the Underlord type kind of becomes a lot more enticing against TB right now.
Yeah. Just additional value for the auras. We did see just the previous series as well, Otaka from 4 Pirates, just how much impact you can have even as a level 5, level 7 TB, right? Running around with the meta, getting these early towers, eliminating supports, because realistically speaking, the TB is in a similar situation this game. If you run into the silencer, you can just 100-0 him. Like, there's nothing he can do because you're just way faster. They go for a Brewmaster instead. This is certainly a bit out of left field, but it gives them a bit more team fight, gives them that control, helps them have a bit more magic damage, I want to say. And I think the most important thing, obviously, is the Storm Bruling being able to wipe out a lot of Munkushi's illusions. The question is whether it's going to be enough.
It is not a Crimson Guard hero, but it is a Radiance hero. Radiance also kind of helps against the Zoo, but this is a lot more on the greedier side. He's going to take a longer time to farm and to get online. And you kind of have to play a balancing act between your 3 cores. You have Storm, kind of farm dependent. Ursa is going to need farm. Brewmaster is also going to need farm, so you have to kind of balance it around who's supposed to move. Okay, Storm is supposed to move one time, Brew's supposed to move one time, or you have Dagger and Battle Fury on Ursa. Ursa's supposed to come out one time. They're going to have to juggle their duties around helping the team. Whereas for one win, it's pretty straightforward. Right? One win, the co-op is going to move. Beast and TB going to be on the side lanes. TB is going to gate one time, take the tower, go back to farm the ancients. So the trio will be moving the Tusk, the Disruptor, and co-op. It's a lot more simple, And they have a much better early game setup. I think with their heroes, they look like they should be able to win at least 2 lanes. The mid is going to be favorable, and the off lane with the Beast Tusk against the Silencer Ursa, that is also going to be favorable for the one win side. So this is going to be a test of endurance in the early game for Passion of UA. Can they hold off and stave off this aggression? And once you get to the point where the Brew gets level 6, he can run around and defend the towers. I think that's when their lineup starts to shine.
Yeah. Let's see whether they can get there. Bachuk with a very confident last pick Brewmaster. Oh, sorry. Something got caught in my throat there. Must have been the Brewmaster wishing me dirty, because I was just about to say, as much as it is a pretty cool hero, I feel like the safer option by a long shot would have been this, you could have gone for the auras, you could have gone for the sort of secure option. But this is like Bachuk saying, look, I'm going to come in with a split, I'm going to turn things around, I'm going to help us take control of this early game. It doesn't look the best right now, but we're going to try and make it happen. Is there anything in particular about this brew that you feel like makes it a better option for them?
I think you already mentioned it. It's just mainly to dispel the illusions. They are just, I think, looking at the direction if they want to have overwhelming team fight. They have the Brew Split, they have the Wheel of Wonder, and they have Global, right? I mean, on paper, when you have these 3 ultimates up, you should be able to win the heavy team fights. But you need to make sure that you survive the early game against this. I think the Beastmaster is going to be a very key hero to try to keep in check. Once the Beastmaster gets his timing, it's going to be very difficult to stop him, in the early game. If he gets say a 14-minute overlord, your heroes don't really kill the creep, right? So what are you actually going to do about the Beastmaster at that point of game? And not to mention, the co-op also is going to have a good game because he has a good matchup against the Storm. So there are going to be 2 problem heroes. But if you can stave that aggression off of the 2 heroes, you're going to come into team fights with overwhelming ultimates. And
we'll see whether that ends up being the case. Crystallize,
Oops.
They didn't... I think they see him. They want to fight. Okay. Jumping forward onto Triple S. He got the dagger in his backside. Impalement Arts slowing him down just a little bit. Beautiful shots. Cuts off Crystallize. Although I don't know whether Crystallize would have been able to keep chasing anyway. A lot of taken damage for this Beastmaster. You talked about him being a very big problem in the early game, while setting him down to half HP to start is a pretty good opening gambit for them.
Yeah, I think they kind of predicted this move where they had 4 heroes like ready and on the safe side of the bounty rune, just to make sure that something like this will happen. I think it's also quite common nowadays. Teams are like doing late smoke, like they're splitting their heroes up, 3 on one side, 2 on the other side to make sure they get 2 runes. So I think it is good for them to really be ready for that. And in this instance, they almost got a first word because they had more heroes there.
Yeah.
I mean, we always like to say, we are glad nothing out of the ordinary happens before the game starts. We really hate to say that, oh, they lost the lane because of this that happened before the game.
Yeah, it just feels so silly, right? Because you look back at the entire trajectory, you're just kind of playing from behind from the get-go. No shenanigans here, but I think one win will probably be okay with that, given that, according to you, Winter, they are set up for success in these lanes. The Queen of Pain, Squadix versus Moonlight, should have a pretty chill time. I mean, the Beastmaster is Beastmaster versus Silencer with a Tusk, should be pretty free, and I mean, nothing can really stop Munkushi from farming here.
Yeah, at some point they're gonna they have to bring heroes to kill the Beastmaster, I think. It's probably gonna be Munkushi gating with Metamorphosis and just trying to kill him and kill the tower. I think that is going to be a key thing to look at in the game. They're gonna get a glimpse back on Silencer.
Yeah, he's just dead. Kraker.
Going to be easy pickings here.
Oh, if you can trade Munkushi, that's gonna be huge though. One last auto attack, okay. I mean, that was a pretty big kill onto Kraker as a first blood, but
he did get the first. Oh no, the TB.
It's Kasane. Yeah. Okay.
Brew is
I
definitely
think.
happy.
Yeah, I honestly did not think that Brew would have enough damage to finish off the TB there, but I guess just my unfamiliarity with the hero. Also,
In the
kind
Brew
of
Drunken Brawler, the stance, you actually do a lot of damage, and I kind of like this facet as well, like the Drunken Master, so you can be deceptively strong in the lane.
It feels like the facet of choice these days for the Brewmaster for whenever it does come out. Also wanted to point out, Kraker was in that bot lane, so they understand just how rough of a matchup it's going to be for the Silencer. They opt to switch it around. They put the Ringmaster with the Ursa instead, and because of that, Cubify, I think, a lot easier for him to keep a safe distance from the summons, from the Tusk.
Lotus Fight. Okay, the glimpse is not exactly going to help Kraker. It's going to pick up the Lotus in the end. So the passion of UA side, they got 2 Lotuses on both of their side lanes. So that is a very, very good sign. I did not expect this to be the outcome, seeing the lane setup.
Yeah, they are honestly not getting rolled as hard as I thought they would. Of course, oh, Munkushi. Whoa! Okay.
Right, this Brew is strong.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, double Bracer, 2 level Cinder Brew, slapping the shit out of this Terrorblade. Maybe Bachuk understands something that we don't, because he's been able to make 2 kills happen now on Munkushi. We didn't expect that at all.
That +1 armor, he did get that +1 armor.
Yeah, that's right.
Literally
He's like, you got high armor? I got high armor, baby.
Yeah, literally taking no damage.
You
You have to go with the memes, right?
Yeah, you gotta paste the picture of the Brewmaster back over all the like 200 other times they've done that meme already. And I think one of the cool things about TB, obviously, in this game is he's a natural Manta buyer, so he can shrug off the Global Silence and the Arcane Curse, but not in the early game, right? There's no way for him to run away from this Arcane Curse, so he's slowed, he's being crit, it's painful, there's a lot of magic damage coming in from the Cinder Brew as well. A lot more deadly of a combo than I think we gave it credit for.
Yeah, the Silencer can easily proc the Cinder Brew. It's not very common to have Silencer here on the position 4, but it definitely works in its lane setup.
Yeah. I'm already noticing Bachuk. I mean, he clearly is a Brewmaster Master here, because the way he's switching through all these stances as he's taking damage, and from when he wants to get a last hit, when spells are being cast on him, alternating between the Earth Brawler form, giving him some magic resistance and armor, and the Fire Brawler, Storm Brawler when he needs to move a bit quicker. Very, very cool.
I mean, it's definitely a very fun hero to watch. You know, the hero can just do so many small little things. It's like really cool to keep track. I used to like to keep track to players when they are trade swapping, you know, for the efficiency, and now I like to just watch Brewmaster players swap their stances around during the fight.
Yeah. Well, right now, Moonlight's hoping that he maybe has a little bit more juice or help here in the mid lane, being ganked by Kasane. He is done. Maybe they can try for a deny here. They're mistiming the auto attacks with those fairy fires and last hit bonuses, but Squadix does get traded out. So the supports rallying in the mid lane here. Somehow Passion UA are able to make that an even trade, but the Storm does go down first.
I mean, do you think that it's even when you have -1?
That's
Can you
true.
call that an even trade?
Yeah, Quap, yeah, you do love your -1s. Nice regen rune. Kasane now has to glimpse back the silencer, but the spell's already coming out. Fairy Fire, you got anything else for Cubify? Up on the high ground, vision not needed. The lingering vision from the impalement arts. That's one of the powers of this Ringmaster. Make it double.
Yep, another -1. You know I love to remind you.
Yeah. What's he at right now? How many kills has he been part of? 3, because he killed the Terrorblade. I guess he wasn't in range for the
Remember-
other one.
Remember the other game we saw? It was the silencer had 30 intelligence because he got an early shot from Tormentor at what 20.
Yeah, and then it didn't even end up mattering. Like, he lost anyway. You were like,
come on.
just wait until it pays off. Okay, yeah.
It did pay off in a way where the Tusk didn't have mana to cast all his spells.
Sure, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a different game they were thinking about, I think.
Maybe
I was trying to. Yeah, exactly. It might be another situation where you run out of mana, but Cubify coming in with the boys to steal away a stack. It was an attempted move for the Wisdom Shrine, but they find some last hits on a big camp instead. Very, very nice.
Every small little bit counts in the early game. Trying to out-efficiency your opponents bit by bit, and Tusk is going to block this move. He's going
Whoa.
to say, nope, you have to pass by me if you want to touch my Beastmaster.
Oh, they don't want him at all. They just throw a knife into him and just say, all right, we're done here. Also worth noting that even though the Shrines did go 1-for-1, on OneWin side, they picked it up on the supports, but on the opposing end for Passion UA, they ended up getting it on Bachuk. So he has a very early level 6 here, but it might come at the cost of a slower Ringmaster Ultimate or Global Silence.
For Brewmaster, I think it's okay to take it. I think Brewmaster.
for sure.
Dawn
Just let you know,
offlane,
if you don't have that
can
Wheel
get-
of Wonder or, Global Silence.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a trade-off. You know, you gotta see how much you can get out of this early level 6. I mean, the thing with Brew 6 is you basically kick the carry out of the lane. They can't lane.
Trying to go in on Squadix here. Not enough mana to make that a meaningful move. Now Cubify being wrapped around upon. Poor Ringmaster left for dead and killed. They saw that one coming from a mile away. As soon as the Arcane Curse came out, Squadix already blinked back out to safety thanks to his high ground ward.
Yeah, good thing for the Beastmaster to kind of casually rotate over to help out the mid lane, and something big was about to happen. He didn't even lose out a lot on the lane because the wave was pushed out before that. So good play there by Triple S coming over to assist his team, and now he might be on the receiving end on a rotation. Storm is moving over. They have 4 heroes here.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Sweden Strong has just done such a great job at standing there and being the body, right? Like, when you make a move with 4 heroes like that, yes, you get the -1. I know you love that, Winter, stealing the int, but you're not really getting a kill on anyone important, right? You want to take down this Beastmaster to stop him from snowballing. You said he was going to be a very important hero, and he already has his Helm Dom, not really interrupted while in the jungle. It's kind of scary stuff.
Is under attack.
Yeah, kind of really scary, you know, if the Beastmaster gets off to a very quick start. He's not like on top of the net worth or anything, but he's still on pace of getting like a 14-15 minute, overlord, and you kind of don't really have very good answers at killing the ancient creep this early on, with their heroes. So we'll have to see when it does eventually come off. I think Brewmaster you can somewhat deal it if you have ultimate, but if you don't have ultimate, you're probably gonna have to give up your towers. So right now, 10-minute rune, it's about to spawn. Everybody wants to get their hands on it. The Corp wants it, the Storm wants it, the Ursa wants it, the Beast wants it.
Kraker's gonna tank a few spells. Moonlight getting the AD rune. That's time to fight, but Kraker's dropping very low. They'll pump him up now with a little bit of a strongman tonic, and it's Sweden Strong who goes down. Very unfortunate.
Minus
-1. I know you're gonna say that. His int is still looking okay for now.
It actually matters a lot on this type
No,
of, like,
I believe
melee
you.
strength
I believe
position
you.
for heroes that buy dagger, you know.
That's
You
true.
think I'm meaning, but I'm actually.
I don't think you mean. You're being for real. Global silence immediately. They know there's no save. They know there's no heroes nearby. And Moonlight using the tail end of that AD rune. Squadix, he got a little bit too comfortable. Oh, nice Sunder though. He's able to get his way through the tree line. Did he manage to stand swap? No. He was on the Fire Bruling form and couldn't swap the second Lotus in time. So he manages to, or rather, Munkushi manages to take down his counterpart in the lane there. Very nicely done.
You think he would have survived if he was on like the Earth Brawler?
Yeah, but wait, wouldn't he?
Definitely would have lived, right?
Yeah, it's 8 armor and 20% magic resist. That feels significant enough for him to survive.
He would have actually had time to run out of the field and just get his split off actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. QBF fight, he's running into the Tusk. Hey Tusk, come over here. We're gonna drain more intelligence.
Ooh, found himself some prey. Where's the silencer though? He's all the way in base. No brain drain yet. Cubify just being a little bit annoying, slapping him around. He's trying to tame the beast, and Walrus, I guess, can be classified as a beast. Snowball. Okay. Just gonna buy him some time. I wonder whether anyone in one win is actually coming over to help their captain here. Sweden Strong. Really just being slapped around like a...
He's like for the last 1 minute.
and nothing's gonna come of it. Okay. Nice little escape there. I mean, he didn't even need to do anything fancy. He just walked away.
I guess Strength goes to heal that all up, and 12-minute rune, we see another fight.
Oh, Sonic Wave onto Moonlight. That's a lot of damage, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The glimpse, he can't dodge it. He tried to ball lightning through. Not gonna happen. And now a haste rune for Squadix. This is the matchup that we were talking about, Winter. The Queen of Pain versus the Storm. Squadix is looking nice.
Top tower has fallen.
This is looking like the Corp is going to have like a very, very strong next couple of minutes with this sort of start. You know, Storm, on the other hand, is going to have to play catch up. This is a second death, and he's going to have to be... I think he has to really try to play around the global. They have to maybe find a move with a smoke, use the global, and then try to get some kills. I think the Beastmaster kill on the top lane is definitely a very important one. He's been like farming the jungle for quite some time in the last couple of minutes. They have to kick him out of the zone.
Yeah. Still haven't been able to bring much action up here, and I wanted to point out, we talked about the Queen of Pain not liking to get a Yules. That's the first item she's getting this game. Just wants to be completely ready to counterplay that global silence.
Yeah, and guess what? The Beastmaster's running away from this smoke play.
Oh, yikes.
You know,
Okay.
he somehow knew something was going up. When I think he saw the Raymaster farming mid, and he felt like something is not right, you know. Where are the rest of the heroes? And guess
Well,
what? Tusk
again,
another
no.
-1.
He's gonna try and buy some time with that snowball. With the rotations coming in, maybe one win can try and punish. They still have the global silence holding on to it for now. Kraker finally pops it, but it's too late. He didn't manage to save his Storm. That's not the rotation that you wanted. And you tried to kill the Beastmaster. Now the Beastmaster's killing you. Kraker nowhere to run now on the silencer. Will get clicked down by Squadix. More kills going over to the one-win side, and you can drain all the mana from the Tusk that you want, but you found more Crystallize. That is a much bigger kill. Do they have a way of stopping him from TPing out? Heads up play there. Didn't want to commit the Static Storm, didn't think they had enough damage.
Wow, that is very, very expensive, you know, that mistake. He definitely would have saved the Storm there if he global. Very, very unfortunate. They almost lost the Ursa. You know, that could have been an absolute disaster on top of a disaster if they lost the Ursa as well.
Yeah. Hit by a tornado and then a hurricane at the same time, but this still really rattles the sails of Passion UA side. You talked about how important it is for them to try and make something happen, but yes, he's having amazing farm down here on the Brewmaster, but he's died once at this point. Now he's getting aggressed upon by Triple S and Sweden Strong. You got the punch up, you got a glimpse, not even needed. Might just force the split. And if he uses it, I mean, he gets out of the Static
back
Storm.
up.
Very nicely done. But Moonlight, he's into the Static Storm. Luckily manages to dodge out to the lower part of it. The kinetic field was not on point, but Squadix might be able to chase the glimpse back. Moonlight not going to get much distance from the limited amount of mana that he has. And Bachu, you're in here with your Brewlings, but you ain't gonna do shit. Triple S now on a killing spree, and they dodged the Ursa disaster, but I don't think this is much better, Winter.
How often do you see a Beastmaster TPing in to fight like this, you know? Like just coming across the map to help his team. That was such a important move. If he didn't come over, I don't think they would have actually been able to finish off those core heroes, you know? Like the Disruptor, again, you're proving his value, getting glimpse after glimpse. I don't really know how he actually got vision of the Storm after he balled out, you know? They somehow saw him and brought him back towards his death, you know?
Yeah.
This
Now, keep in mind, at that point, it was still daytime.
Worrisome. Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
so. This is looking very worrisome for the passion of UA side. Sure, they have the Radiance now, but they have to make sure that they don't lose Roshan right now because it's nighttime. Roshan is at top. Radiant has a Beast. And with Aghanims done, Roshan is going to definitely be on the menu for them. You know, if they find a move, a kill, Roshan is going to die. And they have to try to not let that happen, you know, if you're on the passion of UA side. You have to stop the snowball.
Yeah. Gotta cut it off. And by the snowball, we're not talking about the Tusk specifically. You've done a good job killing him 3 times, but you need to start getting meaningful kills on these other heroes. Munkushi, he died twice in the early stage of the game, but he's had a lot of space to recover on the back of his team, just playing so active. Now, you're gonna smoke up 2 members, Moonlight and Cubify, looking for a target down here in the bot lane. The only one home is the Beastmaster, but again, Triple S, maybe his spidey senses are tingling. He already has an idea something's coming. They got a scan that connects though, up to the high ground, ward there. Immediate Vortex and the Whip, pulling him back into the Wheel of Wonder, and Bachuk's gonna close in, get the kill. Very nicely done, and a much needed Galvanized stack and gold for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, very, very huge kill there. Good pick off.
Quicker, being aggressed upon in the mid lane. They do have the global silence. They save him with the box, but he's not gonna... Actually, he pops the ultimate. They want to try and fight. Using up on the Ursa. Moonlight's coming in as well. Bachuk, oh no, Moonlight zips past the Static Storm. That's a bit off the mark, but no mana anymore on the Storm. Gets fed a Lotus and managing to survive. Has to sunder Kasane just to stay alive is Munkushi. Being chased down by the Primal Split Brewlings, but a huge Sonic Wave managing to wipe out most of them. They do end up losing Kasane in the end to the bear, but all these ultimates thrown out. I mean, the fact that you save your Terrorblade there and you TP in everyone, use the global silence and the split, you don't find any more important heroes. I don't think that's good enough for Passion UA.
I mean, they've also somehow managed to, I think, stabilize the game, you know. They are not really too far behind right now. And as long as they don't lose the Storm again, you know, I think the longer the game goes on, you get to farm on your cores, your Brew, your Ursa, Storm. I think the better it will get for you. I think scaling wise, they have probably slightly better scaling going into the late game, whereas One Wind have more power in the early game with the Helm on the Beastmaster and the Aghanims, right? So if you are equalizing everything, you're going to be happy.
Bit of a fight now, Sweden Strong. Trying to walk up to the high ground. Turn around, buy some time. Similar situation for Cubify, hiding away in the box there. You got a silence up on the Queen of Pain, but she's not afraid of a thing because she knows she still has the Yules. She'll dispel the silence, come back down to earth, and look at a free kill thanks to the Raw onto Bachuk. They know there's no split, and they know the Beastmaster's a freebie. Now, the Roche is gonna fall in tandem.
Yeah, they kind of had to ditch, right? I don't think they needed to stay in that area once you have no split on Brewmaster. Kind of overstayed, you know. I think a Brewmaster kind of turned around trying to consider whether he can actually help out the Ringmaster, and that definitely proved to be a fatal mistake. You know, turning around, there was nothing he could do for the Ring, but right now he is dead again, and Roshan is dead as well, so this is going to be a very concerning next couple of minutes, right? Can they actually live the next 5 minutes against this Aegis Beastmaster? They have to somehow try to play the map, push out the crit waves without dying, or at least dying on the non-important heroes and find pickoffs on the Storm, right? Which is not really that easy to do if your enemy team is just balling around the beast.
Nice little TP there from Kraker, managing to escape narrowly by the skin of his teeth.
I mean, he knows his job. He was just trying to, like, I think he was trying to clear out one extra wave before he left there. You know, he knows that the Beastmaster is hitting a very critical mass right now with the Aghanims. He's very strong. They're balling around him, and they have to try to push out creep waves as much as they can to buy time.
Kraker back on his Midas shit right now. He has that bad boy queued up. I think the
Midas
previous...
again?
Yeah.
This is
He,
like a very worrisome game to get a Midas on.
Yeah, I mean, the previous time he did this, Passion UA were able to hold on until he got a refresher, and it ended up, I guess, somewhat paying off, but it just feels like it doesn't do anything for you immediately. And immediately is when your biggest problems are emerging, right? The Beastmaster critical mass, like you mentioned.
Yeah, you much rather have like a solar, right, to keep someone alive. You know, I feel
We'll
like
see.
that could be a huge difference maker in the upcoming fights. Let's see if they.
Oh, if they
happens
could
to
get the
do-
catch onto Squadix first. I'm not sure whether they saw him. It
He
is
has a
daytime, but he has a
shield
shield rune. This is difficult. How do you initiate? Moonlight in first, onto Squadix. Wheel of Wonder, the control is there, but the silence on
Oh, they
top
have the
couldn't
damage.
use in time. That was good. But Shoot now coming in with the Brewmaster split. That... I don't think you can really break this high ground. This is awkward. The spot's still hiding. They're trying to find maybe Moonlight and Avenue in. Sweden Strong's actually going to jump in with the punch. They eliminate Cubify. I say that. Manages to get into the box. Munkushi's still punching away. You still got the Brewlings just running rampant. Really just the Earth one remaining as Bachuk gets back into his main hero form. 20 more seconds until the Queen of Pink can rejoin the fight. And it seems like with the split down and the Wheel of Wonder used, I don't know whether Passion UA wants to stick around. They'll just give up this position and TP out.
Games. They're looking for a target. This is really,
Just
really
need
good.
vision. Swedish Strong with the blink forward. He just needs the vision. He just needs to lock someone up. And Bachuk, global silence, used defensively to stop the glimpse from coming through. But Bachuk, you gotta be careful. It is still daytime and they might be able to spot you if you're not careful.
At least this means that the thermometer is going to go down without context because global is down, split is down. So one win definitely still coming away from this bit something in return, you know, after losing the Quap from the initial play. I did not expect the Quap to actually have no time to use there. That was crazy.
Yeah,
with the
that
shield.
was very, very close. I think props, honestly, to Passion UA. I mean, they chained everything up very nicely. The Wheel of Wonder, the Whip, and the Electric Vortex ended up being enough there. But it does feel like they need a few more of those instances to really fully stabilize. As much as you mentioned, they're not really losing as much gold. The Beastmaster still hitting a really big timing. Munkushi's been free to farm. Squadix, I mean, he's looking powerful as well. Try for the setup. Instant blink away. You got 2 1-win supports hiding in the trees. I think Cubify caught a glimpse of them. Throws the Impalement Arts their way. Oh, that's a huge chance to try and get them out. Sweden Strong. I think he's just blinked deeper into the tree line. TP out.
So the Aegis is down to 1 minute. So I guess for Passion of UA, I think this is what they wanted to, you know, they created a lot of distractions on the map to make sure that the Beast is not using the Aegis to hit like the towers, right, the tier 2 towers. So I think overall,
Yeah.
you should be happy for the outcome of this first Aegis. On the Beastmaster, you don't really lose anything substantial. You're trading farm, you're getting to the next stage of items. Your Ursa has BKB, Dagger, Battle Fury. Storm has BKB in, what, 20 gold or 100 gold?
Top tower is under attack.
And once you get that triple BKB timing, Brew, Storm, and Ursa, that should be your signal to go.
Bruce still got, I want to say, like 1 full component, the most expensive one to go, so needing a bit more time here. But yeah, like you mentioned, I don't think 1 win necessarily got as much out of this Aegis as they would like. Is this a problem, or is this just kind of a little bit unfortunate and they're still in the lead?
I mean, I don't consider it a problem. Obviously, you want to get something, but their opponents kind of, I think they also played really well to move them around, you know, with the, I think it all started with the pick off on the Corp. I think that kill kind of slowed everything down, and then they ran away from the Tormentor without losing anyone. It was a good global silence to cover their tracks, you know, when they were escaping from the Disruptor. I think those kind of events kind of wasted at least, you know, one and a half minutes of your Aegis time, you know. So right now, you just have to be contented with what you've already gotten, the Tormentor, and you have to try to figure out what you want to do next, you know. The Beast is still very, very, very strong with this Dagger, Aghalim's timing.
Yeah. Seems like we got a bit of a tri-core situation shaping up here. Ursa on the sideline. Static
that is
Storm,
huge.
they managed to get the kill onto Crystallize. Oh, what was he doing there? I mean, the map is already small. He doesn't really have a lot of options, but it didn't even manage to BKB too.
Dire's bottom tower
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you have this type of greedy cause, you know, like when everyone wants to farm, you're not doing something for a moment. When they're gonna try to kill the
Top
tree
lane.
here, that's a very, very early
Munkushi.
thunder.
Yeah, he does it to keep himself mostly safe, but the backup, it's on its way. Global Silence comes
still
through,
gonna die.
and he's gonna go down. The TPs couldn't come through. That Sunder felt a bit.
I mean, I think he just feels like if he doesn't use it early, he's gonna get silenced. He
Yeah,
didn't have Manta
that's fair.
at that point.
Okay.
I mean, if
Well,
anything, also it's rather strange, right? You think about the last minute and a half what happened. So they killed the Ursa in their own triangle, right? So nobody was there. So the TB should know that the enemy knows that you move all the way forward. So the other heroes that didn't help him should be on the other side of the map, right? So as the TB, you kind of have, I think you should have gotten the memo that it is not safe on the top side, right? The fact that he stayed there to farm both the jungle camps kind of also is like a really big mistake there, I think.
yeah, it's also, I guess what makes it even weirder is like, if you're another type of carry hero that has to use their body to farm, then sure, right? Maybe you just kind of misread the map, but TB is the one hero you can just spam send illusions forward and clear those jungle camps. You don't physically need to be there. You could.
It's not even just about that, you know. It's just the fact that nobody's helping the Ursa, right? So where else can they be? You know, they are definitely on your side already. So you have to
100%,
just be
yeah.
very, very, very careful, you know. And you have to back off. You know.
It definitely feels like Munkushi, who usually is the stable counterpart of this one-win lineup, faltering a little bit here, probably got derailed by how strong the Brewmaster was early on and hasn't really fully, I guess, gotten back on track. It's not been an ideal game for him, 2-3-2. He has elected also, funnily enough, to keep the Quelling Blade in his inventory over the 4-star for some additional health and intelligence.
The farm speed, man.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, this is the important time. The triple BKB for the Passion of UA. Can they actually try to hit back at this point? I mean, OneWing kind of still wants to keep the game going until they have BKB on Beast. The Beast BKB is going to be huge. Shivas is also going to be done on the Queen of Pain. Also another huge item. So if you are Passion of UA, you definitely want to hit right now.
Can't afford
Try
to wait
push out
any
the
longer.
waves. Yeah, try to push out the waves and plant a smoke as soon as possible.
I don't know whether they can make it there. Crystallize, he was very narrowly caught by Munkushi almost. Don't know whether they could have really slowed down the Ursa, stopped him from escaping anyway, but there was help along the sidelines with Sweden Strong looking for an initiation. This Tusk also has a Yule, so once you blink in, even if they global silence or try and throw out a Wheel of Wonder, you can preserve yourself or maybe even kite out the Ursa a little bit longer. Waiting for someone to show here. It's funny that you mentioned it's Passion UA that want to make a move, because look at how aggressively OneWin are posturing. They haven't even finished these items that you mentioned, but they still feel strong enough to take this very aggressive spot on the map. Machuko TP in.
Beast has BKB already. I think they feel like with the BKB on Beast, they are more than strong enough to take the fight. The Corp is going to get the Shivas right now. One more wave and she'll have it. I don't think the triple BKB timing has done much in so far. OneWin also has the timings right now.
They saw the Passion UA Brewmaster blatantly TP in front of the tier 2 tower, and they read that there was something amiss. Passion UA probably want to look for a fight. Let's just chill. Let's back up. Let's reset. 28 minutes rolling around here. Both teams looking in prime position to just secure their own Shrines of Wisdom and sort of reclaim their side of the map. Bit of a rendezvous here potentially in the mid lane as Cubify still scouting with some Impalement outside. You can tell that OneWin want to try and make something happen. They're just looking for a free target. Raw onto Cubify, instant elimination of the Ringmaster. But here comes Moonlight, trying to get a lick back of some sort. Static Storm, that's awkward, but he doesn't feel the need to pop anything just yet. But Chuke starting to run in, looking for an avenue to pop that Primal Split. Still has the BKB in the pocket and feels comfortable to keep the chase going. I don't see anything else though.
That was a very early BKB by the Beast, right? I think he just got spooked by something and he popped the BKB. I think you're happy to trade Ringmaster for the first charge of BKB. Yeah, it was the first charge.
Sure, yeah.
That was definitely not worth it for OneWin to kill the Ringmaster there.
Yeah, I mean, even if he rawed, right, and he didn't BKB, you know, there's no real way the Ringmaster is going to get out of that one. Like, the best thing they can do is take 1.5 seconds to like...
It was very strange that he decided
Yeah.
to BKB.
Maybe he thought the Ringmaster was just baiting. I don't know. But whatever it is, what's done
He
is...
BKB after the ring died. He
Yeah,
went
yeah,
in,
as
he
in,
walked the ring,
like-
and the ring died. He got pulled by the storm, and then when he was running away, he just BKB to run. That
Yeah.
was strange. But there's a smoke coming out of Passion of UA. They want to hit back right now, immediately. They still have global.
Oh,
Wow,
does
that's a long
Does he
zip.
catch him? Ooh!
That is a classic. Unlucky.
True. Also, that's going to reveal that there is some semblance of vision there, although it's literally just a watcher. Must have caught him.
8
I mean,
seconds. Oh, Roche is going to move. He's going to move in 25 seconds.
can you rush this? Passion UA, they certainly have the damage for it, but look at Munkushi bringing the illusions in. They scout it out. Bachuk reveals himself. Nice little catch onto the snowball. Static Storm to cover the retreat of the Tusk. He'll be able to get out of trouble. Very nicely done.
Good
They
poke.
did use the Static Storm for that.
Yep, they baited out one ulti, and now Roshan is gonna move. Who does it favor though when it moves? They're gonna smoke on the one win side. There's a shield rune.
Oh,
Storm
Moon
has a
Knight.
shield rune. Ooh, this is gonna be tense.
Do
Who
you
is going to
try
get
for
the
the kill
upper
onto
hand?
Bachuk first? You have the raw, you have the high ground, but so do Passion UA. How do they choose to
He's
take this
on-
fight?
He's on the Earth Brawler. He is very, very tanky.
I don't think you can afford to all in him. It's kind of a
But if
bait,
you don't-
right? Like,
if you don't kill him, how do you win the fights, right? He's gonna get the split off. He's gonna remove the TB illusions. He's gonna be very annoying.
he could even remove the main Beastmaster or the Queen of Pain if they don't BKB quick enough. Heading
Yeah, well,
straight into the pit is
hit,
crystallized. This is scary. We've seen so many tense situations the past day alone. Roshan is gonna raw. The TB illusions, they're gonna be so annoying to deal with, but one win, they are keeping this high ground. They don't want to break formation. I don't know whether Passion UA can attempt this Roche without getting a kill first. They're gonna try wrap around down to the bot side. There's a punch, there's a raw immediately onto the Ursa. He doesn't have a chance. He just goes down. The save couldn't come through in time. And now you BKB on Triple S. The escape there from Squadix, it's clean. If they only lose Sweet and Strong, it's more than fine. Ends up being a trade, and now the Static Storm, it's caught the Storm. But he has the BKB that he held on to the entire time. Primal Split comes through, but there's not much that the Brewlings can really accomplish here. Munkushi on with the chase, and that's what the glimpse is for. They pull in Kraker and they eliminate the Silencer. Beautiful jump from the high ground as the Ursa, he gets a bit too impatient, runs up to the wrong side of the pit, and just gets isolated and killed. Now, it's a Roche for free for Munkushi.
That was a very, very strange way of walking towards the pit. Why was he like on the side that was closer to the enemy team? He was so far from his teammates. That was very strange. Like that was a very, very big blunder there by the Ursa walking down the river with no vision. He doesn't know who's on top of the hill. That was crazy that he tried to walk from that angle and deservingly died.
I had no idea what he was doing there. Do you think he believed that his team would be ready to back him up and that he wouldn't die? But shoot
They
now.
were so far away. They were so far away.
Hold that
Like,
thought.
how?
Might be more casualties. BKB, he might have to pop in and try and TP, but he's not even going to get the chance. I think he just accepts that he's dead here. Passion
Nice
UA is
opinion.
starting to lose numbers, and they're going to find more Cubify. A little bit of Save Your Buddy syndrome. You get a nice use to buy, I guess, like, what, 1 second? But it doesn't even matter. More kills for Munkushi. This TB, he is online now.
Radiant's top tower.
It's a very, very huge mistake there on Passion of UA, costing them 3 heroes and the Roshan. This is going to be difficult to recover from. Like mentally, you, as the Passion of UA side, you know that you were really close, right? And that one mistake just blew the game wide open. And now you have to kind of find a way to reset, try to delay the game for the next 4 minutes until the Aegis runs out, and then try to find a place somewhere on the map. This is going to be a very challenging next couple of minutes for them to, reset their whole squad and try to figure out how to move forward in the next 5 minutes. Okay, that is a good
Unlucky.
morale booster.
Yeah. Let's maybe laugh at him a little bit, get the boys back together. It's not all too bad. Look at this silly-ass Disruptor, He's dying to Tormentor. What is this, 2024 bet boom? What are we doing here, folks? It still doesn't really make the situation much easier. Tormentor now picked up for SSS. He has 2 birds that are going to dive bomb the shit out of you. But, it's a nice shot, but it's just the gold, right? You're furthering the advantage. The raw a little bit. I don't know whether that was delayed or second guessed from Triple S. Looked like he thought better of it. Cubify able to box himself back to safety. One winner kind of split at the moment though. Half of them are in the top side, just trying to pressure along with Munkushi's Aegis. Oh, Sweden strong. Speaking of pressure, they find a free kill onto Kraker, lock him in the shots, but the Ursa gonna try and get a lick back. Very nicely done. The punish is there, and Munkushi's alone up here. You got a BKB, you got a Sunder. You can't find a Sunder onto anyone, but he 4-stars forward and gets it on the Storm. This is troublesome. There's still a second life. You're looking for a raw target, but the lift up. Cyclone there from Bachuk. Good control. Squadix, you need to try and bail your buddy out. The Wheel of Wonder to force them back. Squadix jumping forward. The easy Sonic Wave onto Cubify, forcing the box. Moonlight, he's reset now as Bachuk. It's coming to the end of the primal split, but Munkushi, he's still very low, and he has to hide away. Nice Glimmer Cape from Kasane, saving his carry, but it comes at the cost of the second support. Cubify goes down to Triple S. No more BKBs to work with though. This Beastmaster is in big trouble, and it's a huge blunder from one win as they end up losing 3. They were split up, they weren't in position to help their allies out, and they lose the task for a kill on the Silencer. That is not worth it.
Definitely not worth it. I also lost the Aegis on the TB. I mean, somehow, you know, the game is just swinging around, you know, both teams just not really playing clean Dota. They're overextending on Passion of UA on the previous Roche fight, and now one win with the Aegis overextending as well. You know, it's just not really, you know, disciplined with the advantage they have. You know, they still have like a pretty sizable lead, 9k, but one mistake could just throw everything away. You know, if you get a catch here onto the Brewmaster, does he have backup? Where is the backup?
It's on its way. Jump in with the silence. The problem is you can't exactly BKB TP out of this. But you got a lot of move speed with the Drunken Brawler. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. But Chuk, he is quick though, my goodness. Still with the jump forward, the box there in place to save him. Sweden strong there. Global silence out. Squadix in trouble. He's dropping low and hypnotized by a huge Wheel of Wonder pulling them all in. Cubify does end up going down, but he's already done his job. A silence out. Static Storm has to force staff through the Roche Pit walls, but with the chase, Moonlight, he has the damage, but he doesn't feel confident going up to the high ground. 3 more seconds until the Beastmaster is back. Yes, they lose Bachuk in the end, but still, they managed to get the Queen of Pain, and that is a very big kill.
Wow, the Ringmaster definitely saving the team fight right there, you know, with the big wheel. Just killing the Quap instantly and almost also killing the Terrorblade, you know, because he had BKB on cooldown there. Very, very close. Unfortunate that he actually didn't kill the TP, you know, he deserved to kill 2 cores with that big ultimate.
Oh, that was huge. I mean, that single-handedly alongside the Global Silence layered on top, Squadix was not prepared for it. It looked like it was going to be an easy pickoff on Bachuk in the bot lane, but it just, they get baited all the way in. The Drunken Brawler, Earth Brawler stance just way too strong right now. I still feel like, you know, this is something that you keep saying, Winter. I still feel like this Terrorblade hasn't really entered the game yet.
Well, he entered the game to kind of throw the game away.
A little bit, yeah. Squadix and Triple S were doing very fine and dandy. He might be the top of the net worth, but I don't think he's really carrying the game right now.
I mean, I don't know if he actually needs so many damage items though. I don't know if he actually wants to go for full DPS, you know, instead of like going for... I feel like if he tanks and he doesn't die, right? If they go on him and he doesn't die, he's going to kill them all anyway.
He wins the fight, right? Like he
gets the thunder off, you know. He's going this build where I think in some games it's okay if you need to kill certain hero that is very tanky, but this game it's more about him surviving in the team fights and he doesn't die during the global, you know. And I feel like no butterfly, no Skadi means there's always a chance that he gets bursted, you know, even with 3k health.
Yeah, Kraker going down there. Very unfortunate. Just getting caught out by the Beastmaster. Just farming out an awkward area on the map.
He's gonna have like the MKB and Datas, you know, on the TV. He has a lot of damage, but can he dish out the damage? You know? That is going to be the important question in the next couple of fights, you know, whether he's going to just die in one global or he can actually live through it and dish out the damage.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Shot complete for Bachuk as well as the Outworld staff, so he's gonna have plenty of options to be able to preserve himself in these fights. Crystallize as well, going for the Giant's Maul, even more damage, and he's got his own shot, looking at the Nullifier next. I guess the Nullifier does very nicely into the co-op with her Yules and I guess the Tusk as well. Other than that, not really any major things to dispel. You barely have a 4-star on this team.
It's just the Gleamer and the Yules.
Yeah. Kasane, I think there's this one fight top where he literally saved Munkushi's life just with a very clutch Glimmer. It's not too bad though. Items also coming out on the side of Passion UA. Moonlight, you know, he had a really, really rough game so far, I want to say, on this Storm, but starting to stabilize, starting to get to items that are going to give him pretty big teamfight impact. The Ags is the main one I'm looking at. If he can kind of pull in the Quap along with the TP, or even 2 calls, or even disrupt the
Into the
back
wheel?
line on Sweden Strong. Yeah, into the wheel. That could be a sick combo.
Yeah, I haven't get to see that too much, yeah. Budget black hole into the wheel.
Under attack.
Yeah, true. Budget black hole, except instead of paying with an Enigma pick, you pay with needing to have like the most insane coordination ever, and like a White Mon level Ringmaster, like wheel. It's not an easy ability to land. I think it seems straightforward because you probably think it's so huge. How can you miss? But lining it up so that it actually hypnotizes these heroes is a different matter altogether. Now, Squadix, he might be victim to a Passion UA smoke here. I want to try and get a kill, maybe force a tier 2 up to the high ground. Smoke's going to break, instant blink away. Not sure whether Squadix was aware or whether he just felt a little bit awkward. The Radiance
Saw it?
burn.
Did he see it? I'm not sure
I
if
don't
he
know.
saw it or he just decided to run away at that point.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just like, he wanted to farm the camp there, right? And then he sees nothing and then he just blinks across and he just, with some luck, you know, avoided that gang.
Sure, yeah.
Yep, refresher is done, by the way. On the silencer. He has it like a couple of minutes ago already.
Yeah.
Team fights are definitely going to be very, very annoying for this Tusk Disruptor. I mean, they both don't really... I mean, I guess the Tusk has a Dispel. He has Lotus and Use. Disruptor doesn't have any.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be relying on the Tusk to give him the Lotus.
Scanning.
Yeah. And that's if they're even in the same position in the fight. Crystallize now. Just a bit away from hitting his own level 25. That is pretty significant. Let's have a quick gander. Any 25s just yet? TB just found his, so 30 seconds Metamorphosis duration. That's kind of a big deal as long as he survives. You got the 250 Sonic Wave damage. That's huge. You got maybe Primal Raw cooldown for Triple S. I mean, these level 25s are quite crazy, right? The Storm especially, that's a lot of additional damage for Moonlight. But a smoke up now, 1 win. They don't want to wait around for those timings. They're looking for a target. Just saw Bachuk in the mid lane clearing out a creep wave, but no one's home right now. They're all on the other side of the map. Passion. Pings come through.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Moonlight might be on the front line. It's daytime. Oh, narrowly avoiding that smoke break. Are you serious? Must have been like 50 or 100 range away from each other.
So many close smokes we've seen today. Teams just narrowly avoiding each other.
Roche is up. Crystallizes in the pit. They don't know, but Chuk up to the high ground. They gotta know someone's there. Moonlight's just zipping in. Found Triple S. This Beastmaster is in big trouble. Managing to pop the BKB, turn around the Raw onto the Ursa. He's in trouble and he's dead. He can't do anything. And just like that, onto Moonlight. Munkuchi's the big winner of that fight with a triple. Oh, that looked like it was supposed to be a dead Beastmaster, but he's way too tanky. And Bachuk as well, he can't get out. The Brewlings get cleaned up, and it's an ultra kill for Munkuchi. What a fight. How many times are we going to see Passion UA run up to the high ground?
Crystallize just messed up so big that he didn't use his Abyssal on the Beast. He thought the Beast was gonna die. He saved his Abyssal. The
Now,
Beast
why
was
has
dead
he done
after.
that?
Good question.
Oh my goodness.
So he didn't use his Abyssal and then he didn't get his BKB off. Like, the Beast would have just died there with the Abyssal and the Ursa would have used his BKB for the next kill. I think that fight was supposed to be a very, very different fight, you know, if everything went according to plan.
Has fallen.
Instead, the Beast survives, turns around with a Raw, eliminates the Ursa. Moonlight's caught in a rock and a hard place, and the supports, they just can't get past. I mean, just like that, the game, it might just be, I don't know whether they can, I mean, Squadix is just killing supports.
This is done. I think if you are on the Passion of UA side and you realize what the Ursa did, I think it's gonna be so hard to play, to continue playing the game.
Yeah.
That is such a demoralizing fight to lose.
He just needed to do, I mean, even if he didn't get the kill on the Beastmaster, maybe the ultimate, if he was able to pop his BKB and then enrage after that, maybe he would have survived. But he did none of those things. None of the buttons that were necessary were clicked by Crystallize. Like you mentioned, it's gonna cost them big time. Roche, 2 racks. I mean, how do you even try and come back from this situation? You might try and take advantage of the fact that Metamorphosis was down, but the cooldown, it's already refreshed. I mean, what are you gonna do? You got your ultimate, sure, but can you really fight into this lineup with how powerful they are right now?
It's gonna be a tough one, but they have to try. They're gonna lose 2 lanes of Rex right now. I mean, TB is still going to... He's not gonna leave. He's gonna stay here.
Yeah, he just popped the meta. He's not planning on going anywhere. Still got that refresher shot in his back pocket if he needs it. But they are doing the safe play. They're making the rounds. 2 lanes of racks eliminated, looking at the third one to really put the nail in the coffin for Passion UA here.
It's for Mike. They have to go and
Here they
find
go.
a move.
Onto the Queen of Pain now. Now with the Abyssal, but the Raw, it stops it. Squadix blinking out, and your Storm, he's not going anywhere. Neither is the Ursa. Straight into the grave, and up into the sky goes the support only momentarily though. Bachuk is trying his best with the Brewlings, but this is a hopeless endeavor. Beautiful shots to block him in again, and he just doesn't have any help on the horizon. The Ursa's bought back into this. Will try and come in, throw some claws out, but immediately used up. He has nothing left to give, but refresh global silence. Maybe now with 1win's heroes dropping low, I say that, but Munkushi, nobody is dealing with the big bad Terrorblade, and he is gonna rip you asunder. Squadix dropping low, but no way to chase him down, and now even Sweden Strong on the front lines, punching away on the Brewmaster. That is going to be a dieback if he gets caught. Triple S there. Squadix though, on the bad line, I thought he was dropping low, but really, it's just a full team elimination. The only one to survive is Bachuk, who managed to weasel his way back to the base, but GG's a call. As much of a valiant attempt that was, you gotta imagine if even one of those situations played out a little bit differently around the Roche pit in that fight earlier, if the Abyssal came through, if there was just maybe 1 or 2 more items on this Brewmaster, on this Storm, where they could actually finish the kill on the Beastmaster, we would have had a very different game. But the reality has set in. 1 win, they'll take the first victory over their opponent's Passion UA in this best of 3.
It's a very unfortunate ending, you know. Like the game was like quite tense, you know. I think it was decided in those couple of Roshan fights, the 2 Roshan fights, where I think one of them, the Ursa, made a mistake when he walked down the river, and in that fight as well, when he didn't use his Abyssal, you know, just very. Those are not mistakes that you can, you know, make, you know, at this level, you know. Those are like very, very fundamental, basic moves that you have to be able to get it down to a T. You know, you have to move with your team during the Roshan contest thing. You can't really move too far away. You have to make sure that you are in range, that you're baiting them so that your ringmaster can save you. All those things are, I think you got to get it down on the tee if you want to win games like this, you know. And unfortunately for the Passion of UA, they need to work things out quickly in the next game. You know, they have to try to reset. You know, it's going to be so difficult to reset after the game if you actually know why you lost. You know, if they didn't know why they lost the team fights, it actually might have been better for them if they didn't know that the Abyssal didn't come out. They just think that, oh, the piece is too tanky, we couldn't kill him. You know, don't watch the replay and just play the next game. If they watch,
Do
the
not.
replay, oh, no.
Just let it go. Let it go, fellas. Move on. We got a game 2 for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time to change. We've got to at least try, but what will
up in blue. Mhm.
Hopefully, in the time we were on a break, Passion UA did not watch that replay, because if they did, they would have found out that their Ursa didn't press his Abyssal, didn't press his BKB, and even in that prior Roche fight, kind of lost them the engagement twice in a row. Winter, you very,
so evil?
very
Why so
angrily
evil?
pointed it out. I'm just going with what you said. According to Winter's analysis, Crystallize on the Ursa did not carry his own weight, unfortunately, not even carry the team. Passion UA, they've shown us before that just because they lose in game one doesn't mean they're out of it just yet. They keep coming with some firepower, they keep coming with some heart, and if anything that we learned from yesterday about them is true, they will come back in this game number 2 with some adaptations and perhaps a bit of a better game, because one win, they weren't playing perfect either, right? There were some overextensions. I think Munkushi in particular looked a bit shaky on the Terrorblade. So it's kind of just really a battle of which one of these carries can kind of get it together a little bit.
Yeah, so who has the heavier carry, right? To put it simply, that's what you're saying right now. Who has
Sure,
the
yeah.
carry that needs actual carrying from their team?
I will say that Squadix on that Queen of Pain first pick really looked devious,
No,
right?
no. Kasane, he was the man. Kasane
Yeah?
was the man.
You think so?
Disruptor. Hands down. He set up so
Okay.
many plays in the early game. He was the man.
he did. And that's what Disruptors do, and we'll see whether Disruptor gets a chance to do just that as we have a draft, so we'll pop it on your screen right now, see whether any of those heroes make it through. Now, as much as the Disruptor is a strong hero, we've also seen it struggle, right? When it doesn't have strong cores to play around, when you don't have a good enough, mid or off-lane hero that can actually make people want to run away from you. They just end up running at you, and then you end up dying, and then all your spells look a bit like shit. So I wonder what kind of approach Passion UA are going to take. Are they going to try and run at the Disruptor? Are they going to try and grab Disruptor themselves? And so far, Kraker, he's really like to just pick that silencer regardless. So maybe an adaptation coming up. We'll see.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Oh, they've been really banning Nyx every game against Passion of UA. This is not a hero I expect to be on the first phase ban list. Yeah.
Yeah, neither. But maybe it just kind of counters out the type of way they want to play the map. Like, Nyx is really good at kind of isolating these greedier farming cores, and one win between the Beastmaster, Queen of Pain, and Terrorblade. All three of those guys were pretty greedy too.
I actually didn't really like the Aghanim's on the beast. Like, he got
Yeah?
the helm and then he bought Ags. Because it kind of feels like it's
Radiant
very
team
greedy.
ban.
Like, the beast
Yeah,
was
yeah.
supposed to function in a way where you get the second level, the Overlord, and then you're like running around with your team and pressuring them, right? But because he actually went for Aghanim's, then everything felt slow.
Yeah,
Dire team
they kind of missed out on this very scary Helm Overlord window, right? I
It
think.
kind of allowed the Passion of the UA side to, there were instances after they lost the early game, then they could have, they fought back in a couple of fights with the Bruce split, and I feel like if
10
the
seconds remaining.
Beast had Helm level 2, he's going to like make it very hard for them to win those fights, and he's going to be taking towers very, very
Yeah.
quickly.
I mean, even if
That's
he's
what
not there
I-
at the fights, then the Black Dragon just kills a tier 2 tower for
Yeah.
free, right? Like,
That's kind of what I thought would happen, but then he went the axe and tried to play as secondary carry. Maybe he knew Munkushi was not going to carry the game.
he heard it in the comms, there was a bit of shakiness to Munkushi's voice. But jokes aside, though, this isn't very new, honestly, because Triple S, he is a very greedy offlane player. Whether he's playing Timbersaw, even when he plays Underlord, he kind of goes a bit more ATF-esque and prioritizes a lot of his own game instead. Here's a hero that one win are very well known for, Kasane in particular. When he was notable as an offlaner, he loved to play Brood, loved to play Lycan, and yeah, Chen kind of follows that same guise of being very micro-intensive and relying on your knowledge of creeps, and this is something that he's brought very nicely with him to the position 5.
The knowledge of creeps. I like how
Yeah.
you describe Chen, he's a hero that has the knowledge of creeps.
He has a knowledge of creeps and how to persuade them. He's not just someone who knows about them. He knows exactly how to, convince them to, hey, come fight for me and my weird-ass religion. And they're all like, yes, sir.
You don't need to persuade
10
if you are a
seconds
good
remaining.
leader. A good leader will have followers.
Do you think Chen gives off the vibe of a good leader? Because every time I hear a Chen voice line, I just think this guy just sounds like a pretentious prick, man. Like it pisses me off. You know, if someone talked to me like that, I'd be like, man, shut the hell up. Like, why would I listen to you? But then again, I'm not a creep, so maybe he has no interest in. I'm not his target audience. You know what I mean?
You say it like you're a Chen player, you know? All in
I'm
all,
not.
I say
Yeah.
Jakiro, Ogre, you know?
I like those guys. Those guys cast. Look, like I think that's kind of. I was thinking about this the other day, like whether I should try Chen, because I ran into this Chen
No,
spammer. And
bro, you're just stick to your forehead, okay? Don't
What
go
the
away
hell?
from Ogre and Jakiro. Just stay there.
I mean,
Stay in
Chen
your lane.
technically has. Bro, Chen's got two heads too. He got one on the creep, one on his main guy. It's technically a two-headed hero.
That is not the same.
Okay.
Come on, you know.
They need to be they need to be conjoined. How do you know that Chen?
According to that logic, Snapfire has two heads.
Yeah,
Alchemist has
sure.
two heads.
Yeah, he literally does. Alchemist has two heads. If you consider Alchemist to be the collective of both his ogre and the guy sitting on top.
All right, I'm done. I'm done with you. So we have a DK into the chat.
Do you think DK has two heads because he turns into a dragon, but technically that's a different head?
He has four heads: green, blue, fire, and black.
You're right. Okay, yeah, actually that's true. Okay, yeah. So DK into Chen, is there any immediate thing that sticks out to you as to why they might have snatched this up early?
Splash damage, kill creeps. And you have the shot. I think those are the obvious reasons. It's very, very tanky hero. The creeps don't really bully you out of the game, unlike Silencer.
So I have a very basic understanding, I think, of Chen and his strengths. And one of the things, very few things I understand about Chen is that he's kind of good into single target physical damage. And that's what Dragon Knight stands for these days, right? He barely goes Frost Dragon or whatever. You're not even getting the Fire Dragon for the splash. You're mostly going corrosive. And that puts you all in on physical damage on mostly a single target. Isn't Chen excellent against that? Like whoever you go on, you just get Hand of Goddard, you know, all the auras like the max and whatever Holy Lockets or whatever he chooses to get. Why would you opt for a Dragon Knight into a Chen?
10 seconds remaining.
Just can't kill you in the early game. I think it's just that simple. You can kill the creeps later. Because it's also about the creeps, right? You can talk about the armor, so Chen can give armor. And DK is physical damage, so that might seem counterintuitive, right? But the fact that Chen can actually shadow push with the creeps, I think that itself has a lot of value in the game.
Sure.
You push
So you're
out
trying to
waves and
deny
you-
that.
You kind of force people to rotate, and DK is kind of, I think, a really decent hero at like dealing with the split push, right? You can go over, just with your dragon form, splash the creeps, or just use your shot. You know, there are ways that you can deal with the shadow push without using too much resources, right? I think Dota at the highest level now is how are you managing your resources? How are you splitting your heroes on the map, right? So there's this problem on the map with the Chen creeps or the Helm of Dom. Who are you sending? Can you just send one hero to deal with? Do you have a Boots or Travel hero? Or do you have a Nature's Prophet and Tinker which can just go over conveniently, pew pew, kill the creep and then come back, you know? Those are heroes that have a lot of value in the game because of how the game is played at the highest level.
Okay.
Oh, speaking
we'll
of
see.
he's
Yeah.
gonna kill the creep and come back to
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be very much in the same line of thinking as what you were just talking about, Winter, just prioritizing that ability to make sure the map is split up. There's also the factor that now you have a disruptor nature's prophet combination, which means everywhere you go on the map, now with a bounty hunter as well, Passion
Is that a
UA.
combination? Nature's Prophet and Disruptor is a combination.
No, what I'm saying is that no matter where you go as the disruptor, if you set up, you're always going to have a +1, right?
Oh,
I think the
okay,
main thing
yeah.
with disruptor is like, I mean, disruptor bounty is kind of the same. It's similar to like a Bane. Even if you solo Fiend's Grip someone, you need someone to connect with the move, and I guess Prophet fits that bill.
Yeah, you need someone
I've
to hold a
seen-
hand.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of bounty
Disruptor,
hunter.
Nature's Prophet. This is so old school. Come on.
Yeah, but it does make a lot of sense. I feel like I don't know whether this means any.
If they pick a Tinker, this is like so freaking old school.
Oh yikes! I wouldn't wanna. I wouldn't want to play against that lineup. That's making me puke in my mouth. But so I heard that why Bounty Hunter is picked into Chen is because number one, Chen doesn't really do anything to Bounty, right? You don't have any catch for him. And number two, apparently the damage amp coming out from track is really good into Chen's healing. Allegedly. That's what I've been told. I don't know whether that's true though. And now if the Abaddon being able
Are
to
you-
purge off...
Going to reveal your sources? Okay,
No.
I take that as a no.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the facet is also kind of nice against Chen. True and true, you clear the creeps somewhat. Not that it's the reason that you pick Bounty against Chen, but now Abaddon, you can remove the stun from DK, you remove the Thunder Strike, you remove the track. Value pick, instant value pick right there, Abaddon.
Yeah.
So what
We've
do you
seen a
do
lot
against
of
Abaddon?
mid
You know,
prophets
okay.
though.
Team back.
Yeah, mid prophet, and you pick. I think Doom is kind of nice here. Doom counters
Yeah.
the Chen and the Abaddon. It's not
And
a
the
hero you
Timber
see a
too.
lot. Yeah, okay, fine. I give you that.
Wait,
It's a
how
Doom
are you
game.
how are you gonna argue that Doom doesn't counter Timbersaw? Is it that he's too
Timber-
tanky so he doesn't
Timber
die
can
to it, or
kill.
like?
Remaining.
Timber can also kill you, your strength hero.
I guess so.
5
Okay.
seconds
I
remaining.
mean, by your logic, Doom counters everybody, right? Because you just need to Doom the person and the person that dies.
Not Rave King. Not Rave King. Take that back, Winter. You silly man. Not Rave King. How do you like this lineup for one win though? Because we can clearly see what the idea here is for Passion UA, right? They want to play the map. They want to get these pickoffs with the bounty, get track gold, cause a mess. What about one win? What's the idea here? These heroes don't really seem to come together in a way that makes sense in my head right now.
Why not? They have 3 tanks. They're gonna have 3 tanks and a Chen, and hoping they blow up together and hit your buildings. Okay, obviously
Okay.
they don't have stuns. They're gonna need one. Is there a tank that's also an initiator right now? Is there a tank that's an initiator?
10
Sand King?
seconds remaining.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're either missing a mid
Primal-
or an off lane.
5 seconds
Primal
remaining.
Beast.
Do you need one more tank, you think? The Passion UA side have banned out
The
Storm
team.
and...
It's the team of the draft. They're gonna go with 3
Okay,
tanks
okay.
and Chen.
I just think they need more catch for this Prophet or Bounty. And I think the Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit
Primal
bans
is
were really
good
smart.
against NP and Bounty.
I,
Go check
I,
Dota
I
buff.
can vibe with that.
Primal Beast win rate against Nature's Prophet. Or Bat Rider, okay? Bat Rider. Do you like Bat Rider against DK, Nature's Prophet? That sounds like a good idea.
Radiant
Triple S
Yeah.
also does play quite a lot of Primal Beast, actually, now that you mention it. You go for the Lash. Okay,
Is it- is
I like that.
considered a tanky hero?
I think Lash can be considered a tanky hero if you factor in the Chen, like backing him up with auras
The
and stuff.
shield?
Yeah, and the shield, yeah. That's why I was wondering whether they actually need a tanky hero, because they have the Chen, they have the shield, they have like auras coming out from the Chen. Like any mid laner that has somewhat bulk is automatically going to become a tank, and I wonder whether Passion UA actually have the firepower to eliminate these heroes. It's a bit concerning at the moment.
What are they gonna do right now here? Pick an off laner?
Great question.
They need an off laner, so I think. But do you want to put DK against Lash though? Sounds like not that straightforward of a lane for the Dragon Knight.
I think this Timbersaw pick has got them in a bit of a pickle, right? Because if you put the Timbersaw versus Prophet or Dragon Knight, either way, he's going to be pretty fine.
To round out the lineup, I think ideally they pick an off laner by auras.
I
So
agree.
you have some sort of pipe Crimson hero to deal with the creeps from Chen and the magic damage from Lash.
You need something good to deal with the Abaddon Chen lane, though. That can push you out if you're not careful.
Right? Aura
Okay.
hero. That is actually a decent pick. Ah, that's unreal. That's a good pick into Abaddon. Remember I told you about how you can hit the Abaddon with the flash golem and you slow him and you kite him in the team fights, you decay him. That is actually
Yeah.
very annoying for him. And the Chen creeps, they get slowed by the tombstone. Your only real enemy is the Timbersaw. As the
I feel like the Timbersaw is the enemy of everyone this game, and I don't know whether they've answered him, Winter. That's my concern.
If they buy
Isn't this-
vessel, it's a vessel.
isn't
you
this
know,
like
buy
the-
buy vessel on the bounty hunter? Actually, no. Should you buy? Oh no, Nature's Prophet is not made. So you buy a
Yeah.
vessel on bounty hunter. The vessel will kill them.
Sure.
But there
If they don't purge it off with the Abaddon shield, the vessel will kill them. And if Triple S doesn't buy something like a Lotus Orb, which is
why
an
does
excellent item
Undying-
this game, by the way.
Why does Undying have 2 heads? Since when the hero has 2
It's
heads?
a set. It's a set. Don't think so much about it, Winter. You don't care about the cosmetics. Don't be switching up on me right now. Look at Disruptor with his
Disruptor
3
has two
heads
heads.
though. Disruptor's got 3. Look at him. His mount has 2 heads.
not-
Same as Chen. Chen's got 3 heads.
The dragon has 4 heads.
Wait, which lineup has more heads? Do you count the Nature's Prophet individual like treants as 1 head each? Then do you count the zombies as multiple heads? Oh, this head discussion is giving me a headache, man.
Take a Panadol.
Yeah, I need to take a Panadol. That's a bit too much. Passion UA, hopefully they had a bit of, downtime or whatever they needed to take to reset from that game number 1, because that was a tough way to lose, even though I will say I think 1 win overall played better as a team. We'll see whether that trend continues here in this game number 2. Which team can get ahead of the other?
Only time will tell, Mike.
Indeed, as it always does. I do think that this Timbersaw is set up for an excellent game though, and I really don't like saying that, because whenever a Timbersaw is set up for an excellent game, it feels so hopeless for the other side. Like, it's just, this guy's gonna come in, gonna do like 80% of your HP in 3 spells, and then there's no team fight. You just lose. Nice board there.
The vessel is going to be the answer. I think you
We
should
shall
still go
see.
vessel.
Of
You should
course,
still go
of course.
vessel.
You have to, but whether you can actually afford it depends on this early game. And in terms of early game, at least for the lanes, is there any side that you think will have some trouble?
Trouble is brewing for 1 win. I think the Undying is going to cause trouble.
Okay. We'll see whether that ends up being the case. Cubify on a big excursion. I was going to say Squadix kind of getting ahead of the other counterparts with a nice mid ward. Cubify manages to get a really nice one outside the triangle to spot for any maybe hoodwink rotations, and then now gets a second deep ward in the jungle where Lesh likes to farm. So this could give them a lot of early information if the bounty decides to just rotate on over. You got a Nature's Prophet TPing in as well. I like the way that Passion UA have set up the map.
The battle begins.
Oh, first blood. First blood.
Debating in with Moonlight. Nice little stun. Kasane caught completely off guard. First blood for Moonlight. A much better situation for him than last game on the Storm.
Good start. Definitely way better than last game. And now can he actually use this to translate into... I guess you're not going to win your lane against Lash, but yeah, at least you're going to get good timings on your dagger. I don't know if you want to buy Mage Slayer this game, even though it's probably the best item against Lash, because you kind of need BKB against Timber.
Is there really no other item you can buy on the DK? I feel like some of the DKs that we've seen just default to that item. I know it's good into Timber and Lash, but...
This game... You mean the BKB or the Mage Slayer?
The Mage Slayer, like I think BKB is one of those mandatory DK items, and it makes sense for him. But
I mean, the Mage Slayer is good against very specific heroes that do a lot of magic damage, right? Namely Lash and Sand King. I think if you get Mage Slayer and a pipe on your team, those heroes just lose a lot of kick in the team fight.
yeah, okay. Oh, it definitely makes sense this game, so no surprise to see him queue that up potentially. Cubify already electing to drag the creep wave away. Pretty interesting decision there. I feel like most of the time when you're up against an Undying off lane, you want to be the ones not playing the lane, but I guess the bounty is a bit too weak early on.
Yeah, don't blame the Undying when the bounty is the one that doesn't want to play the lane.
True.
All those bounty pickers, all they care
Nice little
about
catch.
is killing carriers.
As a bounty picker, I can confirm this information. That was a little bit unfortunate. There was an early reactive armor level for Triple S. Okay, hang
You're a
on,
bounty
wait.
picker?
Give me a second. Triple S
No.
didn't get the Timber Chain, so unfortunately they're not able to get the kill, but I guess this reactive armor is necessary for him to stand against the 2 ranged heroes.
And he also has Twisted Chakram. Normally when you're Twisted Chakram, you skip the Timber Chain.
Yeah.
I think it's not a lane that you can get kills that easily. I feel like you're gonna be taking a lot of harass from Nature's Prophet, so that 1 point. I don't think you go more than 1 point in the armor. It's 1 point to play the lane.
Yeah.
and then you should be Gucci in the lane.
I still remember old school Timbersaw when reactive armor was busted as hell. You just get like 4 levels in that, nobody can kill you. But
Yeah,
Sweden Strong?
114.
Yeah, 114. That was a long time ago though. Cracker getting beta a little bit by the Fairy Fire and will drop. Ends up being a trade though. I mean, you give the kill over to Crystallize. That can't feel very nice.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be a scary hero if you give him a head start. You know, this hero is going to not only win his lane and win the other lanes as well, you know, with the TP. Lotus is going to spawn, so Timber is going to get one. The Baron is going to get the other, so one win has their hands on both Lotuses. Yum yum. Do you like
Juicy,
the Lotus
yummy
flavored
goodness.
mooncakes?
You know what? I didn't actually get any mooncakes this Mid-Autumn Festival, which I'm honestly quite sad about. I just realized because growing up, they are just always there. Like your family members will bring some and then you get to enjoy them whether you're in an office or whatever. And like, I didn't realize these things are insanely expensive. Like, they're not cheap at all. I thought like, oh, cute little pastry, you know, maybe it's like a cake price. Why am I paying like over $100 for a moon cake? That's crazy. It's not like they put the actual moon in there. It's just an egg.
It's because it comes only once a year.
Okay.
4 minutes. The water rune does not come once a year.
It comes every 2 minutes, bro. Cubify. He is going back to base, though, is where he's going. Nice little rotation from Sweden Strong and Kasane. Meeting, rendezvousing in the bot side, and now they're looking to potentially wrap around into Bachuk. I mean, you've just seen both supports kind of make a move in that area of the map. Surely you got to play a little bit more careful. But I guess they don't really have much catch other than the bushwhack.
Yeah, also the
slipping
fact
past
that
Cubify. Bachuk, he's in trouble actually. He's gonna get run down. You got Crystallized TPing in. It's a 3v3. Sweden Strong is the one in trouble actually, but Munkushi gets the shield to pop under the tower. Not sure whether that was a mistake though. He still has a Lotus in his back pocket, not a mooncake. That one comes every 3 minutes. But the courier carrying his boots goes down. So I want to say it's like almost an even trade. I guess you bring Crystallized down here. The Nature's Prophet gets involved in more action. Not too bad.
interesting, you know, the Timber is actually going a second point, so I think they're just gonna leave him alone and he's just gonna play alone on the Timber and this lane. Not now.
If you watch any one-win game, that's like how it literally always happens. Like they try and give Triple S an optimal situation to just stand there and be unbothered forever.
He likes to be alone, yeah. Farm all
He
the
does,
creeps,
yeah.
get the solo XP, and then they play with the Chen in the mid lane. Pressure.
Yeah.
Nice DK.
This mana burn creep. Okay. Yeah, Moonlight.
Level 6.
Starting to lay into
Bot
the
lane.
tower. Oh, that's a lot of damage on the Munkushi. No way he survives this one. The zombies chasing him down. They even glimpse back the Chen. A full collapse of heroes from Passion UA. Bring down the safe lane duo of one win. Meanwhile, Moonlight left alone down here, but a bit too tanky for them to cut through. And a lot of that really is that first blood, right? We were talking about how the DK matchup into the Lesh can be a little bit rough, but Moonlight's done just fine.
Double Bracer and the belt. He's going to be able to sit in his lane for some time, and they have to bring, I imagine, at least 3 heroes to kick the DK out.
I mean, it also depends which 3, right? If you bring the Chen and he doesn't have a whole army of creeps, I'm not even sure whether that matters. TPing in on mass now. One win. They want to punish Bachuk for getting a bit too far forward. Level 6 on Triple S. They don't bother to glimpse him though. But yeah, this is going to be a dead offlane Undying. And they immediately retreat. So no further casualties found. Bachuk will just head back through the twin gates back to his lane. Ceaseless Dirge brings Bachuk back immediately. Oh, sorry, not Bachuk. Oh, no!
Again.
Oh, no. This is bad. It was okay prior, but now it's bad. Squadix dodging away from the tower. Munkushi, the chase down. They have that dust. Oh, they're trying to play for the 7-minute timing, but I don't think they have enough HP. Sweden Strong actually gunning down Cubify. Going into the Invis Shadow Walk, they don't have the detection, and Sweden Strong now he's overplaying his hand. Doesn't have a scurry. Moonlight will stop him with a stun. And they managed to bring enough members of Passion UA to even that out.
Yeah, but it was overall still really good for one win. Killing the Undying twice there, that was like, I think, the biggest deal there overall in that exchange. mean, the Timber, I didn't expect the Timber to show up there. That was a good rotation coming over at that important moment. Needed him to cast some Whirling Death on the Undying.
I mean, he's level 6, right? Well, the Undying was still level 4 because there's so many people coming to his lane constantly. He's barely had any EXP. Well, early game's been a bit messy, I think to be expected with how Passion UA have drafted. We know that they want to connect heroes over and over and overwhelm their opponent. But how is it for one win? Are they on track in terms of items? Is there anyone that's kind of a concern? Because it feels like this Timbersaw just has had a free game so far.
Anyone that should be concerned, I think everyone is happy with the current state. And you're farming Radiance on Abaddon, he's happy. Timber has a really good start. He's top of the net worth on Bomb Insight. Flash Trap could have a better game, but you know, he's playing against a DK that had first blood, so I don't really feel like it's too bad, the state of the net worth right now that the Lash is in. Obviously, ideally you wanted him to be ahead on the Lash. But now they kind of have to play a little bit slower. They have to like try to sit back and try to, you know, be a little bit more patient and wait for the Timber. They need the Timber to rotate in.
That is not good. I was just gonna say, it's interesting to see this Undying making a move even though he's not even level 6 yet.
Level 5. Oh,
the disparity between him and his opposing offlaner is 3 levels. That is really bad.
Yeah, at this point, it's definitely what we want to call the off-lane diff, right? Timber and Undying difference. Like, I think
This
he
is
has to kind of chill a little bit and hit some creeps, you know?
Yeah, just farm, brother. Like, I know you got level 2 Tombstone, but you don't have to do all of that. Just, yeah, take a wave, finally get your ultimate, you know, just chill out a bit. If it's just the Abaddon down here, it's not like he can kill you. They really need Timber. Speaking of Timber, in the mid lane, it's an attempted setup here. Kraker is looking for a glimpse back. They need some sort of way to stop him from Timber chaining out though, but his timing is perfect. Triple S, very smart there. Sweden Strong now being aggressed upon. Moonlight just wants to punch away at the tower as much as possible. Nice little pushback, hold the poor bounty in place, and the Twisted Chakram comes out. They got the stun onto Moonlight. Uh-oh, no way of bailing him out of this one, but he's still able to get enough move speed. Thunderstrike slows them down. That was close. If they lost Moonlight as well, that would have been painful stuff.
It would have been ideal if they killed the DK there with the Timber coming in. Now they're gonna try to take advantage of this DK from ending. Still pressuring DK in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, you're not getting out of this one when Squadix has a haste. You can TP in on Crystallize, but can you really do anything? Level 6 on the Chen means that he survives, but a beautiful tombstone on the backline. Kasane sacrificing his life to take that down, and now Squadix can run rampant. Slicing through all of them is Triple S with a double kill, and Crystallize, he's trying to turn things around, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, look at the damage. This Timbersaw has had a field day, and even standing in the Static Storm, Kraker has nothing else to give in this situation. Gonna try and TP out. You need a chain. You don't have the damage, just missing it by a hair. But Triple S with a triple kill. That is brutal.
Timber has arrived in the game. Against DK Undying, this is gonna be rough until they get some dispels, you know, some Lotus against the Whirling Death.
This is literally
a very big Timber problem. No vessel inside. Nothing to deal with the Timber at all.
A bounty doesn't even seem to be anywhere close to it. He's still at that level 4. It's 11 minutes in the game.
What is he actually doing?
He hasn't queued anything yet, but he has a Sage Mask, so he is on the right track, I guess. But he doesn't even have his ultimate yet. But
on the right track to what?
Basilisk? Come on now, don't spit on the poor Winter. That's not very nice of you. Smoke move out. Here comes one win. This is Lesh Blink reveal. Even more kills about to fall in their wave. DK's not careful. Blinking forward, it's a lot of damage. It's gonna be enough with the sharpshooter. Finishing off Kraker behind the tower. This is what they came for anyway. I feel like these days, with so many other qualifier games happening Winter, we always see Disruptor picked, but then as soon as one team picks Disruptor, the other team just picks this insane run at you lineup, and it's like, the Disruptor's just eating shit. Like, he straight up can barely set things up because he's so busy dying, and even when you TP in like Crystallize and I mean, Moonlight's barely been part of any of the plays. You tried to bring Bachuk in over and over, but it's like, it's not really working out for you. What is this? Yeah, okay.
He's level 6 at least. I mean, the thing
Yeah, I
with
guess so.
this is like, I think the main problem here is because of this Timber into the Undying and DK matchup. Because the Undying is supposed to make them run away from you, but he can't make a Timber run away from them.
Yeah,
you
the
know,
Timber's
this
going
sort of
in, bro. The Timber's trying to get you. Kasane, if he goes down first, that'll be huge. He needs to be able to pop the Hand of God. Manages to do so. Glimpse should finish him off though. Now Crystallize TPing in. One Win have no interest in taking this fight. The TP away, no cancel. Used all their disables on that Chen.
I mean, so far the game is still like going really well for One Win. They've already killed the mid tower, they killed the top tower, the map's open for them. The balance on his way to the Radiance.
Yeah.
I mean, the main issue they have to, I think address is the lack of catch, right, with their heroes. They only have Bushwhack. They don't really have other, stunts.
Yeah, there's an Athos being queued up for the Timbersaw. So that's something. Meanwhile, top lane, Munkushi has to pop that ultimate. Is there any help for him?
Here you see TP.
Yeah, no one's here.
I
Unlucky.
have
Okay.
to confess that one of my friends actually told me that Timbersaw with Athos into Gleipnir is a legit build. And I was
Yeah,
laughing
no, it
at
is.
him.
It is.
I was actually laughing at him.
Is your friend J-Dog?
No.
Okay.
He's
It's one of the most
Indonesian.
prolific...
It's Indonesian. Just to clarify.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, right? Because Timbersaw lacks catch, and I mean, One Win, like you mentioned, that's kind of a major problem with that draft right now. You might end up in a situation where these heroes are 4-staffing away from you, just kind of glimmer caping, and it's kind of hard to lock them down. Triple S, spotted out. Oh, he tries for the Timber Chain trick again, but this time not so lucky. Cubify! Cubify! Oh, narrowly dodging away thanks to that Shadow Walk. Sweet and strong. Gonna try and find an angle. Are you serious? Ooh, off the mark. Able to scurry away, but doesn't have any more charges. Only level 1 in that ability and will finally get caught down. Still, some good attempt at some fancy footwork there from the Squirrel. Can't knock it. But One Win, they are starting to lose their grasp of their dominance in this game. Squadix has taken a little bit of a chill pill to farm, and now it seems like it's open hunting season for the Disruptor.
Yeah, they need to use the Chen creeps to push the lanes and the pressure. And the Chen hasn't really been doing that because he's been dying the last couple of minutes. And if the waves are not on the passion of UA side, it means that they can make moves with the DK and the MP TPing in, So this is very ideal scenario for them. And One Win, they gotta rectify the situation quickly right now. Chen is situated at top. He's gonna try to pressure top. And they have to try to hang on until they have Radiance. I mean, the Timber is strong and all, but they need a lot more items on the Baron. The Lash also kind of wants to farm. He's actually going for Yasha with the Kaya. It's going to make him very, very paper,
Yeah. Squadix just wants to get in there, do damage, and blow kids up. He's not here for a long time, he's just here for a good one.
Heard that a lot. The Singapore bunch really like to use that saying.
Yeah. And Squadix does as well. I think he subscribed to the same idea as us. I mean, it works out for him now. They get a free, basically, pick off onto Crystallize just because of a nice deep ward. Cubify is alone over here. The rest of his team is around the corner on their side of the high ground. Ooh, Kasane. I think he spotted that. I think he knows there's Cubify on his tail, but can you really stop Moonlight from coming in? Here's the Onslaught, here's the Glimpse, and here's the Tombstone. This is not a fight that you can win now. I don't think you want to stand your ground in this area. Kasane just has to go down as Munkushi being spotted. Well, this is actually taking quite a while. My goodness. Very tanky on that Chen.
Yeah, Mac. Shield. Hand of God. And Radiance is really done now. The balance.
Are they coming in?
They want to take the fight. They gotta
well, do they have a way of stopping Moonlight? Are you serious? Here he comes. Beautiful stuff. I mean, this Timber definitely knows what he's doing. Triple S though. He doesn't have a way of stopping down Bachuk, who is very speedy on that Undying. TPing away. No catch. That's the problem. You really need that ATOS. You bring in all your members, even with a cute little play with the Timber Chain, you don't get anyone. And now Sweden Strong might actually drop to Cubify if he's not too careful. He knew he was tracked. Still being hunted by the Bounty Hunter. Oh, his Shadow Wall's gonna run out. Did Kasani spot him? Meanwhile, Moonlight in the mid lane. Being chased. Beautiful stuff. Again. I mean, Triple S, he's been on one, and here comes the Abaddon. Now you just... Yeah, you're not getting out of this one. This is the problem. They're just running at this Disruptor lineup now that Munkushi's ready to fight. And can you really escape them?
Hard if they have actually the lockdowns, you know, with the pushback. And now they're going to have ATOS, so it's going to get easier.
Oh, nice little dust there, but Cubify was a bit too close to the tier 3. Don't think they spotted him in the night time. Little bit of a pendulum of a game. You know, we had one win coming off to a pretty decent start in the lanes, and then there was this weird period where you're still waiting for Munkushi to be ready. Squadix was farming a little bit. You know, the Bounty Hunter managed to recover the net worth. And really, a lot of the evenness and parity in this game comes from the fact that the Bounty Hunter track kills happened, right? They're up to 16 to 14, a lot of those being Cubify track kills, and kind of keep the gold lead manageable at this point. Spot a Cubify, spot a Bachuk is who you see. He's taking a lot of damage, even with that Glimmer into the silence. The Static Storm is there, but this is an Abaddon that we're talking about with back to full HP thanks to the borrowed time. Now that it's run out, is it a concern though? Squadix coming in to clean up shop. Moonlight is in big trouble, and so is Crystallized. Hand of God keeping them all alive, and Squadix, he will not even go down. Bachuk, the initial target, not going to survive this one. Coming back to the ground, chopped to bits, and that is a team wipe. One win. This is just a meat grinder, and unfortunately, Passion UA are on the menu.
They don't have enough single target damage to kill. Like the Chen keeping the Ledge alive with the shield from the Baron, that was just like enough, you know, everything just lining up perfectly for them to keep him alive. They killed the Tombstone and that was it, you know, there's nothing they could do. I think that's
3,300 damage done by the Timbersaw, 3,000 damage done by the Abaddon, mostly just the Radiance burning away on all 5 members.
Yeah, with the absence of a vessel, you're just not killing them now.
Oh, nice little Force Staff. Still lands the shot into the butt of the Bounty Hunter, but that's about it. Yeah, like... I mean, your Offlane Undying has a Yules. Like, what's that gonna do for you in the fights?
Good question.
He's Glimmer, Yules, Undying.
Why does he...
Well, they found Sweden Strong. Stuck around a bit too long. Nice bushwhack onto 2. Munkushi, things a little bit off, you know, of trying to chase a bit further, but just kind of stands his ground, waiting for Triple S to come through. Nice little Twisted Chakram. Finds the connection, and now Bachuk, you got a Glimmer and you got a Yules. That's going to keep you alive for now as you stun and run from SSS. Nice blink away. Moonlight will preserve himself for now. Cracker though, not sure whether he's going to be quite as lucky. Actually turns around and uses the Static Storm. That's got to be a little bit of frustration, I'm not going to lie, because you know you're not getting away from that one.
He's definitely frustrated when he clicks on his Undying.
For sure. I don't, what do you even do, man?
No idea, man. This feels like he's a support, you know, with his build.
Okay, let's slow our roll a little bit. Maybe we're getting a bit too pessimistic. Because at the end of the day, one win, they still have that problem of not really having catch. I say that, but an easy Nature's Prophet grab, he can still try and TP out. Yeah, they can't get him. But, okay. Free Tormentor, sure, whatever. Not the biggest of deals. You kind of expect that. Oh, Cubify? Ooh, do they know he's here? Just kind of standing there. Okay. Well, not in range of the sentry. Lucky for him. But is there any way for them to find an avenue back into this game? Like, do you think Crystallize can kind of scale into this carry on the Nature's Prophet that they need?
Yeah, if given time, for sure, you know, if he's allowed to get a couple more items out. But time is against them, you know, the Baden does not want to give him time, you know, they're just constantly running at them with the Chen. That's the power of the lineup in this mid game.
Yeah.
Too much sustain, Chen, Abaddon, heal each other, you get all the objectives, you control the map, and now you're gonna get the Roshan. Yeah. So they have.
If
to
there's
figure
anyone
out
who
the-
knows Oh, sorry, you saying?
knows what. Knows what.
No, I was just gonna make it's not important. I was just gonna make a stupid joke because you said they need time, but then I was gonna say if anyone knows about borrowing time, it would be a yeah, but it wasn't worth it. You see now if I was just gonna shut up and let you speak, but then you kind of trapped me into this hole. Okay, Moonlight still does a lot of damage. He doesn't respect the Mage Slayer, and now he's gonna lose the Aegis and his life. Squad X! And that certainly was a way to use the Aegis. That certainly is a way to bring the game back slightly in your favor. Meanwhile, Triple S kills the support. Okay. That was a play. What the hell?
I guess he expected someone to TP. I guess the Timber didn't want to TP.
I mean, they have Aegis and they're pushing this like...
Yeah, they actually could just go high ground. Why are they actually moving? They're gonna go high ground. I mean, imagine if the Lash is here. Get the Aegis.
Exactly, but I guess they don't even need him because...
You didn't get the memo.
Look at that. Yeah, he did not. He was on his own shit. BKB complete now for the Timbersaw, so honestly, how do you even kill him?
Wow,
I like this choice.
Granite Golem now.
Oh, yikes. How much HP are we on? We got 2,000 HP flat for this Abaddon, and we got 3,300 for the Timbersaw at 23 minutes into the game. And that's not even counting all his armor, all the auras, all the magic resist from the pipe. Okay. Cool. Cool hero.
Yep, Rex seems like he's gonna go down.
Yeah.
This has to be one of the faster Rexes we've seen at the event so far.
Triple S. I mean, every time he throws out those saws, you gotta put the dancing shoes on because you get tagged by that, it's gonna be trouble. I really like this BKB pickup from him because I think he understands the only thing sentencing him to death is the Static Storm, and if he can get rid of that, he's not under any threat whatsoever. Speaking of threat, Cracker being 4-staffed around, Bachut wants to initiate, so does Triple S though, jumping in, but the Dragon Knight has tagged him with a Mage Slayer, so the damage he's putting out is minimized. Now have a glimpse. Pull him back in.
Oh, he's out.
They've timed it nicely,
Again.
but he's out again. I mean, this guy is just a Timbersaw master. The Lash is starting to connect as well, and maybe Passion UA, they've chased a bit too far. Cracker now in some trouble, turning around with the Static Storm, holding them at bay. But you still have the borrowed time on Munkushi, buying back. You've already used your ult. What else do you have to give? There's nothing stopping Munkushi from just healing up to full. Now you might try for his life again, but Triple S on the front lines. Buyback on both supports now. Atos holding in the cause, and Moonlight has nowhere to run. 50 seconds without your Dragon Knight as Bachut can do nothing but watch with his goddamn Yules and goddamn Glimmer Cape.
This is the end, Mike.
This
This
looks
is
like
the
it's
end
done.
of the glimmer use
No.
Undying is coming to
Don't
an
do
end.
that. Do not do this shit again. I don't think this worked out. You try and pick the Undying to give him such a good lane and play this tempo, but you just didn't answer the Timbersaw. This is what we were concerned about since the very start, and our concerns are being realized. Sweden Strong now in some trouble. In comes a Triple S, can't save his buddy. Nice little 4-staffs away. They've kited out cleanly. Now need to be careful. Don't want to overplay their hand, but no way of saving Crystallize at the moment. You try and Tombstone 4-staff, but in comes Squadix. Way too much damage. He's gonna finish the job. 3 seconds left until Moonlight's back in the picture, and Squadix, he's dropping pretty low. You got a shield, you got some heals, you gotta try getting stunned up. There's the Aphotic. It's not enough. Cubify does get cut down though casually by Triple S. Okay, BKB, Atos onto 2. He's even turning around. He's even turning around? Holy. This guy does not care at all, and out he goes again.
And this Timber is actually so damn strong this game. Definitely a very, very good Timber game. And with the build, kind of solves the catch problem. And now they're going to catch a dragon.
Easy stuff.
This build is definitely working this game for sure. It's very
Oh, this
good
is
here.
clean stuff. I mean, Triple S, he has had a masterclass showing on this hero. Apart from how strong he was able to become in the lane, all these Timber Chain dodges on the glimpse just show you how practiced he is on the hero. He understands the mechanics. He knows how to make it work, even in these quote-unquote sort of countered situations. Nice little Manta dodge from Munkushi. Stylish stuff to get out of the glimpse. Now, onto Bachut. Glimmer Cape. Working out for him. He's going to turn around and try and kite Munkushi. BKB, yeah,
now.
Bachut's surviving right now. still keeping himself pretty healthy. Can't say the same for the rest of his team though, as Squadix coming in to rein in the damage. Moonlight is back in 5 seconds again. This feels a bit like deja vu. We've been here before. Mukushi jumping forward. Triple S is dropping low. He does have to be careful. He's losing quite a lot of HP. Does he end up going down here? They kill Triple S. Over diving a little bit on one win, and now without your Timber Saw, do you have enough in the tank to keep things going? Buying back a Passion UA. They want to take this fight, but Munkushi reminds him that he's the real carry here, that he doesn't have the borrowed time. And he's going to shield himself and try and run out of this, but that's what the Disruptor's for. They pull him back in, and one win before they've even gotten a Rex. Now the Chen will finish it off, but 2 lanes of Rex is all they have before they proceed to throw the Timber Saw's godlike streak over to the side of Passion UA, along with Munkushi's.
There we go. You're gonna have a lifeline. I mean, they had to use the buyback on the Nature's Prophet, but this is like a worthy exchange. They still have a chance. There's one more fight in the tank for them, so they kind of have to. I think they have to like try to get another offensive item on the MP. He needs to do more damage. There's no time for BKB here.
And Daedalus is as high as you can go in terms of offense. I think that's what he has queued up right now.
Yeah.
Ouch. That okay. See, I didn't know you meant that level of offensive damage. I don't know whether he has the money for that, but I mean,
You know, Mike, when your offlaner is buying Yules and Glimmer, you kind of have to take things to the extreme side, you know.
yeah, no, I get you. I will say though that the Bajut BKB I think caught one win a little bit off guard. They didn't really respect it. It's one of the things of the Flesh Golem, apart from the slow obviously and the zombies coming out from the rotting mids, is the damage amp. Right, if you punch someone with that, they take a lot more, and I don't think Triple S really thought he could die there. He was still playing on the knife's edge.
Yeah, doesn't have axe, just be totally reliant on the BKB to survive. Yeah, he's gonna be a lot more careful.
Yeah, for sure.
All in the Undying right now. He's. I mean, you just need to poke, right? Poke at him, just dagger in, dagger out. Use your chain.
Yeah,
you know,
just throw some chakrams. You know, it's not a big deal. You don't need to actually kill anyone. You just need to make them so scared to walk up to you that you take the last lane of Rack, secure Mega Creeps, and win this 2-0.
He's going to understand that Undying is no longer like a free kill. You know, you can just go in and kill him.
Yeah,
with the BKB.
For sure. Oh, Cubify is in a very scary forward position. They get vision.
Disruptor Aghanim's Mike. He sold his boots. He sold everything.
He's gonna try. His bounty is dead though. That's not good. I'm trying to give the vision. Oh, this is all in play, Kraker. Gonna glimpse back the Timber just for the vibes. Okay.
Has he ever caught him one time with the glimpse?
He has, like just twice or something. Onto the high ground, the Hex. You need a Static Storm, Aghanims, but the BKB comes out in time. Maybe not for Squadix, but he still has so much resistances. Backed up by the Chen, he will go down, but it costs them everything. GG is called. The disconnects come through. Can't imagine that Passion UA feel too good about that game, but one win, clearly the better team in this series.
Yep, they definitely showed like why they are like the more seasoned veterans here. They have a lot more experience. I think even from the lane itself, I think they kind of roll them through the lane here. I think especially like leaving the Timber alone, realizing that they just need to give him like solo XP. Triple S definitely utilized the early experience very well. Like not just winning his lane, killing his tower, but also TPing to the other lanes to kind of upset the balance across the board, right? So I think he is definitely the man of the match for me. And combine that with the Chen, I think they kind of made an indestructible draft with Chen, Abaddon, and Timber, and they just kind of roll away. You know? The only weird thing that happened in the early game was like the first blood on DK, which kind of made Squadix, he couldn't really win his lane because DK started the game with extra gold. I think that was pretty much, you know, Sweden strong. He played the early game as the only disable of the initiating hero on their side, and it kind of gave them, I think, enough to get through the early game. And once they get to the stage where the Timber had Atos into the Gleipnir, I think that kind of sealed the deal for me.
Yeah, sealed the deal, unfortunately, for Passion UA as well, as they are now 1 win, 1 loss in this entire sort of group stage so far. Again, initial stages, a lot to work on. Passion UA, I think that was clear enough from yesterday. I think specifically, you know, if there's one thing that's common from yesterday to today, it does kind of feel like there are some things that maybe Crystallize needs to form up a bit more. I think so far in the games that we've watched him, even when Passion UA do win, it sometimes feels like there's a bit of a lackluster performance from him. Not trying to single anyone out, but just kind of the trend that we've observed so far. And speaking of observing, the Dream League ain't done. There's still a bunch of games happening. Our series just happened to end early, but there is OG versus Inner Circle happening on the Ember stream right now, so you want to hop on over there and catch that action. But for us, again, you know the drill at this point. We're back tomorrow on the same stream at the same time. That's 2:30 CEST, and on this stream we'll be covering Pipsqueaks versus Hunter. So the South American team is going to rear its head again up against a way stronger opponent. We're going to see who comes out on top of that one. But for now, thank you for watching. Good night. Hop on over to the Ember stream, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Dota 2 action.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. What will they do?
up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the